Okay. Hello. Just think we are on the right account. Let's just confirm it. Should be live over here on the K Moon Live account. Yes, okay. Welcome in. Page froze. Okay, there we go. All right, cool. You guys will have to let me know if you can hear. Hey, Hope Glitterati, great to see you. Great to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, 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 welcome. Okay, and then let me just pin the information to get a read. Thanks. Oh, Glitterati, how was your week? How have you been, sweetheart? Awesome. Okay, and there's the information to get a reading if you'd like to jump on the list. Hey, Flower and Forgiveness, how was your week, sweetheart? Hey, VD, how are you? If I recall, VD, I think your name is actually Vanessa, if I recall. You guys have questions, want to get on the list, you'll have to let me know how you guys' week has been. Hoke Glitterati says I'm on a delay, so I may need to leave and come back. No problem. Yeah, sometimes it makes the delay is there like right after you make your payment, or if you had to click out for any reason, sometimes the chat will have a short delay. So very blessed. Thank you. You're welcome. Happy to hear that. Super cool. Okay, my week. Well, an adventure for sure. Okay. Yeah, I had a friend of mine check in today. Was like, what happened yesterday astrologically? Because everything popped off yesterday. Apparently there was a lot of action in his world. And I was like, well, different things for different people, but if it was good for you, then great. But yeah. Welcome in everyone who's just joining. Great to have you guys here. If you'd like to jump on the list and ask a question for a mini reading, you can certainly do that. The payment information, I just posted it in the chat. Yeah, Charlotte was great today. It was awesome to have her join in. I really liked seeing her, hearing what she had to say about shadow. It gave us a lot of food for thought, right? Lots of things to think through, lots of things to talk about. And she's really good at teaching meditation. Oh, your ex messaged you last night, Flower and Forgiveness. That's interesting. I wonder why. What did they want? Hoke Glitterati says, yeah, everyone has been asking me what's going on with the planets because it's been a roller coaster. Yeah, totally. Right. We have a full moon coming, the Virgo full moon, mid next week. And so at the start of next week, I'll be posting the full moon update. So you guys have it in time for the full moon. But yeah, the closer we get to the full moon, there's just there can be a lot of change and transition. We're all kind of integrating the last eclipse cycle, which was November, December, and allowing this energy to integrate and settle. Okay. Hook Literati, your twin reached out. Interesting. 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 Okay. Let me see what you guys have to say here. Talking about the stars, missing home. I think he's sitting in his shadow. Yeah. And it's very possible, right? Very possible that he could be experiencing some of the shadow side of the heavy, because there's a heaviness moving in the collective energies at this time, right? There's a bit of an energy of, a lot of people are concerned about what will happen with this, Ukraine, the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. A lot of people are concerned about rising prices. A lot of people are concerned about, the challenges that they're facing in their day-to-day lives, as we still navigate a post-pandemic or current endemic world. So there's a lot of change in the air for a lot of people as they find their way through it. So whatever questions you have, please let me know, because I'm gonna go ahead and hop into the payment app and we will get started here in a moment. Let's see. Okay. So I have a payment here from Heather S. Cool. Thank you, Heather. You are first, my dear. We are going to read for you first. Heather, if you can paste your Q and that would be great. I literally just saw this in my email right now for this event, so it was perfect divine time, I guess. I think it was too. I'm so happy that you joined. Great to have you here, Heather. Thank you. For your birth information, I just need the birth date, birth time, if you have it, but definitely the birth location. And while Heather prepares that, to drop it in the chat. For those of you who are just joining, welcome. You can still get on the list. The list is definitely open. I'd love to read for you. Whatever questions you have, either about yourself or a loved one, how to make the energies work in this moment in time, there's the payment information there. I just dropped it in the chat for you. We're going to read for Heather first, but the list is open, and anyone who would like to jump on the list can definitely do so at this time. I did prepare something special for you guys, because I know you guys, there's the group who assembles during the live mini readings. Like, you guys are just such a special crew to me. Like, we show up, we have family time. I see Valkyrie writes, "Hey family," exactly. You guys show up, we have family time, we get to know one another and each other's lives. Hey Leticia, welcome. And this, I just know that a lot of people at the moment are like just up in the air, like not really sure where things are going to go. So just as a thank you for those of you who have been part of the live mini reading crew, I offered it to my private list, a special savings on 1 hour readings, a save 10%, but I'm going to offer it to this crew to go above and beyond that. On 1 hour readings, I'm going to give you guys the chance to save 20%. But here's the catch on 1 hour readings. The catch is you have to purchase your 1 hour reading during this live. After this live, the savings goes back to 20%. And once March is completely filled up, it goes back to 10%. Once March, the calendar is completely filled up, then we go back to regular pricing. But just as a thank you for those of you who hang out with me kind of week to week as we do this live mini reading thing, if you want to, check in with me for an hour, you can do that. The codes are right there. Save 20% on a 1 hour personal reading. With that code, save 20% with a little P next to it. And you can save 20% on the twin flame reading with that code, 1 hour twin flame, with the save 20% twin flame. So those are the codes, valid only during this live. Okay. Just want to make sure I say that. If you try after the live to use those codes, you will find that they do not work. So if you want to book a 1 hour reading with me, as a special thank you just to the crew who assembles during these live mini readings, those are the codes. March is available, and I would absolutely love to read for you. Okay. All right, cool. So, oh no, Valkyrie, you just didn't have a wrench on this channel, I don't think. You had a wrench on the main channel, but just not on this one. But now I gave it back, sweetie. You have one now on this channel. Some people have wrenches on this one, but not the other one. Some people have wrenches on the other one, but not this one. You know, just when I get round to it, I just add people. So there you go. Thank you, Valkyrie, for being such an active participant during Shadow Work Week as a moderator on the main channel. I really appreciate it. Heather, let's dive into your reading. Michelle, I have your payment, so you'll be after Heather. What I'd like you to do, Michelle, I think you've done this before, we've done this together, is just go ahead and prepare your question so that as soon as I am done with Heather, I can read for you. So Heather, I'm pulling up your chart now to Plain, Illinois. Okay. And we've got October 9, 1980 at 9:53 a.m. Cool. Awesome. Let me share screen and we will get into Heather's reading. And then Michelle, if you want to go ahead and get ready, you're going to add more for the tarot. Okay, that's cool. I'd love to do tarot for you. Okay, so Heather asks, let me go ahead and see. I'd like to just know how I can make the best of my upcoming transits. It's a great question. It's kind of general, so this might be a little general, but let's just see what the biggest news stories are for you transit-wise at this time. Okay. What is Saturn doing? Okay, so the biggest news story at this time is a Saturn transit to your moon. Interesting. And a Saturn transit to your horizon and descendant line. Saturn is the restorer of integrity. And what it does is it demands that whatever it's touching in terms of a area of our chart, area of life, or a planet, which is an aspect of our personhood, it invites us to begin the process of restoring integrity, restoring wholeness, trimming the fat, and bringing in all of the hidden parts that need to have a home into our lives. So the deal here with Saturn talking to Moon in 11th house, this is really about the way you manifest things and your emotional truths and reality about what you want. Third house, where Saturn's coming from, is all about your conscious mind. And so this is asking you to get clear, get congruent, get real, get honest about what it is you're cultivating and creating at this time. Are you creating things because you want them or because somebody else told you you ought to want them? Are you creating things because your cohort is all doing it? Like, oh, all my friends are getting married, so I should be too. Or are you doing it because it's something that's really aligned with your true needs, your true emotions, your true desires? With Saturn speaking to this horizon and descendant line here by square at the same time, What you're getting is an upgrade when it comes to the way you see yourself and other people in relationships. You've probably been a student of relationships as we've walked into 2022, noticed yourself thinking more about relationships, what kind of relationship you might like, paying attention to the kind of things that are going on with relationships in your world and other people's world. And this is because Saturn is really trying to help you up level where you're at in relationships in your world at this time. This Saturn transit comes with a bit of a T square here. We've got Uranus, we've got Chiron, and this points us into the self love arena, which is the late degrees of Leo. In order to balance out this energy, you're being asked to dig into recognition about your lifelong lesson, North Node Leo, 18 degrees, and lifelong lesson, ninth house. It's about learning the process of self love, leading and teaching others in self love. And so the differentiation that Saturn's trying to get you to do, Saturn's trying to get you to separate yourself from the pack and set yourself into a leadership position where you're leading yourself, Heather. You're not trying to go by somebody else's words for your life. You're going by your own. And so this moment in time is a moment where you start to break away quite a bit from what people have told you you're supposed to do, supposed to have, supposed to be. Lean into this self-love that allows you to be who you really are, Heather. Want what you really want and live the life that is truly aligned for you. You're going to find that anything out of alignment at this time feels more uncomfortable than any other time frame. You're also going to feel that anything misaligned at this time actually just gets weeded out. Saturn makes it impossible to maintain those things. All of that to say, I think you're doing great work if you're hanging out here on my channels, encountering lots of great teachers and guides and coaches to help you get aligned with your true soul song. Because this is really the work of this moment for you. And it looks to me like you're already engaged in the process. So kudos to you, Heather. Thank you so much for booking the mini reading with me. And for anyone who's just joining, the list is open. I'm about to read for Shell. Shell, if you could go ahead and paste your question as well as your birth information, that would be great. Payment information is linked above in the blue banner at the top of the chat. If you're joining us, it's in the live chat. And only during this live, you can save 20% on 1 hour readings with me as a special thank you to the group who assembles themselves during live streams for mini readings, because I know there's a few loyalists here. And I just wanted to say thanks for being a part of the crew, being a part of the fam. But you have to book your 1 hour reading while we are live. So the codes are there. I've just pasted them. 20% on 1 hour reading, 1 hour personal readings with code SAVE 20% with a P, and 1 hour twin flame readings with the code SAVE 20% TF. Okay. Let's get into it for Shell. So if you want to book a follow-up, you can. Heather says, I've actually been studying and researching a lot about the subconscious and conscious mind connection. Very good. So this makes a lot of sense. Perfect. Love that. Love that. Love that. You're right on track. All right, Shell. Let's see. Toronto, Canada. 12. Oops, I could spell that nicer. 12, or correctly. 1975. No birth time, sunrise. Okay, let's see. Share screen. Okay. So wait, come back. There we go. Shell says, how is what he is experiencing astrologically impacting or will impact me? Interesting, Shell. This is your person's chart, so I'm not really sure what your placements are that connect with his chart. For that, I would need to actually have both charts at the same time in a relationship reading to be able to answer this question correctly for you. But loosely speaking, what I can say is that um, when I look for what your person's moving through astrologically, there's a massive shift in consciousness going on. And it's kind of, they've just entered into this moment in time in their life where they're being asked to think through um, kind of their thought processes, their communication style, and whether or not what they are doing actually works for them. Only it actually serves who they are. This is whenever Saturn transits through the third house, I call it a mind and mouth cleanup. Queen of Water, hey, great to see you, hon. I call it a mind and mouth transit. And it's basically when, if we've got thought patterns, paradigms, thought formats, if we've got communication habits and patterns that basically just are not working for us. Like we get caught up in negative thinking, we get caught up in blaming, we get caught up in um, complaining. You know, if we're doing those kinds of things, a transit like this is going to show us why it does not work, number one. And number two, it's also going to facilitate transforming it. And unfortunately, kind of some of the way that it does that is we kind of hit some walls, unfortunately, with the way we're communicating and speaking. We get some hard lessons, some real truths from people during a transit like this. And so, because of that, we can find ourselves with a transit like this withdrawing, shutting down, wanting to do some real self-reflection and some real kind of like, okay, who am I and what am I bringing to the circumstance? Like it's a real mirroring kind of energy that life gives back to us about the way our conscious mind is running our show. Saturn through the third house also represents an impact to siblings, cousins, neighbors, and soul family. And so this is a transit where there could be a bit of realignment of those relationships, and not just a realignment, but also if things are misaligned, some of those people start to move out of our lives during a transit like this. This is a 2.5 year transit for him. But ultimately, it's about getting himself into alignment through his conscious mind, his spoken words, and his most immediate community with who he really is, so that he's not operating from a place of self compromise or self delusion. It's not an easy transit, but it's also not one of the worst ones either. It's the kind of transit that allows him to have an approach that's far more holistic in the way that he is sharing himself in the world, where he's including the truth of who he is a bit more unapologetically, and where he can't include himself, he just will not go. And some of those people will have to be removed from his world. So there's a bit of that. All right, let me get this tarot situation together for you. I'm going to shuffle. Hey, Queen of Water, welcome. Shell, thank you. I really appreciate being told I'm the ish. That's a nice compliment. Thanks, lady. Let's get this shuffle going. I noticed Vivian jumped on the list while I was reading there for Shell. I see Pallavi here as well, jumped on the list. Ladies, Vivian, you're going to be next. So Vivian, if you would get your question ready, that would be great. Let's go ahead and shuffle for Shell. How is what he's experiencing going to impact Shell? Interesting. So these all kind of came out together as one energy. I only take 3, but 4 popped out. We've got the Tower reversed, followed by the Hierophant upright, followed by Two of Swords upright, followed by Three of Wands reversed. Interesting. So, I see interesting. You ask about how this is going to impact you. I don't really know that it will. This is probably one of these not about you transits in his world based on what I'm seeing. But like I said, if you wanted to look deeper, we could do like a 30-minute twin flame and I can compare the charts to see where there's mirroring and overlap between your planets and his planets in a one chart mini reading, one question mini reading. I can only look at one chart. But what's interesting to me is that the Tower reversed is what opens the energy. And so this is him having kind of already gotten probably some rude awakenings about, the way his consciousness is helping or not. I'm using the Light Seer Tarot. And so the Hierophant being the next card in this deck, the Hierophant card talks more about an elevation of consciousness than anything else. Normally in the tarot, it's about contracts, commitments, stability in relationship. It's a marriage looking card. But in this deck, the Hierophant talks more about, if anything, your marriage to self and source and coming into enlightenment in this deck. Which is interesting because it's immediately followed by the Two of Swords, and the Three of Wands is in reverse. So the embarkment on a new adventure is not here. Trying to avoid catastrophes that's the Tower reversed. But right here in the middle, it's like he vacillates. He's going back and forth in this energy of enlightenment and no, I don't want to see that. Negative thinking. Enlightenment, no, I don't want to see that. Negative thinking. And so this is normal. It's a part of the process when we're starting to understand how quickly our mind manifests our reality. It's a part of the process when we're coming to recognize the way our thinking impacts our level of elevation, our mood, our capacity to be directly tapped into source. And so he's learning this lesson by essentially putting a lot of the external movement in his life on pause. Three of Wands reverse, Tower reverse, like, okay, no new movement because I got to figure out what's happening inside that's causing this. So there's a lot of self-reflection energy in here, which is quite beautiful to see, especially at the beginning of a transit like this. Normally you don't see that kind of energy until a person has really moved through the transit for an extended period of time. But this transit just began for him. It goes on for another 2.5 years through this house. And if he's already kind of acing the lesson or getting the insight this early in the game, I think he's in for some real rewards as he closes out the transit in a couple of years. So beautiful stuff. Thank you, Michelle, for allowing me to read for you. Hope that was illuminating for you. And like I said, let's do the 30-minute twin flame reading because I think that will create greater clarity for you. Very cool. So we've got Vivian next. Whenever you're ready, Vivian. For those of you who are just joining, welcome. It is my pleasure to be here with you. List is open. After Vivian, we have Pallavi. And then during this live only, I think I may have mentioned it, I'm giving you guys a chance to save 20% on 1 hour readings. The codes have just been pasted. So there's that. If you want to jump into a 1 hour, this is the best time to do it. It helps regarding court. Thank you. Okay, Shell, cool. Okay. Vivian, Turkey, Bursa, 5/20/1988. No birth time. All right. And after I do, Vivian, if you've made a payment, I will double check the payment apps and add your name to it. Okay. Okay. Does he tend to cheat in relationships? I just found out that my friends with benefits has a girlfriend and he's been cheating on his girlfriend. She probably doesn't know about my existence. Wow, that's intense. There are some symbols of cheating in a relationship or in a chart. Let's see. Does he have this as a way of interacting? It's a good question. Hmm. It's a potential for him. I would not say it's his normal MO or go to. There are some people whose charts kind of indicated as like this is just how I roll. I always have a main chick and a side chick, a main dude and a side dude. There's some people who are just like that, where they always kind of have something lined up. I don't necessarily see that this is really your person's way, though. If I'm being completely honest, this isn't normal for him. But let me just examine his childhood really quick, see if that was something in the patterning from childhood. It could have been if I'm looking to see what his childhood energy down here is like. There could have been some dysfunction in the household where clear, positive, healthy communication around resolving conflicts may not have happened. And so for your person, I see they certainly could have carried that into the way they are adulting at this time. Let me see what else you said. He just filed a divorce last month. I don't know if his girlfriend is just a rebound or what. Okay. Well, that illuminates a lot. I would say, honestly, and I hate to say this, Vivian, I would say you're both probably rebounds. If he's just filing for divorce, this is a man who's probably just going through it and needs some outlets. Um, he needs some outlets for comfort with the Taurus sun, some outlets for, calming communication with the excessive Gemini energy here. Is this his normal go-to? No, I wouldn't say so. In fact, that just illuminates it even further that this is a function of a dysfunctional time in his life, a painful time in his life. This is him going, this is what he does when he is in pain more than who he is when he is at his best. With Scorpio being the sign opposite his sun and sun being in Taurus, this is a person who's going to naturally want to work things out with someone. This is also the kind of person who will probably, if anything, overstay in a relationship when it's done. So like he can be in like a 5-year relationship, 4 years, way too long. So that kind of thing where they'll kind of attempt to make it work to their own detriment. And then you would find behaviors like this coming out of this particular person. Classic kind of symbols of cheating. I don't really see that here, but behaviors that come out when this person is in shadow. Absolutely. I definitely see that. Yeah, with Scorpio being the sign opposite this person's sun, I could see some of that. Taurus being the sun sign, just seeking physical comfort and not being great about communication, wandering around in the world of secrets. Yeah, that's absolutely a Taurus Scorpio kind of thing. So, all of that to say, I don't know how you found this information out, Vivian, but it warrants maybe some further conversation with him and being honest with yourself about how this feels to you and whether or not you want to continue with this new information, especially if you like him as a person, if you want to be around him, if you want this to work, if this is the kind of relationship you want to extend in some way, given that what you're witnessing are his pain behaviors, I would get out of the trenches with him immediately. That would be my counsel for you and strong advocacy, because this is the kind of person, when they are done rebounding, he's also going to be done with all the people he rebounded with. And he's not going to be able to take you seriously or put you in the category of a person that he would seriously consider or date. He would need to have like a clean slate, somebody he doesn't have guilt and shame and secrets attached to in his interaction. I would say if he had a bit more of like, yeah, I don't see that he's the kind of person. He's a compartmentalizer with so much fixed energy in his chart. And so it's going to serve you to say, ask him directly, like what you just asked me. Am I just a rebound? Yeah, Queen of Water, go ahead, girl. The list is wide open. Am I just a rebound for you? Are you even prepared for anything serious or real at this time? And if he says, I can't even think about that, I only just filed for divorce, then the best thing you could do for someone with his placements is to say, look, I feel like I'm falling in love with you. This is very real for me. I understand you're in a circumstance right now. And what I would say is, when you are ready to look at something serious, you have my phone number, you know where I'm at, and I would leave it alone. That kind of self-respect, as opposed to offering patience and understanding for someone with the combination of energies that we just saw in his chart, is actually going to make this go a lot further in terms of this coming into viability. He doesn't have enough mutable energy in him to kind of carry you through the stages of his grief, shame, recovery, healing, and setting himself up to be ready to do a relationship. This is a man who puts people in boxes. So if you want to be in the considered for real girlfriend stuff box, Vivian, I would let him know pretty quickly, this is the box I fit in. And until you're ready to deal with things in that box, I'll be over here. Because he doesn't have the capacity to shift, unfortunately. So, all right. So that's Vivian. Cool. And then we have Pallavi. So Pallavi, you go ahead and drop your question. Go for it, go for it, go for it. And then that's it. If you want to get on the list, you certainly can. The list is definitely open at this time. After I read for Pallavi, there's no one else. So you would be next with no wait. I see Carmen just jumped on the list. I think that's Queen of Water. Confirm for me if that's you. Cool. Okay, Queen of Water. Yeah, cool. And then Pallavi. Oh, perfect. Pallavi. Thank you. Love it. You guys are on it today. I think stop seeing him is the right thing to do. Yeah. Thanks for the advice. Yeah. But more than anything, I would say ask him, right? You were asking me, but I don't see that this is the kind of man who wouldn't have a straight answer for you. He may not know, but even that's your indication that he's not ready. But I would ask him straight up, like, look, I really care. I really like you. My heart is in this with you. Are you in a place where you can even do something real with someone right now? Is your mind there? Is your heart there? Are you ready for that? And see what he has to say. Let him speak for himself. And, if he's like a, yeah, I don't know, or a maybe, back that ass up. And not in the way that we want to. I would just back it up so that he can put you in the real thing box when he's ready. So let's make sure I got this. September 1092, 10:18 p.m. Hyderabad. Okay, cool. Awesome. Let's get it. He is coming into realization about this connection and wants to get out of the marriage he is in. Wow, Pallavi, that's cool. Not surprised. Union window is open. Peaks in January coming. So, not surprised at all. He's worried about the timing when he would be able to get out of the marriage. Interesting. I'm not sure what he has going on that has him concerned about the timing in terms of, just his circumstances. I certainly see there's some major work transitions going on here for him. Certainly opportunity and possibility financially. If he were to do something like make a departure, if he was my client directly, I would tell him now's probably the absolute best time that he can find with Saturn, the restorer of integrity, in a direct hard square to the ruler of his house of committed partnership. These tend to be classic transits for the completion of a relationship. But he's got to pay attention to his third dimensional circumstances. Like, are there kids involved? Will he have to move financially? Has he even saved up enough money to be able to maintain his household and care for his kids? I don't know what all of that is going to be for him. But as I'm looking at this, I see Saturn preparing to cross over his moon with a Sati Sati transit. I'm seeing Saturn in trine to his Jupiter in Virgo. Honestly, it's like a now time thing for him. I see either way, whether he does it now or in a year from now, I'm seeing overall, this is going to be about a 2.5 year transition process for this person from start to finish, from first communication about wanting to complete the marriage all the way through finalized divorce, finalized separation of property and finance, and finalized agreements around the children. If there are children involved, no children. Okay. I'm seeing this is a 2.5 year process from start to finish for him, including his grieving and his, recovery around what divorce means to him. Some people are just like, okay, no big deal. It was a relationship that didn't work and they move on. But there are many people who take a lot of shame and the fact that their marriage completed, they don't have a framework for it that is empowering to them. They have a framework of defeat. And depending upon what the situation was with the family, her family and his family, all of that, it can take some time for a person to work through emotionally. So, like I said, I certainly see the writing on the wall here. I see that from a timing perspective, the timing is anywhere from now to 2.5 years from now where the trigger gets pulled. So, if this is your person and you really love them, I'd offer them whatever patience and support you can provide. It's my counsel for you. Whatever patience and support you can provide around, like, look, I'm not going anywhere. It sounds like you really want to look at what's possible between you and me. I would love that, but I also want you to take the time you need to complete this with as much integrity as you can. It matters to me that you walk away from this in a way that allows you to look yourself in the mirror and keep your own self-respect. So I'm not going anywhere. Take your time, do what you got to do. I'm happy to look at us and whatever us is once you have completed the process. And just, be that, that loving space and, let him have the process. He said the discussion has started about all this. Families are involved. Yeah, families are always involved when two people get married, right? And all the attachments that go with that. So, oh, Pallavi, hang in there, sweets. I know this can't be easy to witness from, the side you're on, but again, my counsel is don't get in the trenches with him. Like this is something he has to walk through. You can just be available as a sounding board and be a light when he's available to receive light. That's all. That's exactly what I told him the other day. Awesome, Pallavi. See, we already share a brain. Really cool. Okay, so Queen of Water, it is your turn, beloved. Let's have your question. And then after I read for Queen of Water, that's it. The list is open. So if you would like for me to read for you, you can certainly jump on the list. I can read for you. We can do that. And I can read your chart. I can read the chart. I had somebody last week who asked me, I think it was Flower and Forgiveness, asked me to read her daughter's chart and her son's chart about specific situations they were going through and how she could support them. So you can also allow me to do that for you, be supportive that way. Okay, cool. Cool, Queen of Water. Let's do this. Australia, Melbourne. Oh, well, happy birthday to him. 1988, 11 a.m. Okay. What's his biggest challenges and us? Yeah, I don't pressurize him about the timing, but good to know that 2.5 years would be a ballpark time. Yeah. Been in separation 4 years now. Got it, Queen of Water. Okay, let me share screen. Is it reading only cards or chart or both? Melanie, Hope Glitterati, and my other moderators will clarify for you, but you can do either one if you want, but they'll clarify. Oh, your son wanted to listen again, Flower and Forgiveness. That's so cool. Okay. So Queen of Water wants to know what's his challenges about us. Do I have that right? What's his biggest challenge about us? Did I understand that correctly? When I look to see now for the now time challenges for him and what just kind of because challenges move in cycles, right? They move in waves. When I look to see right now what's going on in terms of challenges that could be coming up around connection for your person, the biggest thing I'm seeing is the first thing that stood out is this Chiron conjunct his divine feminine energy. The second thing I would say, yeah, it's his Saturn opposing his sun. That's a tough transit, period. Whether he's connected to you, connected to somebody else. He's just a tough energy for connection when Saturn opposes your sun. These combinations of energy make being in any kind of connection or relationship difficult. The Chiron Juno thing brings up all your triggers and wounds in partnership. Juno classically represents partnership in astrology. She is the partnership asteroid. My advocacy as an astrologer is that she replaces Venus as the governor of Libra. Libra is the partnership sign. It is the ruler of your person's partnership house. So when Chiron comes to sit with Juno, she goes into this energy of what's wrong with me when it comes to relationship and examining all of our relationship stories, right? So a Chiron conjunct Juno transit gives us very much, like, why can't I figure this out in a relationship? Why can't I do XYZ? Why can't I have XYZ result? What's wrong with me that other people can have this or experience that, but I always end up getting the opposite, that kind of thing. And so there's a self-reflective tone to it if you're willing to be with the discomfort of what's not working in relationship. Okay. And so there are some things that are not working. There are some triggers that are coming up. It's very it's very subconscious to him at the moment. 12th house is the house of the subconscious mind. And so while your person is extraordinarily intuitive and certainly broadcasts at a like a broadband frequency in terms of energies that he puts out there, and I'm sure you're very tapped in as well, because I know you read, one of the things that's going on is this kind of like soul searching, probably like sitting around listening to sad music in the background while he's like, like everyone else gets to have love but me. What's wrong with me? And so hopefully it's triggering some conscious thoughts around what he needs to do in order to allow relationship to show up in a workable way for him. At some point, when you have a pattern around relationships, you do need to look around and say, look, I'm the common denominator. And if I don't like the pattern, then I need to do something different. Right. And so it's a bit of that. And it's only amplified by the fact that Saturn, the restorer of integrity, is transiting opposite his moon. And this is really pointing out in some pretty uncomfortable ways some of his emotional habits and patterns that just aren't working for him. These habits and patterns are things he got in his childhood, 4th house. They're showing up in the world of work, 10th house, and they're triggering some of his questioning around relationships there. So all of that to say, I think what you're probably picking up on is some of that inner turmoil. Sounds like you've picked up some inner turmoil here. He is always like that. He's very intellectual, constantly coming through to me astrally, and it's drama. Oh, dreams. Astrally in the dreams. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of internal turmoil that I feel like life is bringing to his doorstep and showing him, you need to work on this. You cannot progress further in your career. You cannot progress further in the world of relationship until you have dealt with this. And if he's being smart as he's working this transit that actually began last year for him, what he'll see is that what's happening in the world of work is also happening in the world of relationship, that there's a mirror between the two for him at this time. And it'll give him the opportunity to start putting the pieces together so that he can grow. Like I said, there's enough pattern built up and enough kind of life continuing to drop off dump trucks of his own BS to his front door and say, deal with this, now deal with that, deal with this. There's no way to move through a transit like this without really recognizing, like, okay, I got to do some work on me here. So I'm hoping he's doing that. This is a perfect transit for specifically Chiron through the 12th house, getting psychotherapeutic support, talking to a therapist, talking to a coach, somebody who can help you unpack what was it that happened here in childhood that is really causing the emotional backlog and blockage in the world of relationship. And that's also being mirrored back to him in the world of work. So hopefully he's getting that support. He's talking to someone. This is a perfect time to do it, but it's certainly, it's a painful time. So what the counsel that I would provide for you, Queen of Water, as these energies are hitting you, you seem pretty intuitive and super clear about the fact that there's something happening on his end. Continue to stay in discernment, right? That's step one. Continue to stay in discernment about this is his energy, not mine, and knowing when what you're experiencing isn't necessarily yours. And then to remember as an empath that the signal works both ways. It's not just a one-way street. The radio signal, radio frequency, yeah, you can receive radio frequency, but you can also transmit radio frequency as well. So if it ever gets too heavy for you and you just can't like turn it down or turn the radio off, if he's transmitting depression, you can transmit healing energy so that what consumes the mutually connective energy between you is this energy of more love, more light, more surrender to what's going on, like transmitting like yeah, I know this is hard, but you got to look. You got to be willing to look in the mirror here. What is this showing you? What is this teaching you? How can you grow? So you can transmit frequency just like you can receive it. And I think a lot of empaths forget that and wander into the world of how do I protect myself from everyone and everything? You don't have to protect yourself from everything. You just have to turn on that power to turn that signal right back around. Right. Yeah. Return to sender. Exactly. Queen of Water. Um, you don't need to rescue him. My heart breaks for him because now he's facing his shadow work. Yeah. But this is where his power lives, right? Um, like we are only as powerful as the parts of ourselves that we're willing to embrace, right? If we could just, let's just take this to the macro level for a minute. No, you can't do it for him. Nobody can help Putin face his shadow. Putin needs to sit down and deal with the fact that, he's at a legacy moment in his life, and beating up another country and usurping all of their resources isn't going to make him feel more sufficient as a leader as he moves into the later stages of his career. That's not going to make you feel more sufficient. That's just going to make you look like a bully. Um, and so, same thing here. Like, if Putin were to really kind of look at this from another perspective, he could have gone a completely other way in terms of legacy and really built super strong alliances that enriched both countries, that enriched not both countries, but the entire region. He could have creatively sourced some new ways of, like, let's all get rich together, but he didn't do that. He went the route of insufficiency, not enoughness, need to take because I feel so deficient inside, right? And so that kind of thing, like, our power is most available when we are willing to be present with our pain. And so you don't need to feel bad, celebrate, rejoice. Like, yes, please be in touch with this pain. You are going to become the best version of yourself through this. Touch that pain, boy. Get in there. Does it hurt? Does it hurt so good? Like, celebrate this. This is a moment of triumph and breakthrough for him. And as much as you can just say, like, continuing, like, energetically, like, put comfort and balm around and tenderness around touching that pain so that he feels safe to touch it, and do be in that practice in your own world, right? That will facilitate bringing that energy into the connection so that both of you have greater access to your own power. Um, Hope Glitterati, sometimes feels cruel to say you're on your own with this. It does. It totally can. Um, let's see. The list is open if anyone wants to book a reading. Queen of Water was the last one that had paid. I'm going to double check the payment apps in a minute. So if you'd like to pay and get on the list, you certainly can. Melanie, yes, you can certainly get on the list. I don't know if Melanie's still here. She had that question, Melanie Spears. You can do a chart reading for $25.25. But if you'd like to do a chart reading plus a tarot card pull, that's $35.35. So I can get additional messages through the tarot for you that way. List is open, and all you need to do is just click that PayPal link. If you'd like to jump on it, you would be next. If you would like for me to read for you. Let's see. Queen of Water says, I love him, but I can't do this for him. That's exactly it. Like Hope Glitterati said. Queen of Water says, it's like trying to control things with demanding consequences. Yeah. Giving ultimatums. Exactly. I had to do it. I went right into the pain with Reiki healed. Beautiful Queen of Water. He chose to run. Periodically we have that kind of, like, life will only let us run for so long. It'll knock on the door, then it'll tap us on the shoulder, then it'll slap us across the face, then it'll knock us out with a 2x4. If we're hard-headed, life is benevolent. It does give us multiple chances to get the memo. simultaneously, it doesn't work unless we're willing to sink into the lesson, right? Like life will break it down. It'll give us multiple chances. It doesn't mind if we have to repeat some things. It's up to us if we like the hard road or not. So there's that. Okay. I just got a payment from Gratitude Diary. I think that's Melanie. But so yeah, he can only run. Just take comfort in the fact, Queen of Water, you already know this. We can only run from ourselves for so long. He's getting it now. Yeah, totally. Melanie, are you Gratitude Diary? The list is open. So if anyone would like to jump on it, I'm reading for Gratitude Diary next. And then after Gratitude Diary, it would be your turn. There's only that person next. Cool. And Melanie, if you could just confirm that that's you, baby cakes, that would be fantastic. Perfect. Thank you, Melanie. Yeah, I always do the chart first, always, because it gives me the context for what I'm seeing with the tarot. Okay, 1 second, guys. Let's see. What do we have? Hey, Melanie, where is Launceston? Launceston? Melanie, is that Australia? Is like what country is that in? Let me know what country I'm working with here. Australia. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Launceston. Okay. Tasmania. Okay, no problem. Let me go back to the date here. January 29, 1/29, 1972, 12:00 a.m. All right, share screen. Now, Melanie would like to know what are the strengths in his chart that will help him navigate his own truth without being manipulated by others or through fear and scarcity. Wow, what a profound question, Melanie. What a profound question. Mm. Let's see. Okay, so your person is majorly intuitive, majorly. Um, and so what's interesting about this is when you have the level of intuitive insight that your person has, especially with the Pluto Uranus conjunction piece, yeah, and the divine feminine piece and the Lilith, geez. What I'm going to tell you is that your person is guided by a something that even they can't name, but that in the end, you and they need to remember that there's always a reason for why they are where they are doing what they are doing when they are doing it. And sometimes it's not going to make sense to you. It's not going to make sense to them. And so some of the ways in which they're showing up is we have to remember that we're part of the larger fabric of life, of the habitat, of the ecosystem, and that even when we are somebody else's prey, that predator needs to eat. And even when we are that predator, um, sometimes there are other beings set up to be our prey. Predator and prey is not the right example, but you know, Charlotte said it wonderfully in the live we just did. Like at some point when we're being true and congruent to ourselves, we have to remember we are going to be someone else's villain in the story. And so his intuition, what I can tell you that I think would probably be reassuring for you to hear, and certainly for him to know if it as it serves to reveal and share, is that even when he doesn't understand it, he is being guided by a higher life force, and that those internal kind of compulsions that show him, I should go over here, I should be doing this, I should be doing that, and I don't know why. Um, because of his openness as a channel to kind of being led and guided, um, he has a knack for being used by life in service of other people's growth. And so, even though he may do some things out of scarcity mindset, or do some things out of fear, or do some things, um, maybe other people might manipulate him. What's actually going on is he is being an active participant in a lesson at times that those people need to learn with this energy in the sign of Libra, the partnership energy sign. So I want to encourage you as you're watching these things go on in his life to remember his sovereignty, to remind yourself of his power. I mean, his power lives in the subconscious mind. That's where his Pluto sits. To remind yourself of his capacity to anything he gets himself into, he does have the ability to get himself out of. And this person is no kind of like, he's no puppet or slave to other people's will, especially not with Mars and Aries, not with an Aquarius sun. He certainly has in his shadow an overgiving personality. He can be overly looking out for other people with this moon situation here, overly wanting to take care of with the Aquarius sun and the Cancer moon. But there is nothing he is doing, nothing he is offering, nothing he is being that isn't in some way intuitively guided for a person like this. And it's just important to remind ourselves when we watch other people go through what we perceive to be painful experiences and events for them, that they have their own trajectory, they have their own soul contracts with other people. They are meant to be teaching and learning from others as much as we are, that there isn't a right way to do life, and that sometimes what they're being given are they're being given they are giving gifts and lessons as good as they are getting, and that sometimes giving those lessons, yeah, sometimes they're in some real kind of painful places with that. So Melanie goes on to say, he tried to leave his marriage in 2020, but the wife took the kids away. His heart could not handle that. So he went back. Yeah. Yeah. And that really may be, a bit of his lesson in this lifetime and her lesson too around like, is this who she wants to be? The kind of person who will take a shell of a man, a shell of the man that she married to keep him around and use children as pawns in that way? Is that who she really wants to be? She may need to play this out till she gets to the point of recognizing this isn't who she really is. But she's not going to get there and get the soul lesson without him being in the situation of being less than and half of himself. But still choosing to be there, and her really getting that mirror back like, wow, I have created this situation where a person I love has to be less of themselves. Right. So just the major strength to answer your question is that this person is extraordinarily intuitive. There's nothing done without purpose, and that the purpose, it may not be something they understand in real time or that you can see in real time, but it is definitely there for your person. Definitely there. So, cool. Okay. Let me just see. Okay, yep. Gratitude diary, got your payment. Cool. So, gratitude diary was the last one on the list for now. Thank you. Very helpful. I'm so glad to hear that. If you would like to jump on the list, you definitely can. The list is certainly open. And this is how you do it. I just pasted it there. And for anyone who wants to take this a little bit deeper, have a conversation, about the full text or the full context of their circumstance, I do have a special today for you. I am offering 1 hour sessions with me just to people who do the live mini readings with me. This is a very special community. I'm giving you the chance to take 20% off 1 hour readings with me. If you book those 1 hour readings with me during this live broadcast, once I'm done being live, the 20% goes away and we're back to the standard pricing for the 1 hour readings. But you can find all of the information over at kmoonastro.com if you'd like to book. And those are the codes. I just pasted them in the chat. And let's see. Let me go back into the payment app just to see if anyone wants to get a mini reading. Got to log back in there. And if anybody who's been would like to go again, you can certainly go again. We can do that. We can do a second one for you. You guys are amazing. I'm so impressed with you guys. This is such a special and extraordinary group. I love reading for you guys. Last week, I think it was Shay Israel who was like, can you look at Biden's chart? Can you look at Putin's chart? And just talk to us about what we're seeing. And that was a lot of fun for me. I love being able to do that. So we might do something else like that momentarily. Very cool. Let me just share with the main channel that we are live doing mini readings now. And that will extend our list. How are you guys feeling the energy? How are you guys experiencing the energy? in the world of the full moon? How are you guys doing with all these changes that are happening with, I think the gas prices and like this Russian invasion of Ukraine? How are you guys noticing your communities are responding? How are you feeling? I'd love to get, just a better insight into how you guys are experiencing all of this. Let me go to the main channel and quickly post. I haven't logged in. No, that is an incognito window. And then, like I said, if anybody wants to go a second time, you definitely can. There you go. Did it post? Yes, it did. Perfect. Awesome. Let me come out of there and come back to our chat. Yes, Leticia, if you have the place of birth and the date of birth, I can definitely do a chart reading. Let's see. Let's see what you guys are saying. Hope, Love, and Sunshine says, can you talk about the North and South nodes in Taurus and Scorpio, please? I actually have a video. Let me just record it this weekend for you guys about the nodes movement through Taurus and Scorpio. I've been a little woefully behind on my messages for that and the 2020 twin flame channeled messages. I've just been trying to get it organized in my brain because it all came out like as a stream of consciousness as one, and trying to get it to be two separate videos has been a bit of a challenge for me. But yeah, Melanie says we have lost two towns, Mullumbimby and Leesmore. Wow, but the community spirit is amazing. Sorry. Wow. Hope Glitterati says I'm feeling it from everyone. Everyone is feeling broke. My neighbors want to move. Gosh, Kylie, yeah. So Glitterati says sometimes I'm not sure if it's mine that I'm working through or someone else's. Yeah, I agree. It's that empath thing. I agree. Queen of Water. She says, it goes on to say the world's been in unrest for several years now. Let me see. Cool. And let me just double check the payment apps just to see if anyone jumped on the list. Yeah. Okay, cool. But yes, I can do Leticia. If you want to do a reading, you do not have to know the time. I can use a sunrise chart and still get very accurate information for you. Yes, big purple hearts for everyone. I got fuel. It was 222 a liter. Wow. Hope, Love, and Sunshine energies have been sucky since after the Pisces new moon. I live in California, so gas prices are $6 per gallon. It makes me want to curse. War stinks big time. I've lived through it before. I cannot watch the news. Yeah, watching the news has been really hard and heartbreaking. Flower and Forgiveness says, my sister and dad are having clarity about how they treat others. Hallelujah. Going through a moment, trying to help them find forgiveness. Wow. Wow. That is transformative work, Flower and Forgiveness. Wow. Yes, and with Shadow Week, oil prices. Yes, Melanie says, "Do you know anything about pole shifts? Chart is that charted astrologically in any way?" I think so, Melanie. The person I've been listening to on that, I don't know if you're familiar with Greg Braden. He has a YouTube channel and he's written tons of books, and he's a geologer. I know the person who studies the earth and like the layers of the earth's crust and like how the earth's magnetic frequencies work, etc. Um, and so, hey, Elvin, I've been wondering about you. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you here. Um, and so he's been talking a lot about how there have been some shifts. When the poles shifts, he says that it shifts like the global temperature when they shift several degrees, and they shift several degrees every few thousand years or so. And we can look by sampling the earth's core, not the core but like the crust, like going from the top layer down multiple like several thousand feet, like we can see when there were other shifts in the poles and when it would have changed the temperature and the way that the earth was set up. So I is it tracked astrologically? It might be. I don't know enough about it to comment on it, but I listening to Greg Braden, he was saying that that's the kind of thing that will definitely shift the temperature of Earth to a significant and prolific degree in a way that we are currently now seeing. So, Hoke Literati says, I'm feeling like trying my twins chart this time. Go for it. I'd be happy to read for your twins chart. Um, Kylie says her receipt today said 1122. That's good. I love that. I love it when the numbers are like, so progress. I always end up getting or receiving messages at 12:34 p.m. or a.m. And that's always a sign for me that there's like, okay, there's a sequence here. Things are happening in an order, and you just need to relax because you're on a process here, like you're on a journey. Elvin says, I've been doing good. I've started dating, let my twin go, feel like my 3D is getting balanced rapidly. Yeah, Elvin. That's what I was thinking about with you because I mean, I've followed your journey and worked with you for the last couple of years. And you really have gotten way, way, way balanced. Um, Jellium Jenny. Hey, hello. New here. Did one mini read so far, trying to formulate a new question. All good. You're welcome, Leticia. So yeah, just whenever you want to make your payment, then I can read for you. In terms of a question, you could ask about anything. You can ask about someone you love. Last week, Flower and Forgiveness asked about her son in one reading and her daughter in the other reading, as they're both going through something and she wanted to know best way to support them in those areas of life. So she gave me their charts, and so I read for her and was like, here's what they would need. You can ask about, your mom or your dad if you want to understand them better. If there's wounding there between the two of you, you want to understand why mom and dad might be the way they are. You can always ask about your boyfriend, girlfriend, if you want, or a sibling that maybe you struggle to get along with and you want to know the best way. You can send their chart information. You can ask about the transits of this year, especially if you are a fixed sign or have a lot of fixed placements. Scorpio, Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, these are our fixed placements. This is a year of significant change this year and next year for the fixed placements. Significant change, significant transformation, depending upon what houses those signs fall on. You can ask about your love life, your patterns in love, like why you keep attracting the same thing. You can always ask about your spiritual gifts and spiritual path. Yes, Jelly and Genie, you can ask about what your purpose is in this lifetime. You can ask about like how you're meant to make money in this lifetime. These are really good questions to ask. All right, Layla, I did receive your payment. So Layla's next. Hello, Layla. Go ahead and place your question, Layla, and place your birth details there in the chat, and I will create your chart so that we can jump right in. You can ask about the way that you, if you've got habits or patterns in work, like you continue to have the same type of boss or coworker situations or challenges on the work front, or if you want to launch a business, or if you want to change careers, or you want to go back to school, we can look at timing, things you're meant to study, things you're going to be good at. We can look at if there are blockages for you in the world of communication, like you tend to always shut down or always overshare, or if you kind of always get triggered around the same things with different people, we can look at that and how you're meant to overcome it. There's a lot we can work with your birth chart. If you're stuck around money, we can look at the flow and what you can do to unblock the flow of money. If you've got a house to sell, we can look at the timing, or if it's been on the market forever and it's not selling, we could look at blockages around why it might not be selling, all of that. So many options. Okay, so Layla, let's jump into this. What upcoming challenges will my twin be facing? Ohio, Cleveland, 327. Happy upcoming birthday to him, 1963. Birth time unknown, no problem. We can definitely read without a birth time. Let me share a screen. Okay. We can look at that, Miriam, like what's blocking your gifts. We can certainly look at that. If you want to jump on the list, you certainly can. The payment information is in the pinned comment up above in the chat in blue. Right now, we're going to read for Layla and see what kind of challenges are coming up for her beloved. She'd like to be supportive. Challenges coming up include, okay, so he's in his second Saturn return, I see. Saturn returns happen once every 30 years, and they give us the opportunity for retrospective and realignment in terms of where we're headed, what we're doing, and is what we're doing what we really need. Because this falls in the 11th house for your person, there's a bit of soul searching happening in terms of what it is they're creating. 11th house is hopes, wishes, and dreams, and the helpful people that help us get there. And it's also about manifestation. This is the axis of manifestation. And with Saturn moving through this house, a couple of things are true. Anytime Saturn hits our 11th house, we get into a conversation about is what we're manifesting, what we're creating, is it still alive for us? Or are we just following through on an old dream that has long since died? Is it still real for us? Do we still want it? Is it the kind of thing that we feel aligned with? Is it aligned with who we are becoming? And so this period of time can be a period of time of letting go for a person when they get into the Saturn 11th house transit. Not only is it a period of time of letting go, but it's a period of time of certain things being removed. Sometimes certain friends may go by the wayside. There may be certain people that we've outgrown, and a Saturn 11th house transit will reveal it to us. Some of the dreams that we may have had, we may be working on trying to get them to come to fruition. And in a Saturn 11th house transit, especially on a Saturn return, may reveal to us that those things are just not aligned with where we are headed. They're not aligned with who we're becoming, even if we don't know who we are becoming yet. So all of that to say, is your person going through a hard time? Yeah, I could see it. I could see, especially for the age, perhaps a retirement. It may have been, if he wasn't ready to go, it may have been something that was kind of, he was invited to go, he was excused. I can see that there was also probably some challenges with his kids. If he's got kids, some real needing to let them have their own life, let them do their own thing during this period of time. And he may not have agreed with it. They may have needed to have taken some time apart. Last year, with Saturn squaring his moon, I certainly see this was an emotionally challenging time. Some of his creature comforts may have gotten taken away from him with that moon in the second sign from his sun, and some financial challenges may have presented as well. All of that to say, because this is a moment of deep realignment, um, of him needing to figure out what's the truth of who I am, and is that being expressed? And what can I let go of so that I can be a more authentic expression of myself? Not to mention the way this realignment is happening as part of the world song as well, post COVID. There's just this way that I can see your person is needing Layla to move through a lot of letting go. And depending upon how your person is with attachments, they're not too bad. They could be worse, but depending upon, how attached they get to things, this can be a challenge. This is a moment of time of a closing of a chapter in your person's life, and there's a real need to honor that for them, that how far they have come. Let go of the half fulfilled dreams, because some new dreams are about to come online, and step into kind of like grieving what hasn't happened and embracing what has, and letting go of what they're attached to that hasn't happened. I think that's basically the gist of this. Yes, it's going to let up. I want to just confirm that for you. He is about to move into a period of time that will be a little less hard, come next year. But the easiest way to move through the energy of right now is to examine why he might be attached to what he's attached to, why it's going the way it's going, while it's going the way it's going, and find, is there a way that I can hold on to this a little less grip wise? Like, can I loosen my grip on some of this? That's going to be the question to work with here for him in his growth. And as you're listening to him and supporting him, and I can see with an Aries sun, a person like this probably has a lot of complaint, not going to lie, and a Taurus moon. Yep, plenty of complaint. Um, and so it may be hard to kind of be in that energy with your person frequently, Layla. Take the breaks you need to take care of yourself, and simultaneously, um, give yourself the space to listen, but not lean into it, because the challenge that your person is facing is really needing to let go. And what you're hearing and what you're witnessing is who they are when life is saying, loosen your grip, let go, get unattached. And so they're, like I said, an Aries sun and an Aries Mercury and a Taurus moon. This person is no stranger to complaint. I'm sure you're going to get an earful. This is just them working through it, working through the loss, working through the grief. Allow them to keep talking through it, and give yourself permission to take breaks as you need to. And ask good questions, right? As you're able to ask questions about, hey, like, maybe is there a way that maybe you could have this in your life without it causing you so much pain? Like, what would be a way to do that? And just get their curiosity churning, their thinking moving on ways to loosen the grip, is the best way I can put it. All right, Miss Layla, I'm sorry your person's having such a hard time, and I'm sorry for the toll that that's taken on you. It's never easy when the people we love are struggling. It's always difficult. So hang in there, and all my love to both of you as he continues to work through it. Okay, so now we have Jean. Jean has joined the list. So, Jean, if you could paste your question, it is your turn. After Jean, we have Geraldine, and then we have Melusine after that. So, thank you all for being here. Um, Miriam and the Journey. Both of you guys can, you're Geraldine. Okay, so Geraldine, I just read for Layla. I'm going to read for Jean and then I'm going to read for you. Okay. Let me do, because her payment, Jean's payment came in first. So I'll do you right after. Um, Cool. And so if you're just joining, welcome. I'm going to read for Jean so you can get a sense of how it works. And then you can jump on the list if you'd like. Awesome, Jellium Jeannie. I'm wondering about my spiritual path this year. Okay, let me get the chart together. I feel like I'm in the beginning. 6/26, 1970, Concord, New Hampshire. It's really pretty up there during the fall. I had the pleasure of driving through at one point and just being like blown away by the colors. It gets really lush, really golden. Okay, let me share screen. Start timer. Okay. Is there anything else that I need to do? That's a great question. Any info, love, and career. Okay, got it. That's Geraldine. Jean wants to know about developing spiritual gifts. Okay, cool. So when I look for spiritual gifts in your chart, I'm looking at this illuminated 12th house, the Cancer Leo 12th house. There's an empath capacity, an emotional ability to feel what other people feel. Certainly, HSP energy, highly sensitive person with moon in Aries. And then I see Sun is the second governor. Sun is in Cancer. Yeah, there's just a lot of highly sensitive person energy here. Um, so when it comes to this, when I look at this, and you may have already noticed this, Jean, that you have this empathic ability to just kind of tune in and be attuned to what other people are feeling, especially with Venus there on your horizon line as well. You're just kind of innately attuned emotionally to other people. So, one of the things that I would say when it comes to being an empath, especially, all empaths are highly sensitive people. I was hearing this woman say on YouTube earlier today, but not all highly sensitive people are empaths. You could be a clairsentient person, which is a very different thing than being an empath. But in your world in particular, I'm seeing empathic ability where you like a energy, other people's moods and emotions, just you naturally are attuned to them. They can almost flow through you as if they're yours, right? And so, one of the giftings of the empath is that innate ability to remember that this is a two-way radio. It's not just a one-way radio where information and emotions just come in. You can also broadcast signal out. So, when you're in a room with people and you notice the vibe is just super low, or you're sitting with someone and you can just feel that they're frustrated or angry, you have the ability to place your spiritual hands on your emotional dial and turn the dial from frustration to peace, or turn the dial from frustration to acceptance. Like, just don't take it up all the way, take it up a little bit. And as you start to broadcast that new signal, they'll attune to it too. So one of the things that people don't really realize about the empath is that they have the ability to broadcast signal that other people can pick up. That porousness works both ways, that they can put out as much as they take in. And so that's one of the things. The other thing I would say too, it's like an intercessory quality with moon in ninth house, where you might be out at the grocery store, driving in traffic, at the gas station, and you just get these little emotional hits about people, you can just give them little bits of reassurance, like whatever it is, it's going to be okay. Or, you know, I, I just want you to know that, life isn't always hard. Like it can start to move in a positive direction. You can give people little bits of reassurance, and really start to see that, they'll be shocked that you can tune in the way that you do and sense what you sense with them. And it's going to go a long way in helping people feel safe and secure in a very unsafe, insecure, unstable world right now. So have fun with that, play with that. Yeah, I said I did that recently in a class I was in. One of the things that I want you to also play with, especially because so many of us are still connecting on the internet or on Zoom, um, is to start sending broadcast over distance, Jean, because you can do this over distance as well. In fact, you might want to, if you guys want to play a little game here with Jean, Jean, I'm going to ask you to broadcast a very specific frequency, set it in your vibrational space, turn it up in yourself first, and then broadcast it inside of those of us gathered here in this small YouTube room. And then I want you guys to guess what frequency Jean is broadcasting. I want you guys to see if you can tune in to what Jean is sharing with us as a frequency. Jean, are you game to play? Do you want to play with us? You want to try this? All right. And for those of you who are here, I do have something special for you guys today, that I don't normally do, and it's just for this live. I have, because there's typically a very special group of people that join for live mini readings. I have set up, if you decide to book on this live, I have set up a way for you to do a 1 hour reading with me for 20% off. And so that 20% off is valid if you book the 1 hour reading while we're doing this live. After that, the 20% goes away. So don't ask, the code won't work. I will ignore your email. But if you're able to do, if you want to chat with me and go deeper on some topics, you can do 1 hour twin flame or relationship reading. You can do 1 hour personal reading. The codes to save 20% are right there, and you can book right over here at kmoonastro.com. Okay. Very cool. And then I don't know. I can, but I'll try. I think you can. I believe in you. Do you guys think she can do this? I think Jean can do this. We're going to play with Jean. So for those of you, Jean, let us know once you're sending the signal. Get yourself set up and let us know once you're sending the signal. And once you guys have a guess about the signal that Jean might be sending, type it in the chat. Okay. Now I'm going to do the journey. The journey, it is your turn. Please paste your question. Ooh, I don't know what happened there. There we go. Please paste your Q and your birth information. After the journey, then we have Melusine, and the list is open if anybody wants to jump on it. Okay. Hope, love, and sunshine. I'll answer this question while we wait for the journey. Do planetary placements and shifts affect Schumann resonance frequencies? I don't know much about Schumann resonance really, so I apologize if the question is stupid. No, there's no stupid question. Oh, okay. I have a guess. Jean, about the broadcast that you're sending. I have a guess. You guys guess. I want you guys to guess. Before I put my guess out there, I want to see what you guys pick up on as the signal that Jean is sending. Hey, Verena Steph, welcome. Great to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And then the journey, where's your stuff? Okay, there you are. I see. The journey, are you still here? Where are you? The journey, 3:20 p.m. Okay. You guys see if you can. I want to know what your guess is. What are you picking up on that Jean is broadcasting? I want you guys to put it in the chat, type it in the chat, what you think what you feel she's broadcasting. Okay. Upcoming in love and career. Okay. Got it. Cool. Welcome, Verena Steph. Great to have you here. I'm going to share screen so that we can see the journeys chart. Okay. That's nice. Hope, love, and sunshine. Okay, that's a great guess. Yeah, I already had a thought. Image come into my head. Joy, pink playground, autumn leaves. Oh, I love that. I love that. Okay, let's get some other guesses. I know there's more of you listening, picking up on the signal. Don't be shy. I have a guess too about what the signal might be, but I want you guys to guess first. All right, let me go ahead and read. Um, Lily Zine says peace vibes. Very nice. Yeah, you guys keep posting in the chat. I'm going to read for Geraldine. What's upcoming for me in love? Okay, and career. I can kind of do one unless the houses are linked. And for you, they are not, or they are linked actually. So, interestingly enough, you have the ruler of your career house here in your relationship house, Geraldine, which some people do have, and it makes their love life and career life very linked. When something happens in one area, it tends to also happen in the other area as well. Because we have Jupiter squaring this area of life for you, the seventh house, what I'm seeing here is it's an opportunity, it's a time for an opportunity and expansion, especially because Jupiter is coming through the 11th house. 11th house is wish fulfillment. It's hopes, wishes, and dreams, and the helpful people that allow us to achieve and accomplish those. And so seeing Jupiter there in that 11th house, what I'm getting is this there's like, it's like a potentiated state. There's a lot of potential here for things to expand, but one of the problems, especially because we've got this Jupiter and Neptune conjunction here, is being a bit overly optimistic and throwing caution to the wind. It's like, oh, well, F it, I'll just do this. And then kind of getting into just maybe a little bit of trouble, having things go sideways, because it's almost like things can go too sideways too quick. It's almost like things can go like not taking enough precaution to have things go well. There can be some unexpected changes at work that you didn't see coming and you weren't prepared for, and in relationship that you didn't see coming, that you weren't prepared for. And on those kinds of things at this time can also unfortunately come Jupiter conjunct Neptune, a little bit of deception, self delusion, just not being as honest with yourself about what success in these two areas of life are going to take. And so, what I would recommend in working with this energy, Geraldine, is first of all, you probably already know and walked into this year, especially given the placement of Saturn here. You probably already know that you need to be a little bit more grounded in the world of work. Hey, Patricia, welcome. Hugs to you as well, beloved. Um, more grounded. There were probably some changes in work last year as you closed out last year, started this year, that meant that you need to really focus in on, where you're going, what your role is, if you have a job or what business you're starting, focusing in on, what's my niche, what's my message, how am I delivering services? This is not the time to coast at all. This is the time to really roll up your sleeves and double down on being focused when it comes to your comes to what you're focused on and what you're doing work wise. Same thing when it comes to relationship, because the ruler of your work house is in your relationship house. There's this true need to not let yourself be distracted and really focus on, okay, what needs work in this relationship? What needs my attention? If I want a relationship and I'm not in one, what do I need to focus on so that, I'm not repeating relationship patterns and cycles. There's a lot of good growth potential here with this energy, but there's also a lot of just kind of deluding yourself that it'll be easy when what this transit is calling for is hard work. Gigi says, I'm transitioning out of the military and starting a health and wellness business. There you go. Very nice. Okay. All right, Geraldine. So, what I would say is I think you already know that starting any kind of business takes work. And what you're doing here is, the transition, you're going to need probably to be very creative with this Jupiter on your axis of creativity and manifestation. You're going to need to be very creative about how you make this work. All right. So that's what I got on that portion. I see that you purchased the tarot. It's the next 6 months, not 6 months, 4 months. I would say June. By June, you're in a different energy. By June. Maybe even, but then we go retrograde back. Just be cautious throughout the year, Geraldine. That's what I would say. We retrograde back and we get some of these same energies back. Just be cautious, optimistic, but be cautious this year. Let me go ahead and pull some tarot for you since you asked. And then Melusine, you're going to be after this. So Melusine, if you would go ahead and place your question in the chat. I love you guys' guesses here. For Hope, Love, and Sunshine. Or not Hope, Love, and Sunshine, but for Jelly and Genie. Okay. Cool. All right. Let me get you 3 cards. 1, 2. Let's have the second card here, please. Second and third card. What does she need to know about love and career? There we go. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Yeah. Whew, yeah. So the fact that you are transitioning out is really real. I see the 10 of Wands, the completion of an arduous cycle, Ace of Wands reversed, Hanged Man reversed, and at the bottom of the deck, we have the Death card. So the ending energy is really, really, really clear here. Super clear. So the fact that you're closing out a cycle, The new one doesn't look like it has been like totally begun yet, but it's coming. Right behind the death card, we have the Two of Cups and the Star. So what I'm seeing here is that there may need to be a bit more focus for you on closing the cycle, a little bit more focus on completely getting out of the situation that you've been in and getting to a place where you are like, you're clear, it's done, the ties are cut, there is no more carry over of what you've been dealing with from before. So if you could, I don't know what you might still have left to do with the military to close that out, but if you can kind of complete that thoroughly, you're going to be freed up, is what this looks like. Number one, it looks like as soon as that's complete, your love life takes off. But then number two, as soon as that's complete, I'm seeing that there's like a depletion of energy with the Hangman reversed and the Ace of Wands reversed. It just looks like you're tired. Like you don't have enough energy or bandwidth to be disciplined, to be focused, to supply the hard work to your new business. So this is telling me that you may need to have a little period of time where you like, maybe the money is tight because you can't have the overlap, but there's a definitive end date to your main job so that you have enough energy to start your side hustle. And it's like as soon as that energy is restored, then you get the potential for love, then you get the potential for success and career stuff. But yeah, it looks like you need to put a full period on that particular the day job kind of thing. Okay. So thank you, The Journey. Melusine is next. The list is open. If you'd like to jump on it, you can certainly do that. I am offering the mini readings. I saw someone jump in. I think it was Jen. Jen asked, hi, how much for a question? Welcome, Jen, and welcome to anyone who's just joining. It is $25.25 for a one question, one chart mini reading. You just saw me do one. And it's $35.35 if you want to do the chart plus a tarot clarifier. So I can add more information by looking at the tarot for you. All right. I'm just jumping into the payment app to see if there's anyone else to add to the list. The list is open. After I read from Melusine, the list is also short. After I read from Melusine, then it would be your turn. So I have Olivia that I'm adding to the list at this time. So, okay. Now what I'm getting, I just want to, we were doing something, there's somebody who asked about their spiritual gifts. And one of her spiritual gifts is being an empath. And she was asking about how to use it. So those of you who are just joining, what she did, what we had her do, we're doing an experiment together. I said the signal goes both ways. And what she does, what she can do is broadcast a signal just as well as she can receive a signal, an emotional signal. So I told her, set up your energy and broadcast a signal to those of us who are listening in. And we'll tune in with our intuition to see if we can receive the signal. Now, the signal, Jellium Genie, that I received was happiness. That's the way I received it. It was an emotion of happiness. Is that, Jelly? Was that what you were broadcasting? You'll have to let us know. Okay. The journey is done with the military. Got it. Okay, cool. Let us know if the signal is happiness. You can tell us now what the signal is. We've had some really good guesses in here, but you can tell us what it is now. Okay. Now, Melusine, oh, there we are. Okay. I was looking for Melusine's information. So if you're new here, welcome. I'm going to read for Melusine and you'll get a sense of what a one question, one chart mini reading might be like. Eisen dot. Okay. 2/7/1981, 6:45 a.m. Okay. Let me share the screen now that the chart is created. Awesome. All right, Melusine. I feel more in a bubble than ever. Earth signs make me feel excluded, and water signs are the only ones I can communicate with. All feels weird. People I once knew do not recognize me anymore. My timing and my time sense is so off. Okay. Melusine, what's your question about it? What do you want me to tell you? Ah, okay. Hey, Pallavi, yeah, you can get on the list. You can definitely get on the list again. Just make another payment and I'll add you in. I have Olivia and then the list after I do Melusine, I do Olivia and then I'm open. Oh, Jelly, that's what I got. I got happy. I definitely got happy as the feeling that you were broadcasting to us. Aw, told you you could broadcast, and other people got their version of happy. They showed you places, they got pictures that translated to their version of happy. So well done with your broadcast. I am clapping to you. Okay. Let's see. Melusine, what's your question though? I saw the circumstance, but what's the question about your circumstance? Jelly, we're blessed to have you. Thanks for keeping the vibe high in here. That was exactly what I got. I was like, oh, it's happiness. Yeah. Yeah. So it translates the way that you experience it. Like you were broadcasting happiness, but each person got their version of how that experience translates for them. They get a picture, they might see colors, right? I certainly get emotions. So way to go, broadcaster. Keep experimenting with it. You're very powerful in that way. That is one of your spiritual gifts. All right. Queen of Water. I was wondering why I was so tired all the time. I just rewatched mine. Yeah, it can be heavy to pick up on other people's stuff, but you can do exactly what we just did with Jelly and Genie. You can broadcast out what you're picking up. Isn't that amazing, Jelly? It's cool to see it in real time, right? To play with your spiritual gifts. Okay. Now, Melusine, where did you go, girl? I'm looking for your question. I see the circumstance, but I don't see the question. Okay. So, Jen, yeah, the list is open. If you want to jump on the list, you certainly can. Um, let me see. Pallavi's on the list. I got Pallavi. Cool. Where is my Melusine? Come on, girl. Where are you at? What is going on energy wise? Got it. Okay. Very, very good question. All right. So 7:81, 6:45 a.m. More in a bubble than ever. Okay, got it. So what's going on is you're moving through a Saturn transit through your first house and Saturn conjunct your sun. These tend to be extraordinarily solo times for everyone, where we tend to want to keep our own counsel. We tend to prefer solitude as we digest and integrate the energies of the most recent cycle that we experienced. When Saturn sits on top of our sun, and the way that Saturn is sitting on top of your sun, we tend to go into hermit mode just a little bit. We tend to want to be in the place of just liking our energy a lot more than we like other people's energy and company, because it's a transit where you're growing and you've grown a lot, and Saturn just finished a rotation around the entire wheel. It's back in the first house now after having made it all the way around the wheel. When Saturn gets through all 12 zodiac signs, as it just completed, what you end up having is this experience of Saturn being like it's almost like being back in the womb right before being born, or like being born again, because you've completed a cycle. So yeah, you have outgrown everyone that did the last cycle with you. Those relationships probably don't have as much relevance, as much connective juice for you anymore. And not only that, you're not in a place yet to develop the new relationships that comes in the next couple of years. So try not to think of it as being isolated. Try to think of it as being enjoying solitude. That's an important piece of this. Because Saturn is sitting atop your sun specifically, yes, you can be a little bit more low energy, but some of what's going on here, Saturn, restorer of integrity, is trying to get you to only put your energy and attention on that which will truly serve you, to forget about things that, it's just kind of this extraneous uses of your solar energy inside of you. Let those things go and only do the things that truly allow you to feel like your best self. Frankly, some of the people that you shed when Saturn moved through your 11th house in 2019 and 2020 probably needed to go. Some of the people that, haven't come in yet because you're still going through a significant amount of change. And that change, once you become the new you, then you'll know which friends make sense around you. But because there's this solitude energy here, this enjoying my own company energy here, there's this none of you make sense to me anymore energy here. It is an energy of taking some time to be with yourself and find out what you enjoy about being with Melusine, and find out what you enjoy about crafting your life in the way that you want to craft it. So it's a gifting period of time. It's a cocoon period of time. You're not doing anything wrong. And yes, you have outgrown some people. Don't worry about trying to make those people fit. They don't fit anymore. And that's okay. Give yourself some permission and some grace to become who you're becoming, and know that as you continue to grow, the right bees will come around and pollinate your flowers, so to speak. The right people will come around to grow and join with you. Okay. So there is that. That's the thing. This energy continues into the end of this year. So it will be a bit of a solo year, Melusine, and that's not a bad thing. But by the time you get into next year, I do see that there will probably be some new friends. There's going to be some new opportunities to connect with people. There's going to be some new money making opportunities. So, probably some new coworkers and colleagues as you continue to grow. But just take this year to really get to know the new you and start to ask yourself, why did I outgrow these people? What's now different about me? And how can you water and nurture what is different about you and appreciate what's different about you so that you're not in a place where you're trying to force yourself to fit into the pot that your plant just outgrew, because you have outgrown a lot. And it's just time to allow yourself to integrate the growth at this time. Okay. That's what I got for you, Melazine. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. Olivia, it is your turn. Please paste your question and birth details. If you don't have birth detail, like your birth time, that's okay. You just need your date of birth and location. If you'd like to get on the list, it is open. You can do one question and one chart for 25-25. If you'd like to add a tarot clarifier, that's 35-35. Okay. And we can talk about pretty much anything under the sun. The only thing I can't answer for you is like, how does so and so feel about me? Because I'm not an empath. In that way, that's a lie. Why are you lying, K Moon? I am an empath. I just don't offer that service. Let me call myself out right quick. Call myself all the way out. Okay. Olivia, let's have your question. And then after Olivia, it is Pallavi. Let's see what's been going on here in the chat. Jelly and Jeannie's tired as well, taking in the heavy of other people. Yeah. I'm glad this has been helpful, Geraldine. Pallavi says, yes, as empaths, we also have difficulty distinguishing between our own feelings and others. Yeah, we feel everyone's feelings. And so that's one of the things we got to see really with the experiment that we did with Jellium Jeannie's broadcast of a frequency. What we saw was different, she was broadcasting happiness, but different people experienced it in different ways, and they took it on as their own pictures, their own colors in their mind. And so, as our discernment practices continue to grow and expand, it's really important to have clarity when an emotion is hitting us and we're tying it to our own pictures from our own life. You know, we might have lost a cousin or an aunt or an uncle 2 years ago and suddenly start to feel sad about that, when really what's hitting us is the grief of our next door neighbor in our apartment building because they just lost their cousin or sibling yesterday. We haven't felt sad about that thing in years, but their grief is pulling up all of our grief pictures. And so it's really important to be in discernment about where is my mood at, and to set your mood, set your frequency, set your set point, so that as emotions come in, you can start to have clarity. I didn't pick that one, and I have nothing like that going on in my life. This can't be mine. Where could this be coming from? And even if you don't know where it's coming from, we can still go in and set the dial and broadcast where we intend for our space to be, for our aura to be, for our emotional state to be. We can set the broadcast and say to whomever we're picking up those pictures and energy from, here's an option to have something just a little bit lighter. Maybe we can go from grief to acceptance, or grief to understanding that maybe it was their time, right? Okay, let's see. Did Olivia paste? Where is my girl, Olivia? Where is Olivia? Nope, Liz, you can do yours. I can read for you. I can read for you, Liz. Just the way to get on the list is in the pinned comment above. I will copy it and paste it now. So if you want to jump on the list, you totally can. Yes, that's exactly right, Hope Glitterati. There is a special for those who are here to get a 1 hour reading, but it's only available while I'm live. 20% off a 1 hour reading if you book that 1 hour reading during this live broadcast. There are special codes for it. Hope Glitterati pasted them there. So if you want to book a 1 hour live reading to go deeper on something or ask about something else altogether, get that 20% off by booking while I'm live. Okay. And there's definitely room available in March. So you wouldn't have to wait long for us to talk because in just a couple of weeks, my calendar is open. Okay. Olivia just disappeared on me. Where did this girl go? I can't find her. Olivia, we're going to have to come back to you. Pallavi, are you ready? So if you want to do 1 hour, it's 20% off 160 for a personal reading and 20% off 200 for a relationship reading for 1 hour. So that takes it to 40 off of 200, puts you at 160. And then for the relationship reading, it's 160 instead of 200. And then for the personal reading, 16, 16, 32. 160 minus 30 is 130, 128. It's 128 for the 1 hour personal reading. So that's as cheap as it's ever going to be. Even when I started, it wasn't that cheap. It was like 144, I think. So great, great, great time to book a 1 hour reading, whether it's a relationship or a personal reading. Hey, Pallavi. Let's do this, girl. I might have to refund Olivia. Okay. Cool. Yeah, you're welcome, Liz. You're welcome. Bangalore, India. Okay. Are you guys having fun with our experiments on being empaths in the room? I totally get it, Hope Glitterati. I mean, I hope so too. 10, 8, 1991. Okay, no birth time. All right, let's see what Pallavi's question is here. There are always great questions by this group. This group asks really good questions. Awesome, Ismail. I'm happy to read for you. All right, Ismail, I have you on the list. All right. Okay, Pallavi. Oh, 4:42 p.m. Let's edit that. Let me share screen. Thank you for letting me know your birth time, Pallavi. Edit. Wait, that's Zoom. Edit chart data. 4:42 p.m. We are going to do a Placidus house. Okay, I'll have to come back to you, Olivia. No problem. I'll come back to you after I do Pallavi and Ismail, okay? You love the empath practice. Nice, hope, love, and sunshine. That's no problem, Liz. That's totally okay. You need to pick one chart, your chart or your person's chart, to ask your question, because I won't be reading union charts here on the live, but and it's okay if you don't know the birth time, Liz. Just make your payment and I'll add you to the list. Okay. So Pallavi wants to know, how am I progressing with spiritual gifts? Any bumps to expect? That's a good question. It's interesting. Nobody's ever asked me that. Um, let's just see what the spiritual gifts are first. Okay. So you have an intuition that opens up at work, in your work world. And you've just been through a real season of frustration and disappointment with work. I see your intuition's opening up even more. Interesting. And you've got a Uranus trine Uranus transit. Interesting. No, I don't expect bumps. I don't see bumps here. I see. Interesting. So you have an intuition that opens up quite a bit at work, Pallavi. For whatever reason, your intuition really, you're just tuned in at work to kind of what needs to be done, how it needs to be done, the order it needs to be done, and even the best strategy, truly, for getting things done. Like, you, even if you've encountered circumstances that you've never encountered before, Pallavi, you just kind of have this innate intuitive ability. It's almost like in a past life, and I don't see that here, so don't, but it's almost like in a past life, you were like a business magnate. And you've carried this kind of natural knowing about the right way to get things done at work into this lifetime. So whether you've started a business, or you are starting a business, or you are working in a company for somebody else, it doesn't matter the work setting. You have this capacity to just know the right thing to do, even if it's a circumstance you've never encountered. Now, what's interesting about this is that this energy is twofold this year. You've got this transit of Saturn through your 12th house, and Jupiter through the 12th house as well. Then you've also got this Uranian energy in the second, aspecting how this intuition plays out in your 10th house. Second house is earned income, 10th house is career. And so, what I like to see about this is this beautiful kind of like, if you put the effort in, your intuition actually just expands. And you're not even being asked for a lot of effort. You're being asked for just a little bit of time, a little bit of intention, a little bit of focus. You kind of just, you just can set the intention during the day, like what needs to get done today, what's the best order, or what challenge am I going to run into today, and what's going to be the solution, or I have this challenge and I need a solution that's going to serve, both parties, right? You could set the intention that you're going to go to sleep, have a dream about the circumstance, and then wake up with an answer, or show up the next day and pull an answer, like kind of almost out of thin air at work. And so this is going to allow you to get ahead at work, to take some quantum leaps at work, but it is by being intentional about using your intuition in the workplace. I see you being able to get kind of almost like double promoted. I know that sounds crazy, but where you can kind of like skip a step, where it's like you get a promotion, where it's like your boss now becomes your subordinate, this kind of energy at this time. And so keep using your intuition specifically at work, being intentional about understanding where different people are at and what they need from you. It's almost like you at this time, Pallavi, have the ability to be a bit of a mind reader. I would say, is it only at work? At this time, it's going to express itself mostly at work. And this This transit has the ability to move you in a quantum leap kind of fashion in the world of work. Relationship stuff looks like it comes up later. It's not kind of at the forefront now. It's almost like from a sequence of events standpoint, you are meant to succeed at work, establish that. And as soon as that's handled and you're in a rock solid place, the next thing that happens is like relationship stuff opens up. But it's almost like we have to move the left foot, then keep it still. That's work. Then we can move the right foot, then keep it still. Then relationship stuff pops off. Then we can move the left foot again. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not all at one time, it's one thing at a time. Okay. So that is your spiritual gift. I don't see any bumps, but I do see that in terms of progression, it's more about setting and being intentional with it this year. And that's going to facilitate some quantum leaps for you, Pallavi. Okay, we're going to do Ismael, then we're going to do Olivia. Cool. Let's see what's going on here in the chat. Ismael, if you can paste your question. Okay. Hey, Mimzanila, you are not too late. You can definitely jump on the list. Okay, I just need your birth details, Ismael, and we'll jump in. Let's do this. Okay. El Paso, Texas. Gosh, okay, 7/1/1985, 10:23 a.m. Cool. So Mimzania, what you can do to get on the list is you just need to make a payment. There's the PayPal link. It is $25.25 for a chart reading. And then if you would like me to add tarot on to clarify and add additional information, additional messages, that is $35.35. Okay. After I read for Ismael, I will go ahead and double check the payment apps. Hey, AL, great to see you. Just saw this video on my feed and I dropped in for a hi. Hi. Great to see you, sweetie. How's it going over there? How is life where you live, AL? Ismael says, I'm having a hard time finding inspiration, creativity, connection, and motivation. Okay. 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 I would like to know what direction to take or what is my divine path. Got it. Okay. Great question. Inspiration. Creativity. This is all 11/5 stuff. Okay. Motivation. That's this one and this one. Okay. So some of why this is happening, Ismail, I see that You have the Cancer sun, and you've got the Cancer Capricorn signs on your axis of manifestation, which includes your planet of motivation. And it also includes um, connection, motivation, creativity. This is your house of creativity, is house 5. So, because all of these have been so deeply impacted, Ismail, where it's like all these things that are related to the 11-5 axis, um, I understand why you're kind of going through this period of a bit of almost disillusionment. If we were to go back in time, this axis was completely lit up 1 year ago, 2 years ago at this time. And if you recall, 2 years ago at this time was precisely when the pandemic went worldwide. You can see there's all this transiting energy through Capricorn on your 11-5 axis. And that probably would have been the beginning of this crisis of being out of touch with inspiration, out of touch with creativity, out of touch with motivation. And it was almost like double. You'd already been through a hard time a couple of years before with the moon, right? And so Saturn crossing over your moon would have made a little period of time of just feeling a bit like, oh no, like things just went really sideways for work and home. 2018, 2016. Then you got into this prolonged period of the worldwide impact of Saturn moving through Capricorn that began in 2020. And yeah, I see why, if we fast forward now, 2 years later, if things didn't shift enough from that period of time to now, like you didn't recuperate in terms of shifting career, shifting your goals and dreams, if there's been roadblocks with your goals and dreams on this axis of manifestation, things you wouldn't be been able to create because of the pandemic or pandemic related fallout, it's hard to hold your own internal fire like open and available after a prolonged, for you, which would have been like a 6, 7, 8 year period of time of just loss and lack of momentum. There was the original lack of momentum that predated the pandemic for you. And then there was the pandemic lack of momentum, which just compounded it for you. Not to worry, change is afoot. It is coming. I can promise you that there are really good things coming for you. What's happening next is this transit here of Uranus. Uranus does bring divine insight. It does bring inspiration. It is known as the divine igniter, coming to sit here with your North Node. And this is going to spark and open up a new path for you. The second thing that's coming that is going to be really helpful for you, and that's happening right now, and this is a Jupiter transit trine your Sun and trine your Mars. So this is a transit that's asking you to start dreaming again, start having goals again, that it's trying to communicate to you that it is safe for you to want something again, Ismail. And so, unfortunately, I see you've been through this like protracted period of time where it has not felt safe to want anything. But now life is saying it's okay to want something again. It's okay to dream again. The universe kind of threw you on the floor and then put its boot on your neck and said, don't get up until you figure certain things out about how to take care of yourself, how to love yourself. That's that North Node Taurus, how to nurture yourself. And now the universe has taken its boot off of your neck and said, get up and start dreaming again, but you might have a little bit of leftover trauma. And so I'm not surprised. This is normal for someone who may have gone through such an extended period of time of pain and loss. And my message for you today is to just start the process of dreaming and wanting again. Give yourself permission to desire something again. Doesn't have to be big things. It can be little things like I want um I want to get a great massage and then get like look at reviews, get the massage. I want to have a new pair of shoes. Get yourself a new pair of shoes. Little wants lead to desires. Then desires build until we can experience passion. But if you're disconnected from passion, we have to start smaller. We have to start with desire. And if desire isn't accessible, we need to just start with a want and making it a daily practice of getting back in touch with that internal and innate feminine energy of wanting something and moving it into existence. Want and desire are feminine energies. It's our masculine energy that creates it, that goes out and kind of grabs it by the horns and drags it back. So start the process of wanting again, and you will find your way back into connection. You'll find your way back into motivation, inspiration, and creativity. The problem was just that you went through a period of time of some deep lessons of learning how to take care and nurture yourself. And where you're not being allowed to nurture yourself at this time in your world because, you're around people in order to stay connected to them, you have to separate yourself from yourself. It's time for some of those people to go. That's what that transit was as well. It was about letting people go who just aren't supportive and facilitating your nurturing of you becoming your best self. Okay. So thank you, Ismail. I have that for you. Perla, I have you on the list. Thank you so much for completing full payment. I appreciate that. I have Simone on the list. Thank you so much. Oh, nope. Simone actually she's not on the list. Okay. Michelle P is on the list. And so we'll go Olivia, Perla, and then Michelle P. Okay. In that order. Thank you so much, Ismail. I hope that resonated for you. You'll have to let me know, Ismail. Okay. It's not very long, Salma. We have Olivia now. So Olivia, please paste your question. And then we have Perla. I got a bit emotional. Thank you for validating the struggle and for the hope. Wow. You're welcome, Ismail. Hang in there. It is safe to dream again. I promise you good things are coming your way. I promise. So yeah, we've got Olivia now, then Perla, then Michelle P, and then it's your turn, whoever pays next. Okay. Olivia, let's see. Let me see what is Sydney, Australia. Okay. And my March calendar is open if any of you would like to get like a deeper reading on anything, like a personal reading. A 30-minute reading is like $88 USD. And we can just spend 30 minutes really looking into like kind of like what your next steps are in any area of life where you may be feeling challenged. Okay. Sydney. 8/22. 1990, 4:30 p.m. Okay, cool. Let me share a screen and we will read for our girl here. Are we sharing screen? Yeah. So Olivia says, let's see. I left my secure employment last October. Okay. And have been traveling in Mexico. Wait. Traveling in Mexico since then. I have to return to Germany for the summer and organize life things, but I'm feeling anxiety around career. Yeah. I want a life where I can spend half the year in Europe, half the year in Mexico. So, feeling the career anxiety about that. And I'm wondering if that constellation can be seen in my chart as well. Yeah, actually, living in two places is here. I worked as a freelance graphic designer the past 8 years. I started offering QHHT sessions the past month as well. Also, thinking about importing, selling cacao from Mexico. Okay, amazing. Good stuff. Um, cool. Let me just make sure I have this right. Michelle P is Mimzania and Amliz. Okay. Yeah. So living in two places at one time is certainly here with Gemini down here in your fourth house cusp. It is something that I see it's going to take time to cultivate and build that. It may be ooh, my leg, it cramped. It may be the kind of thing that unfolds later in life or becomes reality later in life, and the kind of thing later in life, meaning post 40. And it's the kind of thing you work toward creating between now and then. So you're cultivating on the ground roots and community with trips for the next 10 years before that becomes a reality in your 40s. Okay. But there could be like 3 month trips, 2 month trip, 6 week trip, 1 week trip, kind of that kind of back and forth while you cultivate community to make it real. I can see why you would be anxious about work. Um, let's see. This Saturn situation here, and here is Uranus here. Yeah, Uranus is facilitating a bit of groundlessness down here at the bottom of your chart. And a bit of feeling of like, I don't know which way I'm going to end up going. I'm not sure how things will play out. I'm not sure which way, I'm going to. Thank you, Hope. I'm not sure how things will shake up. It does facilitate a lot of uncertainty. And Saturn here on the horizon line is like, make a decision, make a decision, make a decision. It's like trying to facilitate and force you into being a bit more serious and grounded in your world all the way around. So, um, let me see here. Um, what else you said? So, what I would say work wise for you is, especially because there's so much instability on the world stage right now, Olivia. Not to poo-poo your dream, but I would get comfortable. I would pick a spot and I would get comfortable for a little while. Um, and I would do what you need to do to be to start cultivating the connections and cultivating work wise for your import export business. Figure out which side of the chain it makes the most sense to have the stability on for right now, given the instability on the world stage. So, for example, and there's benefits, pros and cons to both. I like you being stationed on the Germany side because it's going to force you to set your prices and your rates in your QHHT business in a way that is financially sustainable for a European life. And if you're financially sustainable for a European life, you'll always be, knock wood, sustainable for a life in Mexico. But if your prices are only set for sustainability for a life in Mexico, you're going to find that a life in Europe is really hard. Con side, though, is there's a lot of instability in Europe right now, and in particular Germany. Do you feel safe there? Do you have enough support and systems there to be able to Um, be there in a way where if let's just say, some shit goes sideways, which is what we are all manifesting the opposite of, you're going to be in a place where you have enough family, enough access to food, resources, where you're not going to be in a place where you need to flee the country because you've got no one and nothing to help you. I don't know the answer to that. You're going to need to think through this. And that's what Saturn is asking you to do. Think through this and make some more solid, rash, ground decisions and recognize that your dream is possible. Yes, Gemini, sign of 2 on the place of home. It is certainly possible, but it may take some time to unfold. And you're going to need to be strategic about that unfoldment in a way that allows you to um, earn the money you need through the communities you're tapped into without compromising your financial standing in either location. And so, like I said, I really like you basing yourself in Europe for now because of the exchange rate. It sets you up to be comfortable both in Europe and in Mexico. Yes, girl, welcome. The vent. The party don't start till you get here, honey. The party don't start till the vent arrives. How did it go with the recording today, the vent? You told me you had to do some recording because you were going to be live. You was taping some stuff. How'd that go, cutie? Um, hosting a show when you can't read is hard. Yeah. So Olivia says, yeah, I've had the 2 home theme throughout my life so far. Yeah. But very good point with European rates. You got to be mindful of that if you're really trying to be stationed in 2 different places. Like, what are the exchange rates and what's feasible? And forcing yourself to set rates that make sense for living on the European side. Creme de la creme. Yes. Okay. So, Olivia, thank you very much. We're going to read for Perla and Liz next. And I'm going to double check the payment apps because it's on and popping. Who wants a reading? Who wants a reading? We can go. We can do this. It is Friday night and we are making things happen. The list is open. If you want to jump on it, you certainly can. There we go. That's how you pay. That's how you do it. And I have a special going on right now for you guys, for those of you who are just joining. It is during this live only. So you have to be booking during this live. If you want to take 20% off of a 1 hour reading with me, you can do so by using those codes, those codes there. Okay. So 1 hour off the personal reading, I believe that brings the price from, 20% off the 1 hour personal reading brings the price from 160 to about 128. And then 20% off the twin flame 1 hour reading brings the price from 200 down to 160. So it's a pretty significant savings. If you want to do that, but you do have to book while I'm live, because once I'm not live, these codes will not work anymore. But this list is open. If you just want to do a mini reading, we can start there. No need to hop in bed together right away. We can just date. We can just sip on some drinks with the mini reading. So Perla, it is your turn. Did I get your question here, Perla? Where's Perla? Where is my girl Perla? And I see Christy is on the list. Vibe and Shine. Is that you? Who's Christy Morse? Christy M just jumped on the list. Salma, I don't have your payment, sweetheart. Did you pay, Salma? Flower and forgiveness. The vent is trouble, but she's trouble in all the best ways. You are welcome, Olivia. I hope that that resonates for you. And the vent, I hope you can get some glasses. I hope you can find some glasses and that you can read. Perla, here's the deal. I think what's going to be most accurate for you Liz, is if you know your birth date and your birth location, for like literally when you took incarnation on this planet, that's going to give me the most accurate reading for you. It's okay if you don't have the birth time, but if you at least know the country and the date of birth, I can be very accurate with that. If you do not know those things, but you just have the date you got adopted, um, we can I've never read for anyone with their adoption date. I'm dubious that it would be accurate, but I'm willing to try if you're willing to receive. All right. We can work with that. All right. Let me know, Liz, what you want to do, because I can definitely refund you if you are like, no, I'm not really comfortable with that. I'd rather go find my birth data. But if you are willing, if you're game to play, I'm willing to read. Shoot them adoption infos over and I will pull up a chart with that. Okay. Very cool. List is open. So the Vint was asked to be a host for a show at her job. I got this janky work from home set up. And apparently I can't read. Get some glasses, boo. You can read. I know you can read. You be in here typing up storm. I know you can read. Okay. Olivia says, any suggestions for if you feel like your twin flame energy may have switched people or you had a false twin? I'd like to book, but don't know who to have read. Oh, Olivia, that's a great question. I'm going to answer that. Are you going to do another Q&A before April 6th? It's likely, vibe and shine. It's very likely. That's when my B-day is. Woo! Happy birthday. And I want to get a Q&A for the upcoming year. Yeah, I think so. Salma, I thought I did, but I'll check again, Salma, because I don't see it there on my side. Now the crew is really lit. My evening crew is here. All the OGs are here. Yeah, I don't have anything from you, Salma. And I know yours comes in with your YouTube name. It comes in as Salma. Okay, let me see. Let's see. Okay, Salma, I think it just came in. Let me see. Did it just come in? Okay, Selma, I see it. I see it. I see it. And Kate. Kate and Boz, I got you and Selma on the list. Okay, so we are reading next for Liz. Okay, so my adopted birthday. Cool. Wait. Perla. We're reading for Perla. Perla is Liz. Okay. Perla is okay. Yeah, I have that here. After we do that, then it's going to be you, Memzania. After I do this one, it's going to be you. So Memzania, get your question ready. Let me see. LMAOs, you want to hear the gag? Yes, I want to hear the gag. Bright lights give me migraines. And I sat there staring at the damn light for like 3 hours. And you're going to sit here on this live. You better turn the lights out and get you a little ice pack. Turn your phone away from your head if you're going to hang out with us. Do not put any more blue lights on your head. I told you the vent. I've told you many times. I've looked at your chart. You're supposed to be working behind the camera, not in front of it, because you the master puppeteer, girl. You are the one that's supposed to be shot calling, not out here in front of the camera. You the showrunner, boo. But that's cute. They put you on the show. That's really funny. And you're like, I can't read. Bright lights give me migraines. What am I doing? What is my life right now? That's funny. Oh well. They gonna learn today. That this is not where you go, that you are much better pulling the strings than being the one the strings are pulled on. They gonna learn today. 1986. 9:45 to 11. Let me split the difference. 10:15 p.m. Okay, cool. Open this out. All right, Liz. Let's do this. What is Liz's question? Oh, boo. My rising is definitely Pisces. Then that's not a 9:45 p.m. situation there. At least I don't think it is. They want that on camera? I bet they do. You got the personality for it for real. Okay, cool. All right, Liz, what is your question? What is your question? Hit me with your question and we will do what we got to do. I have a question. To pay or not to pay? Oh, Kylie, I see too much of your ass everywhere, Kylie. Just adding you to the list. I don't think there's been one live that I have done in the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks that you have not been on. So Kylie, just be on the list, girl, because you'd be doing too much out here. You and Hope Glitterati. Okay. Mimzania, baby, it's not your turn yet. It's Perla's turn. Hey, Kate, it's not your turn yet either. It's Perla's turn. So let me do Liz, and then I'm gonna come to you. When I call your name, Mimzania, and when I call your name, Kate, then give me your birth info. But it's gonna get buried in the chat. So wait until I call your name. Okay. I'm an identical twin, by the way. Oh no, she died. And now I'm a twin flame path. Wow. That's deep, Liz. Liz, boo, what is your question? I'm gonna need you, Liz, Perla, I'm gonna need you to give me your question. So that I can keep the list moving because we have other people who are ready to be read. Okay. So, all of that to say, yes, the event. I love it. I love that you got to host. You got to see what it was like. I bet it made you want to put on sunglasses. Now you know when we see all these like celebrities and they're like getting photographed or they're like at an event, they put on sunglasses and we're like, why are you trying to be too cool for school? But it's probably because they get migraines. It's probably because not only do they have migraines, but they probably also end up having uh some of them might even have epilepsy. They can't do the bright lights. So Memzinia, I see you posted it in advance, but I'm gonna need you to post it when it's your turn because it will get buried in lots of chat and I'm gonna miss it. It'll because sometimes this chat doesn't let me scroll up. If there's too much chat, I won't be able to get to it. So when I call your name, be prepared to paste that for me again. You're next. Okay, so Amlis says, doing my healing work for the past year, 5 years, I will like to meet someone. Okay, got it. I have special glasses for light and I wear sunglasses at concerts. Yeah, makes sense. Hey, Blu-ray, haven't seen you in a minute. How are you, Blu-ray? Healing work and you'd like to meet someone. Got it. You just want to know when you're going to meet someone? Is that it? Yeah, Ho Glitterati, because it's the evening crew. Blu-ray, the vent, all y'all came in at the same time. Does this chart show love and marriage for me? Got it. Okay. Thank you for providing me with your question. Yes. So, Perla, the deal here is that for you with a chart like this, yes, love and marriage, everyone can have love and marriage, any chart. This right here, the Virgo descendant line sets you up for a relationship that really has to come through at the right time. It sets you up for a relationship that has to be the right person at the right time. And it sets you up for a circumstance that really needs to be, how do we put it? Right person, right time. Virgo energy is a bit perfectionistic. Let's just put it like that. It's the energy of, if it's not right, I'm just not doing it. And it has to happen almost a bit perfectly for a person to want to jump into a relationship who has the Virgo horizon line. Otherwise, the Pisces horizon and the Virgo relationship line here, the Pisces horizon line will allow you to kind of like just hang out with a lot of people, do a lot of fun stuff, entertain a lot of circumstances, and never really commit until it's truly perfect for you. Okay. And so all of that to say, when I look for a timeline in relationship for this particular chart, I'm certainly seeing opportunity show up for you in the second half of this year with Jupiter trine the sun, sun over here in Leo. Jupiter opportunity bringer lands over here in Aries. You've got a fifth house sun for this chart. The fifth house sun provides tons of beautiful kind of like flirtatious, fun-loving energy, the kind of person who can enjoy going on dates, enjoy meeting new people, really find a lot of fun with romance and like kind of getting to know lots of people. Jupiter in the second half of this year through Aries is going to facilitate tons of that for you. And you just need to be open to it. If that's what you want, Jupiter's also going to harmoniously aspect your Gemini moon here in the second half of the year in next year. And so this is kind of a dating transit for you. Pisces transit of Jupiter opportunity bringer is harmoniously aspecting the water sign Cancer placement for Mercury. Mercury is the ruler of Virgo. So this year, next year, these are all beautiful relationship transits for you. You've got like a 2-year window of the potential to meet somebody really awesome. Quality of person is much higher than probably anything you've met in the last 3 to 4 years. Could it be karmic? Maybe. I don't know. I think all relationships are karmic. All relationships have some level of lesson that needs to be learned, not just, the ones we marry, but, all the relationships have a lot of beautiful lessons and beautiful connections. But yeah, this chart is indicating a 2-year window of great relationship opportunities coming your way, much higher quality pickings than what you've seen in the last 2 years. Um, yeah, it's going to be good. I think you're going to have a lot of fun with it as long as you're putting yourself out there. Like I said, you've got that fifth house Leo sun. It makes you a very social person. You just got to be willing to get out there and connect. So as long as you're willing to do that, I see you moving into a period of time. It's like a dating season, a man season. So enjoy that. Have a lot of fun with that, Liz. I like this for you. Awesome. 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 Okay. Good luck, Perla. Good luck. You have to come report back. Let us know how it goes. Okay, cool. Now it's Mims and Nia's turn, but I have to run to the restroom. I have to go to the restroom and I need to check the payment apps to see where we're at. And if you missed it, if you're just joining and you missed it, we do have a very special going on today where if you would like to book a reading with me, a 1 hour reading with me, you can do so for 20% off in the March calendar. 20% off of a 1 hour personal reading. That is brings the price to about 128. Normally it's I think 160. 20% off of the 1 hour twin flame reading, relationship reading brings the price from 200 down to 160. So yeah, if you want to do it during this live and this live only, I highly recommend you book. Because once this live is done, so too is that particular special. Um, and yeah, I think you would enjoy it. Let me go use the restroom really quick. Let me update this list. So I'm going to do Mimzania, then Christy, Salma, Kate, and then Kylie. And then Hope, do you have a question? Do you have a question, Hope Glitterati? Because if you do, then I'm going to do you after I do Kylie. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. But while I'm gone, Mimzania, paste her question. Okay. I'm back. Hello, everybody. Okay. Liz says for an adopted chart, that was accurate. I'm really happy to hear that. I am very happy to hear that. Mimzania says, I'm just looking for some hope, man. Okay, I'm going through a long, dark night of the soul. Tower extravaganza. Extravaganza is not the word I was expecting to see, but it paints a very clear picture for me. Thank you. Can I have your birth data, please, Mimzania? Cool, cool, cool. Chocolate and wine sounds actually really nice right now, the vent. I would really like some chocolate and wine right now as well. I am settling for some cashews and some almond flour crackers and some water. Mm. Okay. As soon as we get that date and country from Mimzania, we'll be off to the races. The event, what was today's show about? Imagine that into wine. I bet you do. 10 a.m. But I just need to know. I got the wine. Liz, you need to pour me a glass, girl. The vent says that's healthy, Kay. I'm proud of you. Germany, thank you. And what date, beloved? Landstuhl. I just need the date and we can be off to the races. Okay. Sorry for crunching in y'all's ear. All right, let's do this. Oh my gosh, yes, Ho Glitterati. You guys were so good. You like encouraged me to get the healthy pizza, and I did. Trying to wean myself off the other stuff. All right. So Mimzania says, I'm going through a long, dark night of the soul tower extravaganza. I have gotten deeper into shadow work and spirituality. I'm exhausted, feeling broken, looking for hope. 10 a.m. Let's do this. Hope is on the way, baby. I can tell you that. What I love seeing in terms of hope for you is Jupiter here on your axis of manifestation. With Jupiter here on the axis of manifestation, it does give you, if I could draw a straight line, although that's not really how life works in straight lines, is it? But it does give you this opportunity for all kinds of good things to come your way based on what it is you want to manifest. If you start thinking about things that you want to manifest, you start emoting about things you want to manifest, feeling into the things you want to manifest. This is a period of time when these things can come to fruition. This is a period of time where the things that you want the most are able to be built finally. I can see why it's been kind of a shit show. I can see that here. You've had, a couple of years of Saturn squaring your moon on top of the pandemic time, Saturn opposite your 10th house here, which has made things work wise a little bit challenging. But what I will say is that you're doing it, babe. You come through. Like, you are on the other side of what was probably one of the most difficult experiences you've had in life for a while. And now that you're on the other side of it, I want you to start dreaming again. I want you to start hoping again. I want you to start thinking about, okay, if I can have what I want, what would that look like? Part of why this has been so hard for you is you are deeply intuitive. You can deeply pick up on other people's energy. I certainly see there was a relationship ending here. And unfortunately, the relationship ending just, it set you up for some really painful, challenging, like, it looks like you were doing the work of two people as the relationship came to whatever level of completion it came to in the last couple of years, right? And so what I'm seeing is that's done. But even though that's done, one of the things that you might need to do is let go of the burden of some of the pain that you carried as you went through that. You're going to need to let go of some of what you made that mean and tell yourself some new stories. And the other thing I'm seeing you're going to have to do is make some energetic separations between you and the world energy, because there's a lot of, and I just realized it myself, in the world energy, there's a lot of statelessness, homelessness energy. There's a lot of uncertainty energy and a lot of defeat energy. I don't know if you guys have seen those memes on Instagram or elsewhere that go, congratulations, you made it through the pandemic. Your reward is World War III. And it's not, I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's not funny. And so in the world energy, there's all this amplified pain energy lit up for people. And with your 12th house being as stacked as it is, some of what you're experiencing isn't even yours. Some of why it's so heavy for you right now is because it's other people's. And so I'm telling you this because the more you can start to check the heavier energies at the door when you come home and not have to allow those into your space, the easier it's going to be for you to start to dream again. Jupiter is the expander, it's the opportunity bringer. Jupiter is what allows things to take off and to grow. And on your axis of manifestation, this is creativity down here. This is hopes, wishes, and dreams up here. Jupiter is saying, dream it, baby, because I'm going to touch it. And when I touch it, it's going to grow. And so I'm really grateful that you recognize the need for hope. This is the time for hope in your life. My encouragement to you is to give yourself permission to want something again. I was saying this to Ismail earlier, that when you go through these periods of time where it can feel like, life just isn't on your side anymore, it can be hard to remember that those are periods of time. It can be hard to find passion again. It can be hard to desire. And if you can just start with having a want, just want something. That's all you have to do is want something. You will find that even in the small things, wants can become desires and desires can become passions, and you can manifest these things into life. All right, Memzania. I'm sorry it's been so hard out here. I'm sorry it's been so hard, but I'm telling you, you are on the other side of a very painful experience. Okay, let me see what's going on. Yes, he's a narcissist. I'm saving for a lawyer to physically disconnect. Okay, so the physical disconnection hasn't taken place yet. Years of emotional abuse. Ah, Memzania. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I certainly see that the emotional disconnect has certainly happened, and simultaneously find your way into a space of wanting things that you want. Okay, Memzania, hang on, and find your way into a space of remind yourself, Michelle gets to have what Michelle wants in this lifetime, and start doing little things at a time to get yourself there. Okay. Christy, it's your turn. Now, I remember Christy has a different screen name. I can never get the screen name to always match in my brain to the PayPal name, but I remember Christy's PayPal name and Christy's YouTube name are different. So it's Christy's turn. Everyone has to take their shit back. Yes, Mimzania. Yes. Everyone does have to take their shit back. I agree. All right, let me see what y'all are talking about here in the chat. Ooh, what kind of party in Chelsea, the event? What are people doing in Chelsea? Russell Wilson. Afropunk and Instagram. Okay. All right. I really like Russell Wilson. I like him and Ciara. There's such a love story that I can get behind that love story. Oh, y'all are going through a Wendy Williams change over there, the event. I see. The event, are you going to be the new Sherry Shepherd? Oh, Hope Glitterati, that's you? Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Excuse me while I crunch on my cashews and make Hope Glitterati's chart. Oh, this party sounds lit, the event. Party sounds really lit. All right. All right, I don't have Buku Tobago in my software, but it's all the same time zone. So I'm going to pick something that's just in Trinidad and Tobago. All right. Okay. So, what do you see challenging my twin coming to me for union energy in 3D reality? Like, what's the deal here? My twin feels like he's always around, even though he doesn't express much. Okay. Oh, Glitterati, are both you and your twin in the same country? Oh, Glitterati's in Florida. Okay. Is your twin in Florida too? Because I mean, exchange rates in a country away might really be the issue. Oh, money. Yeah, money is an issue right now. I can tell you that with absolute certainty. The money is a huge problem for this man right now. Um, yeah, he's recovering from some major setbacks, and his money isn't all the way together yet. You're in the same country now. Okay, good. Um, I don't know what he's told you about his financial situation, but I can see it is not good. Um, he's got some tightness around the finances that he's working through. I can also see here there's a little bit of pain. I don't know what the issue is, or if there was like a loss in his family, or if he lost a child, or I'm seeing there's some pain here that he's needing to deal with as well. Um, but between the money and the pain, uh, uh, I can see that he may be a bit preoccupied and trying to heal some stuff, heal his self esteem, self worth. If he's not earning what he wants to earn, because that second house is self esteem, self worth, earned income. Saturn restores integrity by taking some shit away. And then Uranus conjunct Chiron in that way is a dark night of the soul transit. When Uranus sits on top of your Chiron, all your wounds get blown wide open so that you can deal with them, typically by dealing with somebody who triggers them all. So it could also be like a loss, like he lost somebody important to him, like mom or a sibling or something. I see this Uranus activation to his moon as well. So he's got this Uranian thing going on. He's with his baby's mama. Okay. He's got this Uranian thing going on where Uranus is, um, just like activating his emotional state and showing him a more evolved version of himself and his needs. But when Uranus speaks to your moon, you do tend to need to go inside because you can be emotionally overwhelmed very quickly. Uranus speaking to moon can also bring a lot of changes on the home front. So he may have needed to reload unexpectedly, kind of come out of nowhere and need to reload. So yeah, and if there's money tight, but he needs to reload and he's in emotional pain, dark night of soul all at one time. Girl, I love you, but you're number 3 on his list, number 4, number 5. Especially if he has kids and a baby's mama he needs to deal with. Like he just needs to focus. Like this energy is telling me he needs to shore up his relationship to himself and his relationship to his money and get really honest about some of the more challenging emotional realities that he's living through and may have created for himself at this time. So there's a bit of cleanup going on, quite a bit of cleanup. And not only cleanup, but there's also a bit of like, it looks like sadness energy, grief energy to me, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I wish him well. This looks hard. This looks really hard. He's a strong person though to have all of this happen at one time, but it looks hard. And now I see Chiron is squaring his moon. Yeah, there's some level of loss he's dealing with that he may not have told you about, but it looks like loss of job or loss of person or both. I'm sorry. So that's what I see. He's not in union energy himself. He's in a space right now where his energy is like, I need to figure out who I am and what I want in this new era, in this new space. But let's put some cards on it. Let's put some cards on it. Kylie, baby, you next. Kylie, please taste your question. Mm-hmm. 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 No surprises. Yeah. So your question was, what's going on that he's not coming to me for union energy in the third dimension, but his energy is all over me? Ace of Pentacles upright, Hierophant upright, Knight of Pentacles. I mean, money is all over this. He's trying to figure out how to get to a higher level financially than where he has been. Because if he gets to that higher level financially, then he can sustain taking care of his kids whilst not being in a relationship with their mom. If he doesn't want to, he gets choice if he can get to that higher financial level. Hierophant in this deck, the Light Seers Tarot, is all about the evolution of consciousness, stepping your consciousness up, moving to a higher level of recognition, awareness, and understanding. Ace of Pentacles and Knight of Pentacles flanking this Hierophant card is telling me that he's planting some seeds for a new financial beginning. But these seeds are getting planted now. They have not grown roots yet. They have not grown shoots. There has been no flower, ain't no fruit on it, none of that. And so because of this, he is really, his attention is focused on how to create stability in his own third dimension. And his chart really kind of talked about that, like recovery after a loss. But I see the loss energy is just quite active. But since your question had to do with why he's not coming forward, what I'm being shown is that the reality is money. Like the main issue, even in the loss energy, he probably still would come forward, but he can't because the third dimension and the money is just, it's in the way right now. It has to get dealt with as a priority. And until that's handled, nothing else can really move in his life. So that's what I got, Hope Glitterati. I hope that was helpful. Kylie, what you got for me? She said, 1 sec, let me grab my notes. Okay, Kylie. After Kylie, I'm going to do Salma, then Kate. Oh, Kylie wants to move overseas? Wow. Okay. He's in a DA hole, huh? I'm really here for it, Kylie. I think you should move overseas if that's what you want to do. Where overseas do you want to go? Oh, yes, please, Kylie, put your date of birth in. Happy upcoming birthday, Kylie. I know, right? Doesn't Kylie know we need her here on this side of the pond? Why would she leave us? Welcome back, Queen of Water. Welcome back. All right. So how does it look for a move overseas for Kylie? This says, actually, Kylie, you want to move to Thailand. Amazing. I mean, I could see that because with Taurus at the bottom of your chart, where home is, and Venus as well, you do need to live in a place that's really beautiful. And I'm sorry, but Waukegan versus, I don't know that you still live in Illinois. Thailand, come on. Thailand's one of the most beautiful places here on earth. And with Uranus hitting just literally 11th degree, your fourth house starts at degree 12. Uranus brings divinely guided change, divinely guided transformation, divinely guided quantum leaps forward. With Uranus hitting that fourth house of home cusp at this time, I'm not surprised you're like, I got to get that out of here. I got to go. I can't do this anymore. And you know what? I got to move someplace beautiful and I need to move there now, 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 now. You know what, Kylie? If your money is right, I would go. I would go right now. I don't think it's going to get any easier soon. I think it will get easier in another couple of years if you're not going to go now. And if your money's not right now, I think I would enact a 2-year plan, because as Jupiter moves through Aries this year and next year and then into Taurus, I see the opportunity comes about for you to move. But Uranus is already opening the door. It's planting the seeds. It's sharing the idea with you. Get the F out of here. Don't be here. Go someplace prettier, someplace more beautiful, somewhere where the lifestyle has more comfort to it. Taurus is a creature comfort sign. It likes its warm weather, or its comfortable weather. It likes its comfortable clothes. It likes its comfort food. Taurus energy likes to be comfortable. And so for you to be successful in setting up a home here on planet Earth, you need to abide by the energy on the home house. And that energy is Taurian. It's a very earthly creature comfort kind of sign. It wants and needs beauty. And so, if you're already feeling the bug, like I said, Uranus is opening that door now. You've got about a 2.5 year window where it could become very plausible. If the money's not right now, make that plan now. Because I am telling you, honey, we coming to visit Thailand. We coming to stay with you. So we gonna need you to get it together, get this together, get the bungalow together so your girls can come have a girls' holiday weekend with you. All right. This looks fantastic for a move. Like I said, windows open now, stays open for 2 years. Do it as soon as you can. Do it as soon as you're able to. No, girl, the vent, you don't. You do not have that placement. No, you got a different kind of placement going on in your fourth house. But yeah, this kind of like once you get to that place that's really beautiful and feels like home to you, Kylie, I don't see you moving. You're going to get there and you're going to stay there. Now, I see later in life, you could be a bit, have 2 homes, dual citizenship, bi-coastal kind of thing, but that's later in life, like on the other side of 40, closer to 50. But for now, just get yourself to a place where you feel safe on planet Earth. That's what you're being asked to do. Not only where you feel safe, but where you feel comfortable, where you feel like you can breathe. Because until that happens, I can really see it's going to be a challenge to get career stuff to go in the right direction, relationship stuff to work right for you. And like I said, the sooner the better, because your girls need some passport stamps, and we will come through. We will come through. You'll be like, why did I invite these chicks? Why did I even tell them that I was going there? What was I thinking that I would go, that I would tell them? Yeah, sun in the ninth house for sure. You just need to travel the vent with that ninth house sun and the Aquarius fourth house. Um, you just need to travel, and you need travel like you need air. Like you cannot be in the same place for too long, the vent. You need at least 2 trips a year, at least. And 2 is like not enough for you. Queen of Water says she has always had the travel bug. Yeah, very nice. Okay. All right, Salma, it's your turn, babes. Let's do this. After Salma, we have Kate. Let me check the payment apps. Okay, cool. If you want to get on the list, you can. The list is open. I'm about to paste how you do it. This is how you do it. That's how you get on the list. And yeah, I think it's going to be fun. Go ahead and jump on the list and I will get you read. I'm going to read for Salma, then Kate, and then it's your turn once you make your payment. There is so much world to see, Queen of Water. Dang. Then ate all the little crackers, ate all the cashews. I think I'm clearly ready for dinner. Okay, let's see. $19.88, 8 a.m. So the event, when are we going to this party? What time are we leaving? And do we have to dress up? Is it invite only? Do I need to bring a bottle? What are the details? All right, Salma. She says, this is my twins chart. I'm wondering if he's open to communication, romance now or soon. Yes, I saw you got the question and the tarot, the chart and the tarot. He's more open than he was last year at this time, I see, and he'll be even more open in the second half of this year. So after we get past May, June, and I'll show you, we're waiting for Jupiter here, the expander and opportunity bringer, to hit his 7th house cusp and to move through his 7th house, which will be a nice kind of full year transit for him, Jupiter in Aries. Here. So Jupiter arrives here come June 11th, actually. So there it is. Jupiter inside his 7th house. And that really lets all sorts of like motivation to get into relationship, positive relationship opportunities unfold. I see this Venus Uranus conjunction in his 8th house. He gets extremely open to sexy time. I'm seeing this situation here. What else is there? Okay. Yeah, he's got the Sun Moon conjunction in Virgo. The second half of the year is really it for him. I'm seeing that this is the period of time when he starts to step up into it in terms of relationship and start to get serious about wanting to find someone and being open to relationship. He was not open before this. I can see that with Chiron transiting the early parts of the 7th house, but we're at the midpoint now, later in this year. I don't see any major interference with his personal planets from Saturn, thank God. I see no major interference from Neptune, that's mostly done. Pluto, no, I'm not seeing any interference there. Chiron was kind of the last piece of the puzzle. I see nothing major from Uranus to his personal planets. Yeah, Chiron was kind of the last piece of the puzzle here. And now that he has moved through, dealing with my wounding, what are my issues in relationship? How come I act the way I act in relationship? And some of the woe is me relationships are hard energy. He moved through that last year. Now Jupiter in the second half of this year is going to be like, okay, so what you want to do? And give him this opportunity, again, opportunity bringer, expander, to start moving toward relationship. We've got Jupiter expanding his motivation for it here in Aries. The trick with this man, though, with the Aries 7th house is that he's not the kind of guy to want to like He's not trying, he needs a lot of independence in a relationship. This ain't the man who's going to text you good morning and good night and check on you every single day. This is not the man who's going to want to, um, move in with you and shack up with you right away. When he does commit to a person, he'll do it, but in this way that's like, let's go on adventures together, more like that than anything else. Um, is a guy who likes to have a good time, and he'll still want to go be with his friends. He's still going to want to do stuff on his own. He's going to want to keep his own place probably until he gets married. That's just this guy's nature. And so if you're looking for something that's a little bit more fairy tale-ish, the Aries seventh house cusp man is not going to provide it. You're going to need to try and keep up with this one and be really cool with the fact that, he's open to you, but he cannot be possessed by someone. That's the thing I think I'm trying to articulate. He'd love to commit and be in a relationship, but he needs to do it on his terms, his way, his timeline. And not only that, the kind of closeness most people desire with any one of the other 12 signs on that seventh house cusp, the kind of closeness most people desire, it's not the kind of closeness he wants. He wants somebody to have adventures with and then somebody to leave him alone so he can do his thing. He's not the kind of guy that he wants to be your hero. Absolutely. He wants to give you stuff that you'll appreciate, but he's motivated by experiences and maintaining a lot of his independence. And so as long as you can roll with that, you're good to go. You're really good to go. Let's pull some tarot. You wanted to know when he's going to be open. I don't know that I am the kind of person who knows how to do timing with tarot. There are some people who do know how to do that. But let's just see what we have going on here. We'll see what comes out. She said she wanted to know when he's going to be open. Do you have any messages about when? Any messages about when? Fascinating. Yeah. Even the cards, the first two cards that came out are really interesting. You guys have traveled together a bit. Very good. Nice. Okay. I like this setup, this spread. 5 of Wands upright, 9 of Pentacles reversed, 10 of Pentacles upright. So yeah, this is really talking about getting into that place. Yeah, I would say in the next 5 to 6 months, really, if I was going to guess at timing based on the numbers on these cards. 5 of Wands, 9 of Pentacles, there's 4 in between 5 and 9. 10 of Pentacles, there's 5 in between 5 and 10. I would say in the next 5 to 6 months, it looks like he gets to a place of openness. The 5 of Wands upright, 9 of Pentacles upright, or reversed. This is telling me that and 10 of Pentacles, he is moving into a period of time where he is feeling more relationship oriented, more family oriented, more willing to look at how can I build with someone in this lifetime. The problem is that he's conflicted about that. He doesn't know himself to be that kind of person who wants that. And so he goes back and forth in his mind at the present moment. Do I want this? Why do I want this? How would I have this? Can I have it in the way that it works for me? Would there be somebody who wants to be with me the way I want to be in a relationship? Or will I have to give up my selfhood, my independence, the way I like to travel if I get in a relationship? These are all kinds of questions I'm seeing him ask. Like, what would I have to lose if I decide to have that? And he's not quite finished with the inquiry around being willing to give certain things up. And he's wondering, like, well, would I even have to? Would there be somebody who wants me the way that I am? That looks to be some of the inquiry right now, some of the questioning, and it looks like he's actively working through it. So, assuming you guys are in communication, he's talking to you, you guys are like enjoying one another's company. You're doing stuff together, assuming that all of that is happening and there is romantic attraction on both sides, there's chemistry, there's flirtation occasionally, and maybe the two of you, you get busy. I would say he might start looking at this as something other than what it's been pretty soon here. Pretty soon, Salma. So yeah, decide what you want. And if you're willing to be in communication about that with him. Okay. Cool. Let me see what's going on here in the chat. Thank you, Salma. Kate. Kate Ambos, is that you, Hope Glitterati? Hope Glitterati, are you Kate? The list is open. If you would like to jump on it, you definitely can. I see Dana has jumped on the list. So Dana, I'm going to read for you next. Thank you. Hope Glitterati, are you Kate? I always forget. No, you're Christy. Okay, so Kate, it's your turn. I know, right? Hope Glitterati, she does seem to always have it together. Let me catch up on what's going on here in the chat. We're going to do Kate and then we're going to do Dana. And if you'd like to get on the list, you definitely can. The list is certainly open. And that's how you get on it. Okay. Salma says we see each other sometimes with our mutual friends. Energy definitely shifted this year, but all we do is make eye contact and look away. Interesting. I know. There was a day I was thinking the same thing, the vent, about his birthday. And Liz, I want to hear Selma answer for her chart. Haven't heard from him since last year. Mm-hmm. Vent says, I bought a wholesale box of trail mix. I got you if you need. It's funny because my twin isn't going to join right now. Okay. Once I get school settled, I am leaving. Okay, cool, Kylie. Happy trails. Send us an address and an invitation. Don't forget the invitation part. The vent says, I think it's at midnight and I have a velvet number picked out. Ooh, it's like teal. What? Girl, don't hurt him, girl. Don't hurt him. But I don't know. I may not, I may or may not change it. It's free, but like it's an eclectic party. It sounds eclectic. They have like live instruments playing, house music, hip hop, sometimes reggae. Girl, that sounds like fun. Oh my God. That sounds like a whole bunch of fun. The event, that sounds like really real. Let me see here. Let me see what else is happening here in this chat. D Nice used to come and play before the Panty and DJ Scratch and all those DJs. That sounds like a lot of fun. Selma, he was in a long distance relationship that seemed very challenging for him. I need to come up with a question, but I'm not good at it. I like to be smothered. Just kidding. I'm a fearful avoidant. These girls will get your questions together. Ask the chat of the event what you should ask. I want my independence too. Sounds like my read list. Someone says, I've learned from my past experiences that I cannot possess him. No, not that one. Giving him so much space and time. Yeah. And you've traveled a bit together. That's so cool. And we always make friends with others. That's nice. That's very nice. We're going to the same festival end of July. That sounds like fun, Salma. Ben says, I met an Aries sun, moon, and Mercury, but he could be rising too. And I was curious as to how disastrous it would have been. I like the way he walks or whatever. It wouldn't have been disastrous. Aries and Scorpio can work because they're both ruled by the planet Mars. You just have to be willing to tame that Mars a little bit. Interesting. Salma says, not right now, just seeing him with friends. Eye contact always intense. Oh man. Yeah, the vent does always seem to have it together. What does grand trine mean? It means you have a planetary placement in one of all three of the elements. So, uh, one of all three of the three elements of the same sign. So, a grand trine would be you've got a placement in Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, a placement in Aries, Sag, Leo. You have a placement in Capricorn, Taurus, and the fuck is the other one? Virgo. I'd be trying not to pay attention to them earth signs. I'm sorry if anyone's an earth sign in here. I just have very little earth in my chart. So I like la 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 on earth. But yeah, that's what a grand trine is. It's when you have a planet in all three of an element. Okay. How blue is blue came out. That's funny. How can I manifest losing 20 pounds? Girl, when I find the answer to that, I will let you know. I'm over here like, should I try on that waist trainer again? Maybe the waist trainer is what messed up my digestion. I'm scared of my waist trainer now. Tower little or towel moment birthday, exactly. No, hell no, that's Kate Moon. I wish Kate was always in my life. You guys are funny. What happened to Kate? Can you read for my twin, Kate? Yeah, Kate, come on. I can read for your twin. I can totally read for your twin. Um, okay, let me see. The Vin says I need to lose 3. Oh, to only need to lose 3 pounds. Yeah, I'm trying to order a personal pizza. Yes, ladies, it's pizza night up in here. Um, okay. Hope already tried with me. Thomas says we've been friends and he insisted he just sees me as a friend a while ago. I see. Well, I know you can really do about that, but just, enjoy the friendship unless you just prefer um to be out of his life. Some people prefer separation than friendship. I'm not one of those people. I don't prefer that. But if that's what works for you, that's what works for you. Okay. It's almost like friends with sexual tension. Exactly. I'd rather have friends with sexual tension than complete absolute absence, but that's me. You got to do what works for you. And so we have had that, me and my counterpart, we've had that in the past where it's like, we're just going to be friends with sexual tension then. Because neither one of us prefers to have complete absence. We're just not like that. So we would do that instead. Liz, what do K Moon thinks about seeing a lot of 222 and some 11 all day, every day? My immediate hit when I read it was just that you're moving through a lot of mirroring energy. There are a lot of mirrors around you, and it's important to pay attention to the information that's being mirrored back to you about where you're at, what your growth is, what your shadow is, where your triumphs are. Pay attention to the mirrors with the 222 and with the 11. I don't know. I think that's just a manifestation number, but that's me. Let me see. Red line on the video says live. Yeah, that's it. It happened to me back in 2019. Now again. Mm-hmm. The vent. It means pay attention. I I use one to work out and that's it. The vent oh God, which one do you use to work out? I want to use one to work out. The one I have, the maker was like, do not ever use this to work out. Kylie's like, I like food. Kylie, me too. Emma says, I'm doing nothing but work and take care of my baby stuck at home for the past 2 years. Oh, you need to have some fun. Um, I posted my details questions. Did you get it? My twins. Okay, let me get on this. Wigan, UK. I see the birth details now. Thank you. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, it's Dana and then it's your turn. The list is open. I'm reading for CM right now. Then I'm going to read for Dana and then I'm going to read for you if you'd like to make your payment. List is pretty short. All right. United Kingdom, Wigan. And November 10, 19. There's a lot of 1988 babies up in here. No birth time. Okay. Now let's get into the question. I was eating a veggie burger on my 11/22 receipt. I love it. I used to tell him, don't flirt with me, bruh. Cool. Yes. Okay, so what's the question? The one thing I don't see, CM, is the question, but let me just scroll up and see if I missed something. No, I don't see the question, CM. Paste that question, baby cakes. 7:38 a.m. Okay, I can add that. Dana, if you could make sure two things. Number one, Dana, make sure you're current in the chat. And then like go out and come back in so that if there's a lag or anything, you're current. So there's not so much time in between me finishing with Kate and starting for you. And then the second thing, Dana, if you could get your question ready and like put it all together, because you see we're having like a lot of chat conversation going on. Put the birth date, birth time, birth location, and your question all in one chat. That would be ideal for me if you could do it that way. Put it all in one message, Dana. That really helps me keep things flowing for everyone, especially anyone that comes behind you. It makes it so that they don't have to wait extra for their turn. Okay. I cannot see your question, CM. Yeah, it's there. Upcoming eclipse cycles for our union window. Okay, interesting. I'm not really sure what'll happen. Let me share this screen. I know he's going to go through a lot of changes because he's a Scorpio, and this eclipse cycle is going to impact him heavily. He was born on a Scorpio new moon. And so, because of this, his sun and his moon, but then on top of that, the house that governs his mirroring energy, the opposite, the partner energy, Taurus, both things are going to go through a really significant amount of change for him. Because there's this change energy, this transformation energy, some of these changes are going to be brought about internally because the energy behind his sun is Scorpio, and that's all about subconscious mind energy. But some of these changes are going to be brought about externally as well. There'll be transitions in the world of specifically business partnership and romantic partnership. Jumping into something with someone, getting out of something with someone, learning lessons with someone or about yourself. If you are the kind of person who never, ever, ever wanted to get married, this eclipse cycle could change that and make you the kind of person who's like suddenly interested in marriage. If you're the kind of person who has always been married to the same person since you were both 18 and now you're in your 30s, this eclipse cycle could change that and facilitate bringing you into singlehood. If you're the kind of person that, was like, any of the opposites energies, these things can really transition who you are as a person and put you on, truthfully, your right next step when it comes to relationship. Okay. So, all of that to say, when I look at this, he's still pretending to be a pastor, got it, but wants to be with me, but he's terrified to change his life. I don't know that you don't need to do anything. I actually think life is going to change his life. It's going to be a bit of a process. I mean, I think he's going to go through perhaps some awakening, some challenges in the world of the way all of this feels to him. But in terms of career path changes, I don't necessarily see that. Well, I lie and I digress. So with Mercury here in Scorpio as well, Mercury is the governor of his career path. Some of the eclipses are going to change his career path in such a way that will impact his relationship path as well. So I don't know that you need to do a whole lot. Life is going to be doing the work for you. This 2-year cycle is going to put him on a different path when it comes to relationship, probably also when it comes to career. What choices he makes with these transitions is going to be up to him. Life hands us the energy, but what we do with it, that's up to us. You can try to dribble a basketball, but I don't know that, or dribble a football, but I don't know that dribbling a football works well. And I don't know that you can play basketball if all you're ever doing is passing. So, there will be some prompts that show him which game he's playing and what he needs to do with it. If this were me and I were you, I would say, relax. It's going to be a process. The process is going to be 2 years. He will be a different person on the other side. Life will look different for him on the other side. In the meantime, manage your triggers. Don't put your triggers in his space. You deal with your triggers. Stay in communication. Be honest and upfront about where you're at, what you're thinking, what you're wanting, because some of what you are offering in your honest and authentic communication is going to be part of how he transforms and changes. But manage your triggers so that you're communicating from a place of authenticity as opposed to from a place of, I need you to change something about you so I can feel better. That never really works well, especially not for people who are Scorpio people, sun, moon, or rising. And I see he's both sun and moon and Mercury. So that's what I got for you, Kate. I'm excited to see what happens. Everybody, we're going to get our popcorn out. Her man's out here being a pastor, but in love with her. We're going to find out what happens on the next episode. Kate, keep us posted. Amazing. Okay, Dana, it is your turn. Let me just check the payment apps here. Dana, if you could please paste your question, that would be great. And after I read for Dana, it will be your turn if you'd like to jump on the list. The list is open. I am still taking payments. So I'm going to read for Dana now, and then I will. You were a pastor too. Hell no, we won't go. I feel like I'm supposed to be asking for lessons only if you want to. Some people came in the chat today and asked for hope. They were like, I've been through a hard time. I just need to know what I can look forward to. So you can ask for that too. Catherine Bond, you can sign up for the 1 hour by going to my website here, kmoonastro.com, and pick the 1 hour that you want. There are separate codes for the 1 hour twin flame and the 1 hour personal. But use the correct code on the page that you want to do it. You can save 20% on the 1 hour personal. That brings it from 160 to 128 with that code that you see in the chat. You can save 20% on the twin flame 1 hour with that code you see in the chat. And that brings it from 200 down to 160. So this is probably the only time I'm going to do this. But it's available as long as I'm live. If you try to book it after this live or tomorrow, it won't work. And if you email me, I will tell you it is full price. You're welcome to book if you want at full price. So if you want to take advantage of the savings, now is the time to do it. There is space in my calendar during the month of March. So the wait for us to chat will not be too long. Okay. Great question. Where'd Dana go? Now, I told Dana to be ready. Where is my girl, Dana? Dana, baby, Dana. Let me scroll up. I don't see Dana nowhere. Let's see. Dana, are you still here? I was praying yesterday. Interesting. The vent, ma'am, why you ain't tell me this? I'm a Scorpio. Or are we gonna get dragged? No, the vent. I've seen your chart. You just have a lot of career changes because I have your birth time. For you, this is gonna play out more in career than anything else. Some of your relationship stuff will shift too, but it'll be because you're getting more serious career wise. Hey, Lindsay K, welcome. Lindsay, if you want to get on the list, you can. The readings are not free. They are paid readings. For one question for me to read your chart, it's $25.25. The link to the PayPal, I just pasted it. If you'd like for me to read the chart and add tarot onto that, you can do so with $35.35. Okay. Thanks, Hope Glitterati. So I'm gonna jump the Aries bones. Oh, the vent. I don't know what you're gonna do, girl. You continue to surprise me. Yeah, you met a Scorpio who was born on a full moon. It was intense. Lindsay, yeah, Lindsay can share her question as soon as she's paid. And as soon as I read for Dana, unless Dana is not here, then I'll read for Lindsay next. Okay. I'm pretty safe, Scorpio, guys. Intermittent fasting, track your water, 14 bottles a day will keep you full and lose weight quick. I did 10 hours fasting today and I'm feeling great. Ooh, AM Liz. Girl, that's hardcore. Okay. You guys were running a seminary together. I vaguely remember that when we met together privately. We were training all the pastors in Australia. Yes, I remember that. I'm scared you're going to tell me pick again if I do the twin. What do you mean pick again, Hope Glitterati? Why would I tell you pick again? You know what, Kay? My Libra moon always be nagging me about a partner. I know it. I'm sure it does. And I'd be like, girl, go sit down. And what stands out is like, am I a person who's supposed to date one person? Like, I don't know. Fuck my emotions, petite. That sounds like some Libra stuff too. Like, should I do this? Should I do that? I don't know. Why am I feeling so deeply about all of it? That's a very Libra moon thing that just happened there that you shared. Hey, Dana, I am ready for you. Please go ahead and paste your question. It is your turn. You know what I hate? What men ask me if I have roommates. Why? You not coming over here, bro. Ah. Too funny. All right. So Dana's next. And then whoever wants to be after Dana can go. The list is open. And the way you get on the list is just by looking at the start of the chat. There's something in blue, a pinned comment that provides the link to PayPal and the prices to get a reading. 7/11/1986, 10:17 p.m. Okay, great. Oops, I didn't get the right location. Crevcore, Missouri. Okay. Crevcore, Missouri. And did you say 10:17? No, PM. Okay, got it. Now, let me share screen. He said it's annoying. I'm at a bit of a crossroads in what seems all areas of life. Okay. Okay. I'm interested in what my chart shows for this period in the next couple of months. That's a good question. I see why you might be at this crossroads. Saturn is about to hit your ascendant line and change your career, change where you live, change your relationship outlook or relationship status, and change your whole perspective on life. This is a major growing period for you. And one of the things that you're dealing with is figuring out where you want your feet to land, given how much has already changed behind you in 2020 as Saturn crossed over your sun by opposition. And so I think the clarity is going to come for you, but you're not going to get it, not yet. You're not going to get the clarity about what to do and where to go. So just hang in there. This is going to be stepping stones a little bit until we get to the latter half of the year. Actually, not even then, I lie. We need to get out into 2023. I actually think once you get into the first quarter of 2023, that's when you start to get more of the clarity you need. Until then, you might find a bit of vacillation, a bit of capitulation where you make a decision and then you go back to your previous decision. There's a bit of ongoing uncertainty until Saturn fully crosses over that descendant line, which it does this time next year. And between now and then, what you're supposed to be doing, and you can use this for the next 2 months, you can use it for the next 8 months. What you're supposed to be doing is exploring, giving yourself the opportunity to look into who you are, what you want, why you want it, and try things out. With Jupiter in your first house, trining your sun on your axis of manifestation in the house of creativity. This is about becoming more authentically who you are during this period of time, exploring who you are, expressing who you are, finding outlets for who you are in more real and authentic ways. Now, I know for someone who's both the Virgo moon and the Sag midheaven and the Aquarius rising, you really just want to get to the effing point already. Like, there's a part of you that's like, I'm sick of all this soul searching. Like, just tell me the answer. With this kind of other energy in your chart. And I get it. It would be nice if the answer was clear. It's going to become clear the more you dig into your self expression. So it's interesting. I had a friend go through a very similar transit a couple years ago. And what he discovered was that when he stopped trying to do everything that made everyone else happy, because he's truly a man of service. He loves to be able to give to other people. He chose his job because it was a state job and the people there really needed someone like him. He got married to somebody who really wanted to have a baby and he made sure she had a baby. Like everything he did and everything in his life was for the greater good of other people. And that gave him a sense of purpose until it burned him the F out. And so he went through a period of time where he wanted to stop drinking. And we talked about it a lot because he had been drinking a lot. And I was like, I would like to see you as your friend. I'd like to see you live a life where the amount of alcohol that you are drinking no longer feels interesting or necessary for you. And this is because he was doing it as a coping mechanism because there were so many parts of himself that were undiscovered. He didn't know how much he actually liked to travel and travel by himself without his wife. He didn't know how much he liked to write and how much he needed to take a writing course and do writing things until he started to experiment. And this is exactly what this time period for you is about. It's not about changing your life, it's about allowing yourself to change. And once you've gotten clear about the new you, because I see that there are some things that went by the wayside the last 2.5 years, some people you outgrow, some work circumstances you outgrew, some dreams you outgrew. Once you get clear about who you are outside of everything you've outgrown, then you can get into the place of building the new life for yourself. But trying to build a life while the new you is still formulating is a bit like trying to, I don't know, get the baby to do the dishes. You just had the baby. Stop trying to put the baby to work. Nurture the baby a little bit. Then maybe the baby can do some chores around the house. You see what I'm saying, Dana? It's an experimental time, and don't be afraid to try new things and just let yourself experience new things. Okay. Um, let's see. How did that resonate for you, Dana? You'll have to let me know. Um, yes, Kylie, he was an Aquarius, or he is an Aquarius. um, Similar to Dana's chart here, he's got that Aquarius sun. Dana has the heavy Aquarius rising, late degree Aquarius rising. And so, Cancer sun is what Dana's got. And so there's a lot of this kind of let me, explore myself because I've given so much to so many other people, Dana. And so I suspect, Dana, you're a giver too. You like to be of service. It gives you a purpose, and simultaneously, it's really necessary at this time to give to other people the quality of time, patience, and attention that you give to yourself. Dana, let me know how that resonates for you, hun. Let me get your tarot together. What was Dana's question so I can ground it with the tarot really quick? Dana says, particular areas of work, spiritual relationships, and I joined late, so don't know detail. Okay, that's okay. Where was Dana's question? Crossroads in all areas, yes. What does this period show? It shows exploration. What's Dana's guidance for this next period of time? These came out real quick, and it just mirrors everything that I just said. The Empress upright, the Magician reversed, and the Two of Pentacles upright. Magician reversed, middle of the spread, is really about not trying to force anything into fruition. Not trying to make something happen. Allow the crossroads. And the Two of Pentacles, it's like things hanging in the balance. Like you could go this way or you could go that way. The upright card of direction here is what started the spread, and that's the Empress card. And that's all about letting yourself come to full fruition, full gestation, full term. This Empress is very pregnant on this card. Give yourself the opportunity to be with yourself and whom you're becoming before you start trying to force yourself to manifest some new decisions. As much as you're able this year, 2022, put major decisions on hold unless you have to make them. There's no rush unless you have to make the decision. There's absolutely no rush. You can allow yourself this time because you'd be this patient with anyone else, someone that you loved based on your chart. You'd be this patient with them. If they needed a whole year to figure out what they wanted, you'd give them the year and more. I see. All of that to say, give that to you. You deserve it. Let yourself explore some things, try some things on. And if you don't like them, ditch them. Like, you don't have to keep it or follow it through. This is about figuring out what you like, sampling from the buffet of life this year while you chart your new direction next year. All right. Okay. Yes, you'll have to let me know how that resonates, Dana. Independent focus on self has been my thing. Yes, also a giver. Yeah, I can tell you are totally. Exploring spirituality has really exactly what I've been doing the last 2 years. Yeah. Good. So now it's about exploring how that spirituality wants to express in the third dimension. Do you want to paint? Do you want to bike? Do you want to plant or garden? Do you want to take an interior design class? Do you want to learn about essential oils? Do you want to, um, get a Reiki certification? Learn about past life hypnosis. How does that spirituality want to express itself in your third dimensional reality as a living, breathing part of your life? That's what you're meant to work through at this time. Okay. You have a hidden talent for break dancing? Kulaninial. Like, what are y'all doing here in the chat? I can see y'all been drinking. Am's on her third glass. I don't know what you do in the event. A lot of wine. Hilarious. Okay. The party is now lit. The girls are on one, I see. You have some good mead at home, Kylie. I love it. Kylie, yes, Kylie's still at work, I think. I love K Moon. She always gives hope about this journey whenever I start doubting it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad I could give that for you. I know a person, Sun, Moon, Mercury, and Aquarius. She's an alcoholic. That's interesting. You mentioned that. Well, yeah, overgiving can lead to needing to over receive when our cup is empty. And frequently that can be an addictive thing. Up in the easy, to say the least. Wine and all, that makes sense. It's not, and is really, I am in no rush, but feel so awkward. Yeah, for a person with a Sag midheaven, it would feel awkward to not have a direction. I get that, Dana. I get that. You want to know where you're going, what you're doing, how you're getting there, and you want to know it now. And simultaneously, there's just not going to be a way to have that clarity until you get clear about the parts of you that are no longer forefront or a part of the equation, and then the parts of you that will be forefront, that are the equation. All right, let me see what's going on here. Okay. What is Catherine Bond doing? Catherine Bond says, okay. Thank you. Okay, so Catherine, you're next. I think you have 2 questions. Is that right? Let me see. Catherine Bond, are you here? Please paste your first cue. Looks like you have 2. First cue and birth details. Amazing. Awesome. Okay. Nice. Sorry, I had to. My name is Bond, Catherine Bond. Yes, the event. Oh, Kylie was hiking. Look at Kylie being healthy for all of us on a Friday night. I love it. Okay. Awesome. All right. Michigan. Michigan had a big year this year. They finally beat Ohio State for once. Big old year for Michigan. May 3rd, 1968. 9 55 a.m. Okay, let's see what's what. Doing some shadow work and feeling stuck, letting some things go. How do I get past the block? Would it be okay if I asked you, what is the thing, where are you getting stuck and letting go? Like either what area of life is the block in, so I know which house to look at, or what is the repetitive wound about, so I know planetarily what I'm looking at. Um, you ordered pizza and it's on the way. Amazing. I love that. So, yeah, Catherine, if you could tell me that, that would be great. Thanks for hanging out with us all tonight, guys. It's been a lot of fun to kick it with you. The list is open. Catherine's the only one on it. So if you want me to read for you, I can. I'm going to read 2 questions for Catherine. She paid for 2 questions, and then it would be your turn. If you'd like to get on the list, that is how you do it. 25-25 for the chart reading. But if you want to add a tarot or oracle question, then that's 35-35. And there is the PayPal link. Okay. What's on your pizza, the vent? I'm jealous. What is on your pizza? Oh, you're super yelling at them kids. I hate hearing that. I hate hearing that. Family relationships, specifically my sister. Okay, thank you. That's quite helpful. Okay. Um, ground beef, olives, and mushrooms because I don't know. Because you wanted a burger, but pizza sounded better. um, okay. This is a Virgo governed house. Let me just see your natal configuration again. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. So here's the deal, Catherine. How can I put this? When I look at this, what I'm seeing here is that there's 2 things about your siblings. And I'm going to say siblings plural because it just looks like you have more than one, but maybe it's just the one sister. Um, what I'm going to say is that I think it's a good idea. You said you're having trouble letting it go. Did I read that right? Let me just see. Shadow work, feeling stuck, letting some things go. Okay. When I look at the last eclipse cycle, the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle, it would have impacted your house of siblings significantly. And this would have been 2020 and 2021. Sorry, 2020, mostly 2021, and late 2020. Because the way it impacted your house of siblings, and the house is governed by Mercury, which is in the sign of Taurus, and we're now in the Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle. I think the changes that are going to be happening with you and your sister are not done yet. That's the thing. I think the changes that are going to be happening between you and your sister will be a bit ongoing. These changes are going to be there's more still to be written in the story a bit, Catherine. And I think part of why you may feel stuck is because it may feel unresolved, and you might feel a little bit suspended because things are unresolved with her. I can see two things are true. There's some conversations yet to be had with Mercury and the third house being impacted here. But those conversations, it's like it's not time yet for those conversations to be had, either because you or her or both have yet to have certain experiences that illuminate certain things that bring you to certain levels of consciousness and realization that then allow you to have a conversation more productively. Where if you were trying to have those conversations now, it wouldn't be as productive, unfortunately. It would be more like you would still be in stalemate energy. You'd hit a brick wall, because one of the challenges I'm seeing in your personality versus your sister's personality and her personality versus your personality, I can see that she can be stubborn. She likes to be right. She sees things very concretely in a very black and white kind of way at times. And when she gets affixed to a point of view, it's very difficult for her to change perspective about it. And when it comes to you, I definitely see the big heart. I definitely see that you give a lot. Cancer rising, Cancer moon, Aries midheaven. And you're sensitive. You're a sensitive soul. So there could be times when she says certain things, I can see based on the way she's, her energy sits here in your chart. She doesn't realize how offensive and like alienating some of the things that she says can be. Like she misses it. She's just trying to get through facts and third dimensional reality, and she can unfortunately alienate people, and in this case you, in the process, unfortunately. And your sensitivity is such that with the Cancer moon, it's like you can forgive but you cannot forget. Same with that Aries midheaven there. You want to get past it as quickly as possible. The Aries energy, when you're at your best, you bring this Aries energy and you don't want to hold on to shit. That's just not who you are. You don't like to hold on to stuff if you can avoid it. But your Taurus sun, sometimes you can be attached to seeing things your way too. And so, what I would say as I'm looking at this for you, I continue to do the shadow work, embrace the darker emotions. They have a message for you. And that message has a lot to do with maybe some ways you and your sister, it's time for you to reconfigure the way that relationship sits. You guys may have been thick as thieves, peas in a pod. Now you guys are going to have a little bit more distance between you. You two may have both been responsible for mom. Maybe mom is, aging and you've both been in charge of her care. Maybe now you're going to let her take it over, or you're going to take it over. And one or the other of you will defer to the other one, right? And get comfortable with the fact that there really needs to be one decision maker around these things who works with mom. And then the other one needs to kind of just trust, yeah, I spoke with mom. This is what she wants, and allow things to unfold, that kind of thing. Like I said, this story is yet to be finished. It's not done. Some of the events that are going to bring you and your sister into resolution have yet to occur with the Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle. This eclipse cycle goes into next year. So give yourself some time, some space, some patience. Even though this may be at a standstill for right now, Catherine, it will not stay unresolved, but use the opportunity. It sounds like you are. Use the opportunity to reconcile yourself with the messages these heavier emotions can bring. Because with that Aries midheaven, this Taurus sun, the Cancer rising, Cancer moon, uncomfortable feelings are just not your jam. Like if you could avoid those like the plague, you would. Like you just want to be happy and you want other people to be happy. And I get that. But it's really important at this time to deal with the things that may have gotten shoved down in your lifetime with your sister that are giving you invaluable messages about your boundaries, about your needs, about your goals and desires, about what works for you and what doesn't work for you. The discomfort is serving a purpose. And because you are a person who prefers to deal on the light side of things, even if that means sometimes you have to skirt the shadow, moments like this in our lives are really critical. Because when the shadow gets tamped down too much, it can kind of explode in these kind of interactions with people where we get into gridlock, so that we are forced to look and deal. What are my needs? What are my boundaries? What do I want? Why am I not getting it? What do I need to be more accountable for with me in my relationships? All of that. Okay, Catherine. So that's the answer to your first question. You'll have to let me know how that resonates. And then, Catherine, you asked a second question. Actually, her mom is dying, early onset Alzheimer's. Got it. Colleen is your person of something. Chris is secondary. I don't follow what that means, but hopefully the parts about the purpose for the shadow work and the difficult emotions made sense. There you you'll have to let me know if it resonated. But that third house there that we were talking about is siblings, cousins, neighbors, it's communication, it's soul family. So anyone you would consider soul family falls into that group. Can I ask it like that, or do I have to be more specific? Oh, okay. You guys are chatting amongst yourselves. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that her mom is dying. But yeah, you'll have to let me know about the second question. Alzheimer's is no joke. It's a painful, painful disease. It's really hard to deal with that one. Okay, let me just double check these payment apps really quick, see what's what. I see Catherine Bond. Let me refresh because I feel like another payment came in. Okay. Amal Amy is on the list. And we'll do Amal Amy after I finish here with Catherine. Okay, this hope, love, and sunshine. Got it. Okay, let's see. Oh, power of attorney. Okay. Damn. Kathy, I'm gonna keep you in my thoughts and prayers, sis. I know that's not easy. I watched my mom go through it with her mom and siblings and her parents, and it was just everyone deals with grief in their own way. And sometimes some people check out, sometimes people push their feelings down, sometimes people lash out. But when there's a loss of a mom, what you're probably dealing with and the difficulty is the interaction around how the person you've asked about deals with loss. So I'm so sorry, Catherine, but hang in there. It won't stay in this suspended, painful state between you and them forever. There are events yet to unfold that will move the needle on communication and allow you to come back to letting go, and being in the good space. Okay. Looking for purpose and direction in career. Okay. Had some health issues and forced out of regular corporate America to maintain level of functioning. Oh, this is a whole different chart we're looking at. Okay, hang on one second. Let me update the chart details. So we're dealing with um Taiwan, Taipei. Shoot. How do I spell Taipei? There we go. Apostrophe AI. And we want to go May 24, 1985, 10:35 p.m. Okay. Different chart. Okay. Had some health issues, forced out of regular corporate America to maintain level of functioning. Got it. Doc said to try and make something work from home, but as a Gemini sun and Aquarius rising, I have tons of ideas. I bet. Okay. All right. Yeah. Hmm. um, I guess you're wondering which ideas make sense, make the most sense for you. Or if you have an idea, you can tell me what the idea is, and then we can look at your chart to see the best way to make it work for you. Hmm. My phone was not charging all this time. Got it. Trying to ask a growth question. You guys are funny. I'm trying to soul search my question. Colleen has two siblings, a brother and a sister. Got it. Okay. Catherine Bond, yes. Okay. So you want to know what would be good for you, what could work for you. Okay. Um, so there's a few different ways that your chart shows strengths for working from home. With the Scorpio midheaven, um, Scorpio does well with a few things on the midheaven. Scorpio does, you said you're a baker and a chocolatier. Oh, wow. Okay. And you work from home? Interesting. Okay. You would probably find it interesting to, it's ironic. We were just talking about loss. If you wanted to bake or do things like do packages for people that's specifically around like bereavement or transitions of a loved one that people can order as like a gift for their loved ones, and you package it up really nicely. You put a really loving message on there, and the messages can be from you. I see you're a communicator here with this Gemini sun thing, and the Gemini stellium, having really like a niche business around like compassionate care for using your baking skills, for people who might be moving through a transition or a loss. That could be one way that this could work really well for you if you want to continue to use your baking skills. Um, Cottage food industry is great in Colorado. Very good. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But that Scorpio midheaven, one of the interesting things about you is that you do really well working behind the scenes. You do really well guiding, teaching, training, leading other people, giving them instruction. In part because the later part of your 10th house and you is this, it is the teaching sign. And you would probably have a bit of a, with the Saturn and Scorpio, a bit of attention to detail where you would really, you'd help people get it right in a lot of ways that they might otherwise miss. Or sometimes, so if you wanted to bring like a training to people, do like a training as a teacher, you'd be really great at host classes in the cottage food industry where it's like a kind of thing for couples, like romance, like, you know, a bake together and get baked, like, you know, like a date night evening where you teach people and you do classes with them. And they get to take their, you know, romantic thing that they ate home. That would be a lot of fun for you, I see. I'm also seeing here too, you know, Scorpio governs transformation and change. I was a CNA. I don't know what a CNA is. Um, but Scorpio governs other people's money. So dealing with taxes, loans, bookkeeping, investments. Scorpio deals with sex and intimacy. Scorpio deals with transformation and growth and metamorphosis. So if you wanted to work in any way pertaining to those ideas, they would be really aligned and be quite successful for you. Ironically, mostly for Alzheimer's, where I met my twin flame. Maybe you mean some kind of nurse. Maybe CNA means a nurse. Because there's this Cancer moon, I'm not surprised that you worked somehow, some kind of way for people with Alzheimer's, certified nursing assistant. There you go. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me that you did that. The Cancer moon there in the Aquarius rising. But yeah, I don't know that that's something you want to continue to do. What might actually be useful, now this could make you money. For people who cannot afford to have an at-home care nurse, doing like private and personal tailored trainings for people who have taken on care for a loved one who has aged, how helping them figure out how to basically organize their own privatized care at home, since they're the one that's going to have to do it, being the one that shows them how. Like, okay, I'm going to do a 3-week training with you. And then 1 week later, I'm going to shadow you so that to make sure that you know how to provide all the care that your loved one needs at home with you. Since you can't hire a nurse, you can pay me to train you one time. And then I'll work with you. We'll have monthly check-ins after that to make sure that you're taking care of yourself and everything is going smoothly. But you can kind of just train them on the day to day if you wanted to do that. Otherwise, I'd say definitely something in the world of communications with that Gemini sun. If you really like baking, I would continue about the process of either working to educate other people, or doing something where you're providing the services for people who are moving through difficulties in one way, one form or another, providing, you know, the goods and the services with language. So maybe you make the card, you make the messages, because that's something I know I struggle with all the time when people tell me, you know, oh, my mom got cancer or my dad died, or, you know, I never know what to say. Never. And I always end up saying the wrong effing thing. So I've now gotten to the place where I just don't say anything, but then people think I don't care. So if I could, you know, call up a place and be like, yo, can you send some, you know, bereavement cupcakes with a message to my friend Shirley over in Austin, Texas, that would be so nice for her to receive from me. but it would take the weight off of needing to want to get it perfect and then being paralyzed because I can't. I don't know what to say in those circumstances, but I can clearly see that you do. You know how to work with people in the world of communication around transition and loss in a way that, frankly, some of us just struggle with. So I don't know, Catherine, if you want to explore some of the ideas more directly in like a private session, I did see that you booked one. We can do that. I'm much better if you know, like, here's the things that I'm interested in. How could I apply this in a way that works for success with my chart? I can tell you, we'll avoid this and then do this. But if I'm kind of pulling out of thin air, I'm pulling out of thin air. You got to kind of roll with what straws I'm grasping, all of that. So hopefully that's a little bit clear. That provides you with at least some ideas to work with, but it sounds like you need to go from ideas to decision, and we'll be able to do that in your private session. Okay. I'm looking forward to meeting with you. All right. Hope, love, and sunshine. It is your turn. Okay. And the list is open. So I'm reading for Hope, Love, and Sunshine now. But if you're welcome, Catherine, hopefully maybe something in there resonated for you. I look forward to chatting with you more directly about kind of some of your ideas. List is open. If you want to jump on it, I just pasted the way to do that there in the chat. And we may wrap up soon-ish. We might do like another hour or so-ish. But one thing that I think I want to make sure that I tell you guys, if you want to get on the list, or if you are hanging out with us now, during this live and during this live only, I am offering a special on 1 hour personal readings with the code SAVE20P, 20% P, and then save 20% TF for twin flame readings. Saving 20% during this live definitely brings the price down, and it'll give you the opportunity to jump on my March calendar before we move into April, because there's definitely still some spots left, so we can talk in the next couple of weeks. One of the things that it does for you is it allows us to get some clarity for what's coming forward in the year and what projects you may have in the year, what changes you may be planning. We can look at the astrology and see how it works for you. Okay. So you can, as long as I'm live, use those codes. As soon as I'm done being live, those codes will go inactive, and you will not be able to utilize them to book. If you email me to be like, oh, I missed it, can you just extend? No, it'll be full price. So if you are trying to book and you want to book the 1 hour, do it now. Okay. Yeah, I totally called her the vent because it is her turn. Thank you so much for being ready. Hope, love, and sunshine. I appreciate that. And then the vent says she paid. So let's see what's what. Okay. Amazing. Awesome. Okay. But what is your birthday, Hope, love, and sunshine? I need to see your birthday. The event, I have you on the list. Oh, yes. Okay. So you did ask a good question. What if I don't know who's the twin anymore? Great question. I'm going to answer that question. Olivia, I did a reading for you already. No? Yeah. I got your payment and I did your first reading for you, Olivia Meyer. I see. If you want to ask another question, you can. Oh, for a personal tweet, you mean for the 1 hour? Here's what I'll say about that, Olivia, for the 1 hour. Sometimes we don't know which is which, who's the twin. Put the vent in timeout. Thank you, Hope, Love, and Sunshine. Sometimes we don't know. Sometimes it's not necessary to know. I have found that we are shown what's true about it when it's time for us to know. Hope, Love, and Sunshine, where were you born, though, babe? Where, what city, state, town, country, you know, those things. Um, and so my guidance has been to leave the knowing to you, to not outsource it to me, because part of the path of becoming a twin and being activated by divine love is the activation of our intuition templates, our divine knowing templates. And if I outsource that, I'm not going to, you won't grow it. You'll grow it by allowing yourself to go through the experiences and learn what love is teaching you through the experiencing. All of that to say, maybe if you don't know which person to read on, you can certainly just do a personal reading for now. Beirut, Lebanon. Okay. Thank you. Lebanon, Beirut. And let me just confirm May 9, 1976, 25 p.m. Okay. Got it. Beirut, Lebanon. Thank you very much. Hope, love, and sunshine. Let me share screen and finish answering Olivia's question. Personal reading would probably be appropriate, Olivia, if you're not sure at this time. Typically, if you don't know which is which or what's going, it's typically a really good time to look within to understand why you might have attracted two different deep soul connections and what you're learning through it and what you need to learn and what are your lessons at this time. And having that deep look at yourself will probably provide even greater clarity about what's the right path for you with the people you're dealing with. I have found at the end of the day, the label is less important than the quality of our loving. The way we love and how we show up for love, that's the part that matters a lot more than who's the twin and who's not. Because I've seen plenty of twins who've got a soulmate that just makes more sense to be with at times because the twin is dealing with so many of their own lessons and their own shadow work, and it's externally coming out that it doesn't make sense to stand that close to them while they're working on it. And you may have certain lessons in love that need to play out, but can only play out with a soulmate as the teacher, and that the soulmate experience as the classroom. So rather than focusing on the label, I think, if you've got two and you can only afford one, then my recommendation would be to do a personal reading. But because there's the savings, Olivia, if you can afford two different twin flame readings, then I would do two different ones. I would do one 30-minute with one person's set of birth data and another 30-minute with the other person's set of birth data. And we can look at the challenges and the growth and the lesson for each one. And if you can afford the hour, there's the savings. We can do 2 1 hours, preferably not in the same day. I don't really do well with that. Give me a day to come out of your energy and then tap back in. But yeah, we can do 2 1 hours and we can look at both sets of birth data and what the lessons and the growth are. But rather than trying to base what you do on the label, I would look at where are the biggest triggers? What are the biggest lessons? Where is my biggest challenge? Where do I feel personally most pushed? And then I would maybe pick to do the reading about that person. And again, this is all about you, all about your growth, right? I would do it that way rather than, well, I only want to read on the twin. Well, the twin may not even be an appropriate person to talk about at this time, depending upon their level of absence or presence in your world. It always comes back to us. So hopefully that's helpful. Let me know if you have any clarifying questions, Olivia. I will get to them as soon as I finish here with Hope, Love, and Sunshine. All right. Thank you so much, Hope, Love, and Sunshine. What she say when the fuckery is gonna end? Okay, what girl? What happened? I feel stuck over a year, one hit after another. Lost income, my storage unit got stolen. I lost a friendship, dog, and I'm genuinely exhausted. Or what do the next 3 months look like? Finances suck. Okay, girl, let's see what's happening here. This sounds really intense. Okay. Um, yeah, that's a lot to go through all at one time. mm, Trying to place it all. These all sound like second house issues to me. Second house, eighth house, storage unit, income, friendship is 11th house. Um, this is Mercury ruled. This is Mercury ruled. This is Jupiter, Saturn ruled. Mercury, Saturn. Oh, okay, well, this is good. This is great. Yeah, you almost threw it. This is great. What was the lesson? Let me dig it out for you so that this can be easier to understand. What the fuck? Um, okay. Why would that be her lesson? Does she have an issue holding on to stuff? Is that the yes? Okay. Okay. Hope, love, and sunshine. That is the issue. You see here, you can't, it's really small, but under modes, you have 5 cardinal placements, 8 fixed placement, 3 mutable placements. Um, I was looking to figure out, did you have an issue holding on to stuff by understanding if you had an abundance of fixed energies? Fixed energies do not like to change. In order for fixed energy to change, they need to be dragged in order to change. They won't do it on their own. And so when I looked for what could have impacted all 3 areas of your life, storage unit, friendship, income, when I looked for that, and I looked for the ruling planet on each of these houses, what I was shown was that Saturn and Mercury were playing a key role. Your natal Saturn and Mercury here in this area of your chart that I'm highlighting now were getting hit by transiting Saturn. And this was last year. Thankfully, the tail end of the hit is happened. You're done with it. And simultaneously, it wasn't without purpose. Saturn takes stuff away. In the mythology, Saturn was the slayer of Gaia's divine counterpart. Saturn chopped off his penis because he had all this sex with Gaia, then decided their mutually created babies were ugly, then decided he was going to shove them babies back up inside of her. And Gaia was like, oh, no, 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 you misunderstood. I'm a sovereign being. You don't get to tell me what I do with my body. So she asked her original children, the one she made without the help of a divine counterpart, can somebody help me put Uranus, my counterpart, in his place? Saturn was the one who answered. And Saturn said, what do you want me to do? She was like, castrate him. And so he did. Saturn became known as the castrator, the harsh teacher, the separator, but that's from the male point of view. When you look at the mythology from the feminine lens, what you have is an interesting experience of Saturn allowing Gaia to be herself again, to be restored to her wholeness, to do what it is Gaia does, which is give birth, populate. And so when Saturn rolls through our life and touches personal planets, what Saturn is trying to do is give you the opportunity to be yourself again by removing things that would otherwise weigh you down, hold you back. You lost the friend because she probably wasn't that good of a friend. The stuff in the storage unit, you likely didn't need. The money from the job wasn't the right way to make money. You're supposed to make money in a different way. But all of this happened in the way that it did because with 8 fixed placements in your chart, sis, you weren't going to let it go on your own. You needed somebody to let it go for you. And Saturn was that somebody. Saturn showed up to save you from yourself and get you to a place of moving into transition and change for your betterment. Take these ugly ass kids back the vent. Shut up. Wine has taken over the chat, ladies. I see. But that's the thing. It's trying to help you get to a place where you are freer, you are lighter to be more of who you are by removing things that were holding you back. It doesn't make the change easier, hope, love, and sunshine. It doesn't make it less painful. It doesn't make the loss hurt any less. But I want you to remember when it's hurting, this was for a purpose. I needed to let this go. And I'm ready to call in that which is aligned with my greatest good now. Show me the friends, show me the stuff, show me the job that's aligned with who I am meant to be. And chances are, if you really took the time to look at this from a higher level perspective, you can see why that friend needed to go. You know why you needed to let go of that storage unit and some of the things in it. You also know why making money from the job you had wasn't even aligned. You maybe weren't ready to transition out of it yet, but what person with this much fixed energy is? Fixed energies like to hold on until, like, listen, is not even beating a dead horse. Like the horse could be a skeleton, not even recognizable anymore, and the fixed energies will hold it. Saturn's trying to clean that up and prepare you for new, next, fresh, different. And just to close this out, I want to let you know as we get into the second half of this year, Jupiter through Aries, you're going to be in a position to cultivate and manifest new, next, fresh, different in each of the areas we have just talked about. Maybe not the storage unit, girl. Learn how to throw some stuff away. But the idea here is that it is time for your rebirth and expansion. But the only way that could have happened is with a full detoxification beforehand. And that's what just happened. It's not fuckery. It's actually source and light trying to move you to your next highest step. You got this, girl. You got this. Hang in there, hope, love, and sunshine. Do like your name says. Have some hope. Spread some love. Be some sunshine. You got this. You got this. It's okay. I have a fixed moon. I hold the fuck on too. I get it. I really do. Emotionally, letting go is like, it's a language I don't understand. When people are like, let go, I'm like, say it again. How? Spell it. I don't understand that. It sounds like to me, but that's okay. We'll learn how to let go, hope, love, and sunshine. We really, really will. Now, Saturn doesn't give 2 fucks about our feelings. Saturn does not care. What Saturn wants for us is what's going to allow us to be our truest selves. And it does not care how we feel about getting there. So you got this. Baby girl Crystal, it's your turn. What you got for me, Crystal? What's your question? Awesome. So it will get better extremely shortly. But hope, love, and sunshine. Yeah, it's water. I ain't out here like y'all winos. I'm being professional right now. Let's save my wine for later. Okay. Just kidding. Y'all know me and my wine, we get down. You all know, but no, tonight is just water. I will be having my indulgence in a little bit, But for now, hope, love, and sunshine. Thank you, especially for making me laugh. You're welcome. Listen, Saturn's not easy for any of the fixed signs. If you are a Scorpio, a Taurus, a Aquarius, or a Leo, Saturn's just never easy. You said, fuck your professionalism. I didn't come here for that. I come here for professional, okay? But yeah, it's Saturn's not easy for those of us with fixed placements because it really just wants us to grow by letting go. And letting go is just not what we do. We sustain. That's what fixed seasons are. They are the sustained energy of a singular season. And so when you have that fixed thing, yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy to let go. But that Saturn is the energy is like, you will let go come hell or high water. And as the saying goes, I am the hell and I am the high water. So you just got to let go and allow the changes to happen. It will get better shortly. The shortly is the second half of this year, but it's only going to get better if you're willing to look forward at what you can create from here. Saturn's moving through your fifth house of creativity and not look back at what you lost from here. Okay. Yes, girl. I see it. I was building your chart. Okay. November 3rd, 1991, 11:55 a.m. Staten Island. Got you. What are my lessons in life? Ooh. What are your lessons in love? Now, I just want to remind you that there was a time in this chat when I said to you, you don't have to ask about lessons. You can ask for hope. And you opted for lessons, girl. I'm just reminding you. But you got enough Scorpio energy. You can handle it. I'm going to eat air for dinner and water for dessert, Kylie. I quit the best job I ever had. Oops. Blu-ray, you still here? What are you doing, Mark? What are you having? Are you drinking? Are you drinking water? Are you drinking wine? We're doing all the things here today. Your lessons in love, kiddo. When I look at this sweetness, your lessons in love, you can be a bit all or nothing in your shadow, the vent, when it comes to love. It's like you're all in and it comes with a heavy duty dose of, and I'm gonna need you to be up under me and report in 3 times a day and then come home to me at night. You can go that route where like your insecurities get the best and the worst of you, bring out the worst in you when you have the experience of feeling triggered by someone or you don't hear from them, which now that I think about our email exchange, I'm like, okay, but that's the Cancer 7th house cusp line. Whenever Cancer energy, your committed partnership house gets super triggered, it goes and it wants to latch, it wants to grab, it wants to cling. And even when it's not triggered, just like that's just Cancer in love. It's like, come get up under me and let me be up under you. And that's only exacerbated a bit here by the Chiron Leo placement in the 7th house, whereby there's that clinginess can sometimes happen as a function of feeling like questioning your worth with someone. Like some of the lack of self-love can get projected as a you don't love me enough on the other side. And because I think you've lived life long enough on planet Earth where you know this about yourself, you're clear to who you are, You've seen this in yourself. You can swing the opposite direction, which is this Capricorn situation over here, and just be like, no, I'm a brick wall. You will get no emotions out of me. All of this Scorpio energy up here. You don't get to know how I feel. I'm going to hide it. Yeah, you try to push it down. And so as a function of, some of the challenge that you experience with feeling so deeply and so intensely, moon eighth house, moon Libra, abundance of scorpionic energy, Cancer seventh house. Like when you love hard and you love deep. So small things can cut and big things can cut deep for you. So as a result of that, like I can see the lesson for you is to learn how to love with freedom and how to self-love, have enough mastery in self-love where you are able to connect without gripping, and to have appropriate conversations at appropriate stages in relationship about what's happening for you and for the other person without feeling like being self-conscious about the fact that maybe I'm pushing, maybe they don't want this, and then overthinking it, Libra moon style, and then just saying nothing and shutting down, shadow side of Scorpio. Okay. And that's some of the North Node here. North Node Capricorn is about learning how to work with and create structure, create boundaries, facilitate progress and plans at stage appropriate times without necessarily going too far off the emotional deep end, clinging to them or shutting them out. The extreme energy, that's what I'm seeing here is the thing for you that you need to learn how to balance. You need to learn how to work with your extremes. It's okay to feel so deeply and so intensely, and it's okay to feel so richly and so profoundly. It's not okay to have those feelings then dictate and run your love life to such a degree that there's no movement. It's always stagnant, and you're constantly repeating the same broken cycle of come here, go away, come here, go away, come here, go away over and over again with people. That's that part right there. It will stunt you emotionally, and ultimately stunt your career as well. That you cycle through these extremes without ever learning how to properly self nourish and balance yourself. Okay. Assad, welcome. Great to see you again. Anonymous, welcome. So that's the lesson, learning how to work with your extremes, feel into what you feel. Kylie, only sober one in the chat. Assad's sober. It's daytime for Assad. He's sober. I'm sober. Come on, y'all. So am I a fearful avoidant, or is it just my damn chart? I would say it's probably a mix of both. I think that's one of the challenges for people who are fearful avoidant, is that you can get activated in that anxious side, activated in that avoidant side, and you constantly go through this come close, no, go away, come close, no, I don't need anything from you, why weren't you there for me? Like that it is a little bit written here, but not to the degree that it would be if you had, let's just say, way more Gemini energy, sun opposite moon, Mercury opposite Venus, like that kind of thing. You don't have that going on in your chart. Somebody who has that going on in their chart, like they would kind of be in fearful avoidant landia for a lot of their life. But and like really need to prepare their loved ones for how that's going to manifest. What I'm saying is that you have the capacity to transcend that patterning by mastering your emotional reality, the event. And by doing that and bringing people in, you can start to have more mature conversations about where are things going? How are you feeling? What do they want? What do you want at appropriate times so that you are not kind of, your emotions aren't constantly confusing other people and running you away from the love that you actually really want to experience with people. Okay. So that's the lesson, learning how to balance your extremes. Um, Kylie says, you can borrow some of my Gemini. Anonymous says, I feel attacked. I have 2/3 of those. Listen, at the event, I'm hearing you're not that fucked up yet. You got this, the vent. You got, I don't know how to master my emotional thing. You can do it. Just keep working. You're already working out a lot of it. Like figuring out your attachment style was a really good next step. And you did. Now that you understand your attachment style, it's about learning the tools to work with that style so that when you get triggered and you go into avoidant land, you can actually talk to someone and be like, hey, just so you know, I got really triggered and I think I shut down. I don't mean to not talk to you, but I'm going to need a minute to process what just happened. Um, what I'd like is for you to just check in on me, just make sure I'm okay. Right. If you can do that, you're going to find that, um, you're in a much stronger place in relationships. Same thing with your anxious side. Like, listen, I'm really fighting the urge to text you 5 times a day because I feel like my heart is just exploding with love, but I can't figure out where you're at. And I just need some reassurance that you're actually feeling something, or you're in this with me, or I'd like to at least know where you're at so that I understand how to measure and temper my communication with you. That kind of communication will go a long way, in terms of managing your relationship dynamics. Anonymous. Wow. Imagine that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes, true. I had one glass, y'all. Don't worry. Between if we were to pool all the alcohol that has happened here, not counting myself, because I am trying to be a professional right now, no one would even be tipsy. So just think of it that way. um, cool. Now have one for me, Hope Clitorati says. Man, I be doing that. It's the what I'd like part I gotta work on. Yeah. Yeah. Telling people what you'd like. And I think that's a hard thing for people who have strong Scorpio placements. It's a hard thing for all of us. I mean, unless you're a fire sign, but um fire signs will tell you, like, this what I want. This what I need. Like they'll just let you know, foot in mouth. They don't care how you feel about it. They'll just, hey, this what I want. You want it? You gonna do it? No? Okay. But I definitely have seen for my water sign people, Cancers, Pisces, Scorpios, it can be really hard to reveal, like, because what if they don't do it? And then what if they do it, but they're faking it? Or like, what if they don't mean it? Or, like, then I got to deal with disappointment. I'd rather deal with not having it and having not articulate it, because then it preserves the hope that I could have it, than articulating it and them doing it wrong or me not getting it, because then I'm disappointed because the whole thing's just a failure now. Like, it's that my water signs can go to extremes. And I'm only speaking from experience as a woman with a lot of water in her chart. Extremes are a real place that I can go, but it's always about recognizing, okay, this is disproportionate to what has happened here, Kay. I'm going to need you to relax. My BFF is a Sag, and I admire that about her. Yeah, yeah. The fire signs can really, Aries, Sag, Leo. Look, They can really tell you this is what it is. This is just what it is. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. This is what it is. Because for them, they're uncomfortable when the truth is not on the table. Yes, K Moon, what a mind. Fuck yeah. Manifesting a Sag. I'm Leo, saturated. Oh my gosh, you guys are hilarious. Here's my fire sign self asking what my twin's problem is. But I did that with the Capricorn and he made me feel wrong about it. And that messed me up. Did he make you feel wrong about it, or did he just not respond the way you wanted him to respond? That's a very different thing. A real place I can go. Yes, Anonymous. It's a very real place I can go. Emotional jail is what I call it. Typically, it's here Saturday through Sunday. Monday through Friday, I tend to be good to go. Trying to avoid emotional jail this weekend. Kylie, only sober one in the chat. Who wants another reading? Are you guys done? Is there anyone here who would like to get on the list? The list is open. It is possible for you to get a reading. You're welcome to let me look at your chart. The question that I just answered for the vent are what are my lessons in love? And it provided some really rich conversation that was quite triggering. It resulted in all of us feeling called out in different ways. So if you enjoy that, you can certainly purchase a reading. The way to do that is to click that PayPal link. You can send 2525 if you'd like me to answer one question about your chart. 3535 if you'd like me to do your chart and add on a tarot clarification. List is open. We're having a ball. Pull up a chair, get a snack, order a pizza, grab a drink. That seems to be what everyone's doing here, having some good fun. All right, let me double check and see what's going on here in the payments apps. So if you'd like to jump on the list, you can. Also, there's a little bit of a sale going on. The vent. No, he used to troll me about it. So it was both. Oh, he wouldn't respond the way you wanted him. And then he would troll you about your feelings. I don't like that, the vent. I don't like that at all. You need to call him out. I told him I like flowers and that's it. And he never let it go while expressing his disdain about it. I never asked for them. He said he didn't want to hear what I liked. He wanted to learn himself. I thought he was dumb. I mean, it is a little bit like going to class and then insisting that the teacher not teach. I don't know why he showed up for class that day. That's kind of how I feel about that. Now, that could just be me being a bit snarky, but in relationships, there's no need for us to play guessing games when I could just tell you. But I imagine he had what you described. He's blocked now. What you described when you share, here's what I like. And he wants to express disdain. And then he continues to express things about it, or maybe tease you about it. This to me sounds like someone who feels really triggered when he hears expressions of desire from other people. And that triggering can come from either feeling like he never gets his own needs met when he expresses them from other people. That could either be a story or a reality that he lived through, maybe in his childhood or family dynamic. The other thing that could be happening there is he could be the kind of person who had some parental enmeshment where he got parentified at a young age, and a lot of expectations were put on him to such a degree where he cannot deal with expectations now. Any more expectations, and he's already hit his limit because he's never learned how to have appropriate boundaries with people to begin with. And so, when people just have a hard time just hearing basics like, oh, I really like the movies, or oh, I really like flowers, or I love, sex in the mornings, or I love to have dinner with my partner. When you're in the getting to know you phase and there's that strong visceral reaction to somebody pushing away from or being repelled by expressions of your enjoyment, there's something going on there with their own relationship to enjoyment or their own relationship to getting needs met and desires met. So you need to not take that personally and just recognize that's a stage in his growth. And like you did, this wasn't a match. You guys aren't a match. He's not in a place where he's able to be present enough with his own needs to feel comfortable being present with yours. And that's okay. Yes, Kay, I asked him what his needs were and he couldn't articulate them. Yeah, feels like he's already healed. Not really. People who are really whole recognize that they have needs and they have systems actually set up in their life to get those needs met in healthy ways that don't undermine or distract other parts of their life, right? The vent. And I'm like, I think you're going to treat me poorly. Goodbye. Yeah. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. That would be a bit of a setup for mutual neglect, him neglecting himself and then wanting to neglect you. So I think you kind of identified that pretty clearly very early. He says he doesn't have expectations and expectations are a red flag. Wow, way to gaslight himself. I think that it's unreasonable to interact with other humans without expectations of some sort. And it doesn't have to be major ones, but yeah, I have a baseline expectation that when you and I hang out, you're not going to slap the shit out of me. I have a baseline expectation that when you and I hang out, we're going to talk to each other kindly. I have some baseline expectations that, when you call me on the phone, you're not going to call and hang up 3 times before you talk to me. I don't know that there's anything unreasonable about that. And as far as, dating and moving past the dating stage into, the honeymoon stage and then the problem solving stage, forget what that's called, but you get the idea. Like everyone has different unspoken expectations for each of those stages. And it's just unreasonable that if you don't know what they are for yourself, what your own expectations are, you're going to constantly be disappointed by other people and not know why you're disappointed. It's because you had expectations, you didn't know how to share those, and then they didn't get met. So yeah, hope, love, and sunshine. He is the red flag. He was a giant walking red flag. So he's not interested in anything that does affect him. He's very, what that got to do with me? Yeah. I'm glad you ditched it. He's not interested in connecting. I don't know what he wanted from you, but it doesn't sound like he wanted to be in a connection. It doesn't sound like he wanted to connect. I do not have the sexy tarot, Kylie. I should get the sexy tarot. You guys want me to read sexy things for you? What's your sexy question? What would you want me to find out? You would think I would the way I talk, but I never purchased one of those. I should get a sexy tarot. Yeah, pretty much the event, pretty much. Yeah, let me just see who else is talking in here. Anonymous, where did you go? Maybe stop dating people that are fine with me texting them all day. Oh, Anonymous. Kylie says she's bored of relationships. It's time to move. What? I'm sorry, Kylie, where are you moving that relationships don't exist, girl? You moving to the moon? Is that where we're going? We're coming to visit you on Mars. Where are you going where there are no relationships? Oh my goodness. Okay. My womb, sis. He's 40. He wanted my kids. My womb is reserved for my twin if we ever get it together. I don't even be texting people a lot, to be honest. It's funny. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know that that kind of connection would have been fulfilling for you, where no, we don't talk about anything. We just guess. And when we're disappointed, we say nothing. And when we want things, we say nothing. I don't know that that would have been fulfilling for you. I think you would have been frustrated by that. I wish I had this sexy tarot. All right. Who has a question? Y'all, we can't run like that. We cannot run like that, Hoke Literati. This is not what we're doing anymore. Pretending like we don't have needs, pretending like we don't have one. We're not doing that. That's so pre 2020, y'all. We're not doing that. Okay. It's like some 2019. I never had to spend a year at home by myself getting to know myself yet shit. Okay, that's fine. But we're in 2022. So if this is where you're at in 2022, I don't know what you did during the pandemic, but it clearly wasn't the growth that the rest of us did. Mm-hmm. All right, people. Does nobody want a mini reading? Does nobody want to look at their chart? Because if y'all done, I'm done. We can wrap here. But I thought it would be fun. If anybody else has any other questions, we can do that. Hope, love, and sunshine. I think I'm the only one that doesn't care much about sexy tarot. I would rather do the sexy than be getting a reading about it. Hope, love, and sunshine. Me too, girl. Wow, see. Um, I agree. Maybe we need to do a collective healing on on getting some sexy Hope Glitterati. Is that what we're doing the collective healing about? Because listen, unleash the flow. I'll take it. Um, but yeah, you guys are funny. Based on my Cancer in the seventh house, I need to be smothered for real. You need a lot more reassurance than you're willing to let people know about the vent. And I think if you can let people know, look, I'm probably not going to ask a whole lot, but I do need a lot of reassurance, that'll go a long way. And letting them know this is what that would look like. For me, reassurance looks like this. And here's a list of ways I feel reassured that you like what you're doing with me. Choose any one. Do one daily. You would have me pull a sexy card for the chat. Oh, that's funny. I wish. Now I don't have a sexy deck. I need to go ahead and get one, huh? I need to get a sexy deck. I do not have one of those. It would be fun. I've never tried the sexy readings for people. I've never done the 18 plus. I mean, I've seen people do that here on YouTube. Um, Maria's freaking phenomenal at it. She does the sexy tarots. I've seen other people do it too. But yeah, it's those are fun, I guess, when you have some pent up energy and you don't know what to do with it. You don't think the gates can open up? Oh, hope, love, and sunshine. Don't say that. Hope, love, and sunshine. Girl, you too young. We all too young for that. Come on now. Don't be out here closing up shop before prime time. You ain't even hit your peak, girl. I don't want to hear that. Assad is like, moving on. I'm starving. I think we might all be since it's Friday night and for you Saturday morning aside and half the chat has been drinking and the other half is sitting here like snacking. You guys are a fun group. I love my group here. I really love you guys. The vent, I don't know that Assad meant he was starving for pizza. Assad, you might have to clarify, but I'm pretty sure he did not mean he was starving for pizza. Who is HLS? Yes, Hoke Literati. We're going to unleash the flow with Layla Martin and Regina Thomas Hour. I got to get dressed and find a new man. Need some beautiful ladies. Y'all are so funny. You guys are hilarious. So are you still wearing the velvet number, the vent? Is that what you're still doing velvet things? I'm probably going to wrap up here in a minute, but if there's any of you that wanted to, Mars has good, sexy energy wherever the world will take me. Oh, too funny. Yes, y'all are on a search together. If anyone wants to, because I'm about to close up here real soon, if anybody would like to take advantage of the save 20% on the 1 hour readings, now is the time. My March calendar is open. You do have the chance to speak to me before we close out the month. I see I've got space available on the 24th to chat with you, on the 29th and on the 31st. If you would like to do a reading, we can. There are codes there. But as soon as I close this chat, I'm also going to deactivate those coupon codes. So it'll be back to regular price, $200 for the twin flame reading. Savings puts you at $160. $160 for the personal 1 hour reading. Savings puts you at $128 for that reading. So I highly recommend you take advantage of it in the now time. Okay, what do we have going on here in the chat? Assad says 2 years of separation with no communication. Guess what I'm hungry for? Oh, Assad has entered the chat. You're welcome, Blu-ray. It was great to see you tonight, Mark. Have a good night and stay safe. I'll see you next time, Mark. The vent says, I just need something that shows no panty lines. Why wear panties then? I mean, just kidding. Just kidding. Oh, Kylie, big thanks to you too, boo. So the velvet it is, unless I think of something else. Got it. I was hoping the money for my discount reading would happen, but oh, it did not come in. Hope Love and Sunshine says I booked already. Thank you for the savings. You're welcome. You're very welcome. I see you in my calendar there. Stay safe, Mark. Great to see you. Hope Glitterati is like, I'm guessing you're not hungry for pizza. Nope, Mark. Assad is not hungry for pizza. The vent says, no panties is my motto, but I have to. Why? Is it a skirt? Is it a mini skirt? I don't know. Girl, I don't know. Panties can be a little overrated. Especially, you wearing this, the leggings. Catherine Bond, thanks for everything. You are so welcome, Catherine. It was fun to hang out with you and read for you today. I will see you in my calendar soon. My twin is hurt because I told him thanks for the lesson. Why are you like this? The vent, why? Crystal, what is wrong with you? Why would you say that? Oh my gosh, girl. I know you know how that sounds. Why did you say that? What is wrong with you? You opened up, you got nice and vulnerable, you shared where your heart was at. You gonna come back with thanks for the lessons, bro. What is wrong with you? Even though I'm scared, I'll still book the twin one, the 22nd. Oh, okay, interesting. Yes, I will see you on the 22nd. Catherine Bond. Yes, okay. I mean, I'm a manifesting person. I have the unfortunate and fortunate attitude of believing that money is fungible. Like whatever I spend, I can make. And it is fortunate because I'm very free in what I feel like I can have. I don't have a lot of internal limitations. And the problem with that is that I don't have a lot of internal limitations. As you can imagine, that's a problem. So, yeah, I'm always like, oh, money's a river. There's always more coming. And there is always more coming. And simultaneously, I need to learn how to, siphon some off and build my little dream pool. He's still hung on that long after that long ass phone. I know he did. The vent, I would have too. I don't know what's wrong with you, girl. I don't know why you thought that was the thing to say. Let me find my chart for the United States. That's a very good question. USA. Here we go. It's an excellent question. Look at the summertime for the USA. My second house is Pisces, so I feel you, girl. Me too, Kay, but need to get back there. Yeah. Okay, so y'all want to see the United States chart? We'll look at that. We will look at that. It's been a minute since I looked at this. The last time I opened this chart up was 2019. Let me share the screen. Okay. So let's see. United States, you're not special. You only get 4 minutes like everybody else. Set my little timer. Okay, so for those of you that didn't know, the United States is a Cancer Sun energy in the 8th house. The United States is also an Aquarius moon energy. And the United States has a Cancer Mercury and a Venus in Cancer as well. So there's a lot of Cancerian energy about the United States. So this is July 4th, 1776. I chose an evening time for the chart. I think I read about it somewhere that this evening time would have been the final ratification of the United States Constitution. Okay. And so let's get into the summer. Let's see what's going on. When I met you in the summer. Okay. So in the now time, we definitely see the financial woes in the money sector of the United States chart. Saturn transiting through the US second house brings a tightening up of finances and shoring up of the way money is being spent and the way money is being earned. And so tight financial times for the last 2 years was part of the name of the game. That doesn't really shift. I'm going to be honest with you. There's going to be a shift for some people as we get into the second half of the year. When we get into, let me get to June. When we get into June, we get Jupiter in Aries. Jupiter is the expander and the opportunity bringer. And that'll be the beginning of a bit of financial recovery for some people in the United States. And the reason why is because Jupiter is in the sign opposing Saturn. Saturn is the ruler of the United States second house of earned income. And so with Jupiter speaking to Saturn, it's going to be about the money can be made based on what you're willing to work for and work toward. Now, what's interesting is the fourth house is home. So it's going to be really a profitable time for people who work from home, but it may be a bit difficult for people who are inside of jobs and careers to get um, raises if you're in a career. But if you work from home, you work for yourself, you'll find that you might have the opportunity to begin to turn the corner come May on some of the financial difficulties that we've been experiencing. The other reason why is because Saturn will have left that second house of earned income. And you will feel a lot more like, ooh, we can breathe a little bit more financially. However, the United States is in one of the toughest times that it's experienced in the last 30 years. And that's due to the fact that Saturn is sitting atop the United States moon. Whenever you have a Saturn moon transit, getting your needs met can be extraordinarily difficult. And we can see this inside of the country at this time, where a lot of the people's needs in the country are struggling to get met. We've got incredible difficulties. This is the house of communication and siblings, cousins, and neighbors. This is also the house of soul family. There's so much polarization inside like United States society right now, where they call it the decade of hate at this moment. Yes, the vent, that is the Suge Knight transit. Exactly. Saturn transit your moon comes through like Suge Knight and takes everything you ever really wanted. And so with Saturn transiting the moon of the country right now, there's a lot of dashed hopes and dreams for the collective. Aquarius, where the moon sits, is the sign of the collective, our group energy. There's a lot of miscommunication, misunderstanding, extremist energy. Aquarius is the sign of extremes. We're seeing all of that highly polarized energy where it feels like the big guys are beating up on the little guys or the people, because Aquarius represents the sign of the people. And so the people are struggling to get their needs met, while we see a lot of corporate greed. We see a lot of expansion in the world of government. We see a lot of expansion in the world of just institutions getting things that the people need, but the people can't have, like clean water, institutions getting treated like people instead of, and not needing to be accountable like institutions. That kind of thing. So the transit goes into next year, I gotta be honest. So it's a good idea to continue to stay, you know, like I said, for some people, this is going to be a really good time. We're going to see some people do really well, especially the tech sectors. Aquarius governs technology. Starting a tech business at this time would be extraordinarily successful for people. An online business will be extraordinarily successful for people. We're going to see the opportunity for recovery really start to kick in next year. That's when we get Saturn past the United States moon. We now have Saturn in Pisces this time next year. We have Jupiter in the fifth house of the United States next year, and that's a creative transit. That's a transit of growth and manifestation on the axis of manifestation. So we'll see a lot of kind of new things come into play next year for the United States when it comes to new ways of working, doing business, living our day-to-day lives, new ways of kind of the government earning income as well. We're going to see a lot of that. I do foresee that we're going to see an expansion in taxes, to be honest with you. With Jupiter opposite Scorpio there, and a square to the moon, and the moon being the ruler of the tax man's house in the United States charts, I do see we're all going to be probably paying a little bit more in taxes. And that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing if we knew where our tax money was going, if we all had cleaner water, if we all had better schools, if we all had better healthcare, if we all had neighborhoods that didn't have so many potholes all over the road, if the internet didn't cost so doggone much for everybody, if we had more access to resources. And directionally, I do feel like that's the direction the country is going to move in, where the people will have a bit more of a say in where their tax money is going, as this Saturn moon transit comes to completion. But we're not going to really see the end of the difficulties. It's a 7.5 year transit, Saturn transit moon, until Saturn gets finished in Pisces. And that's a bit of a ways away. So things remain a bit unstable. And that's also because of the placement here of Pluto in the second house of earned income for the United States, hitting Aquarius and wrapping up its transit that began in 2008 with the financial collapse here at the start of Capricorn. We get to the final pieces of it next year. But as you can see, we've got this rise in cryptocurrency. It's the Wild West when it comes to crypto. There's not a whole lot of regulation around it. The government is still trying to get its arms around it. The way we're buying and spending and selling when it comes to income and making money here in the United States, it's still up for it's still up for grabs. It's still very much the Wild West. And so that coinciding with this Saturn transit moon makes for a bit of a precarious period of time for the people of the United States. And that carries on until Saturn finishes up in Pisces here in 2025. Now we can see Saturn in Aries. And when Saturn hits Aries, I do see we're going to be a little bit tighter around a lot of our borders and allowing things like who we let in and what it takes to get back in. If you've left and you want to come back, I'm seeing that there's going to be a whole new conversation around homeland security and what it means to travel in and around the country and what's required in order to move about the country, is going to have some new restrictions, ultimately for safety and security purposes. But we all know how governments like to take advantage of that to do surveillance, among other things. So that's kind of this year into next year and the following. It's a really good time, as we're working through this. One of the things that this energy is talking about, let me go back to the now time. Saturn's getting ready to move into house 3. Again, house 3 is siblings, cousins, neighbors, it's community. And with Saturn moving through house 3, this is going to be a period of time where we're going to have to learn how to be a community again, how to have respect for one another again, how to be inclusive of all the different people from all their different cultures and nationalities here in the United States. And it's been a very painful growing period for us. We've been through this, like I said, polarizing energy of extremes these last several years, where it's all about me, not we. It's all about us, not them. It's all about what I can have, not you. And so Saturn, again, restorer of integrity, the bringer of wholeness, through shedding, through separation. I see a lot of changes in laws coming around what qualifies as a hate crime, making distinctions in that third house of communication between free speech and hate speech, and really starting to create some regulation around inflammatory speech through our social media networks. That's that third house, ninth house axis, and getting into a place where we start to operate like one people again, as opposed to different miniature factions inside one continent. So That's where I'm seeing this kind of go for all of us. It's not going to be an easy time, but some of the lessons that are going to come forward will be necessary lessons. And so, I just invite each of you to the degree that you're able with this. One of the best things you can do, you know, is if you notice, especially things like, the cancel culture thing, hate speech thing, bullying, because this is a lot about thought regulation, communication regulation, et cetera. Like, if you want to take a class on anti-racist communication or how to become an ally, if you are not a person of color in the United States, if you're a man in the United States and you want to become an ally for women in your business or your organization, or if you're a hetero or a straight person and you want to become an ally for the LGBTQIA plus community, all of this is part and parcel of how we bring the country back together as one people and start to recognize that our differences are not what's that our differences is what makes us great, because we're still one country. That's one of the things that makes the United States great. The more you can work on your allyship, take classes around that, listen to seminars and workshops online around how to support communities that may not be my own community, the easier this period of time is going to be to get through. So that's what I see, y'all. That's what I see for the United States in the next little bit. But yeah, which what she's calling the Suge Knight transit, the Sati Sati, we haven't even hit the peak of it yet. The peak of it doesn't really hit until late this year into next year. And it's just a difficult period of time where it just feels like one more shoe after the other kind of drops in our lives while we start to understand how did we get here and what's the lesson in all of this. Now, what's interesting about this for the United States, Sati Sati transit asks us to focus on our North Node. North Node for the United States is right here in Leo in the eighth house. And this is really, I mean, I hate to say this, but I love the message in it. It's about becoming financially sovereign and independent. It's about coming to a place of, and and a lot of there's been a lot of polarizing conversation about this in the government because China owns a lot of the United States national debt, and has been buying up a lot of property, national park property. They've been buying up properties, like prime real estate in cities like Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, Dallas. And so it's really important to understand one of the lessons in this for everyone in the United States is financial sovereignty and what it takes to be debt free and what it means to live in a way that is within our means, that's caring and nurturing of ourselves, but that's living in a way that doesn't, rob from Peter to pay Paul, that doesn't take from other people what's theirs, and claim it as our own, that allows other people their financial freedom as well. That's going to become a bigger and bigger and bigger conversation. We just saw Joe Biden cancel an amount of student debt in the last 48 hours for people who work in essential worker professions, I believe. But there's still that campaign promise that he made to cancel, I think, about $10,000 of student loan debt for every person who's in debt. Okay. But that, working out how we deal with that, how do we make that, promise a reality, that conversation and eventuality, not just there, but how do we do this with not just student loan debt, but mortgages? How do we make mortgages and home ownership more affordable for people? These are the conversations that over the next 2 years are going to come front and center. They're really about money, managing money, and dealing with money in a way that allows the United States to remain free and not codependent or owned by other countries or other organizations in the secret shadows. So Yeah, not all of the national parks, but some of them. You can Google it, Hope, Love, and Sunshine, that which national parks and which, square footage are owned by other countries, because some of them are not owned by us anymore. So there's that. So yeah, fascinating period of time. Fascinating period of time. Like, what a time to be alive, right? Let me see what you guys are saying here in the chat. No, okay, no. Let's see what's happening. I may be going to Barbados next, then Costa Rica. Okay, because you guys have been traveling, but just not overseas. And that's what I like. Yeah. I see overseas travel, to be honest with you, remaining difficult for Americans as Saturn transits that third house, ninth house axis. I don't see it being easy to move in and out of the country. I see there being a lot of restriction and red tape over the next 2.5 years. But then after that, things start to ease up just a little bit, where travel gets a bit more easy. So just keep that in mind. Keep your papers in order for travel. If you need to renew a passport, go for it. Now's a great time to do it, all of that. So imagine, because the way then people got dragged when you read that transit was crazy. This transit is crazy. I mean, you see what we're experiencing right now in our day-to-day lives. It's crazy. Imagine having K Moon around your dinner table. LOL, the conversation. Sheesh. Yeah. It is sad to sell some national parks, but I mean, again, the lesson and a lot of this has a lot to do with how we're managing money as a country. And I think one of the things that will probably take politicians to account for in the years to come is, hey, Jimmy B, you're welcome. You have a beautiful weekend. Um, that just made me more curious about your chart. Yeah, somebody put in a payment just now. You're manifesting an astronaut. Oh, Kylie, girl, you're funny. But yeah, one of the things that I think we'll all be kind of working on is just how we keep legislators accountable for what happens with our tax money. Personally, I would like to see a system where we do away with some of the politicians and people going someplace to deal with to figure out what laws get made. And instead, the responsibility and the onus is passed back on to the everyday citizen, for like what laws get passed. And instead of voting once every 2 years and every 4 years, we're voting like every month or every 6 months or every quarter on major bills and referenda in our neighborhoods and communities, states, and in our government. And that way, our votes can count. Our votes are a lot more current to what's happening for people. And what we have is a larger enforcement branch and a much smaller legislative branch that sits around arguing over laws. Like, I didn't pay you to go there and argue with my money. I'm paying you to get stuff done, but clearly they don't know how to do it. So, I'm the boss. It's my money that's paying you. If I hired you to do this job in my business, I would have fired you a long time ago because you're ineffective. You cannot get the job done. You can see I'm pissed about this. All of that to say, I think the thing that we're going to start to see is what I'd like to see is a system that allows more participation from individuals on a more regular basis and a lot less politician involvement, so that we can have more of a say in where our tax money goes. Because frankly, I'm over here like, I'm paying y'all for all this. My water is nasty. I don't know what's wrong with my streets. My schools are a hot mess. There's too much guns, drugs, and violence. I'm tripping over homeless people whenever I leave my front door. Where is my money going? What are you doing with it? Because I'm paying too much for food. My family's paying too much for gas. Where is my money? What are you doing with? Like, that's how I feel about this. Um, so all of that to say, um, I know Elon got something going on. We can have a child named Saul for what? So you guys get the idea. The name of the game in these next 2.5 years is change. And so it's some of why some people are feeling a little confused about what's going on in their own lives is because the chips have not fallen in the world so that there's a direct path for them. When certain things in the world or in the country get decided upon, the next thing that can happen is that they can make decisions about their lives. So a lot of people are on pause until those things get decided. What are you getting ready to do, Hope Glitterati? The vent's not dressed. She got makeup on. Hope, Love, and Sunshine says, so true, Kay. These politicians waste so much of our money. Filibustering kills me. Every day they waste should be a no pay. Girl, Hope, Love, and Sunshine, let's pass the bill. Let's pass that bill. You can't make no decisions. You can't get paid because that is what we sent you there for, to make some decisions. I don't want to be too hot in the party, but too cold in the streets. That is a winter problem, the vent in the north. That is definitely a winter problem for real. Okay. So Hope Glitterati has a question. What do you want me to look at in your chart, boo? Let me pull up your chart for you. Wear tights, the vent. I would say just take an Uber, but from Chelsea to Harlem, it's a bit of a trek, is it not? You can't Uber there and Uber back. That's not really gonna work. I mean, you could. You could if you get paid all like that. Let me stay out your business. It's really about my shoes. Too funny. Hope Glitterati. Yes. Okay. Dallas, Texas. Let's do this. 4/7, 1981, 11:58 a.m. Okay, cool. Yes, exactly. Hey, I am not. Yeah. That Uber situation would kill you. That's like 3 parties for them 2 Ubers. That's at least $30 one way. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. Um, yeah, buddy. But I'm about to go. I lost track of time. Okay, but Hope Glitterati, what's your question though? They have to be fly. I'm about to dance. I need to be able to dance. It's always the shoes. Yes. What is my chart showing for area of focus? Okay, that's a great question. Your area of focus right now is your area of focus right now. Dog girl. I mean, you are getting a bit of a breather, thank the Lord, but it does not last long. Like, you have a really amazing career transit about to show up here in 3 to 1 months. So come May, June, Jupiter enters Aries. And then it's like, if it's not already go time, and I feel like it is for you, and that you can sense it, you can feel it, like go time gets really real come June, July, August, September, October, November, and into next year. There's something that's about to happen that's going to really put you on the map, Hope Glitterati. Hope Glitterati, what are you doing? What are you doing for work, hun? Because I'm seeing here that your star is on the rise. And I'm just curious, like, how are you capitalizing on this energy? Because this is the energy. I remember at one point looking at Tyler Patrick's chart, Tyler Chero. I remember looking at his chart. This was the energy that took him from 100,000 to 500,000 subscribers as Jupiter went from here to here to here in all of like 3 years. That he went from 100,000 to 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. And it was just this one transit. So like if you really put your head down, focus and hustle, and pay attention to where your like what it is your efforts are, and not split your efforts or divide your attention, energy, and time. Like this is a come up transit for real, girl. Like it is a total come up. And you have the potential to move into a season of extraordinary prosperity that began last year, but goes into the rest of this year and next year. But you would need to be really focused and clear about what you're doing. So in terms of what is your area of focus, it's work. It's work. You're supposed to be focused on work right now. I know if you're hanging out with me, you're probably focused on relationships, but relationships are going to come for you. Your time is coming, but that time isn't now. The time right now is really about getting this money. You're an international real estate broker now, but you're tired. Yeah, you can do a business, a spiritually based business, but I'm telling you, like, if you just stick with that real estate thing while you're building your spiritually based business on the side, honey, I am telling you, I mean, that's not the same as being focused. I told you you needed to be focused. So you kind of need to pick one and really ride the dragon here. Because this transit, I'm telling you, is a everybody's going to know your name kind of transit. It's a everybody's going to like know who you are kind of transit. But if your attention is divided and split, unfortunately, you're not going to get the most benefit of it. You will need to double down and pick an area and focus at least for this year and next year, and then you can do the next thing. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I also see you need to pay off some debt here. If you have debt, Saturn through your eighth house of other people's money. If you've got debt, now's the time to pay it off. You're going to be making enough money to pay it off in these next 2 years. So I wouldn't, if you've got debt, I would stick with the international real estate for now. And then once your debt is paid off, I would leverage the cash you're about to make, because you're about to make some cash, honey. I would leverage the cash you're about to make to launch your spiritually based business with a really beautiful website and some great services, and some freed up leisure time. And I would make yourself kind of like a 1 to 2 year, 2 to 3 year transitional plan that gets you out of real estate and into the spiritually based business once you have like secured the bag. That's what I would do. Because this transit is about to make like guarantee that you secure the bag, but securing the bag at something you're brand new at is kind of hard. So I would, continue to build it little bits here and there. Milk this real estate cow for as long as you can milk it. And it looks like you can step out of it in the next 2 years, 2 to 3 years, by about 2023, the end of 2023. So that's what I got. Hope Glitterati says, oh, now the twin stuff makes total sense. Yeah. I'll be my friend now. Oh, Lord, y'all. Everyone always said I should have a show because I don't hold back. I mean, honestly, I do see you are the kind of person, if you wanted to have like a spiritually based talk show, you'd be great. You'd be phenomenal at it. Okay, yeah, because I'm like over it. You could start a podcast. The vent knows a thing or two about podcasting. She can tell you what you got to do. People argue so much about dumb stuff. Exactly. They do. But yeah, I'm seeing that if you want to go ahead and I mean, listen, if your spirit's just not in it with the real estate, don't force it. I've told you once, I'll tell you again, you got the kind of chart. It's like whatever you lay your hand to has the potential to just be successful. That's the nature of your chart. You have that golden touch problem where because anything you touch can go so well, there's nothing guiding you in a specific direction. So you can underachieve when you have the golden touch problem because unfortunately, when you don't have that problem, you really only have one area of success in life and everything else just kind of fails. So you can only put your attention on one thing. You don't have that particular problem. So my recommendation, if your heart's just not in it, your heart wants to do something spiritual, double down, do it now because you have this success transit and you want to go ahead and ride that dragon. Okay, Hope Glitterati, great question. Great question. Good luck. You got to tell us what you end up doing. I'm choking on my spit. Damn. Okay. Who else is still here? I just checked the payment apps. Kylie says, I would like real estate advice. Kylie just wants some get off planet Earth advice. Oh wait, Kay, how can I give the girls my info? You can type it out. You type it out like this. Let me see. Golden touch. Let me do it a different way. Yes, I'm sipping some water at gmail.com. That's how you do it. And then I can also because you once you type it, any of us who are moderators can see it. And then hit the share it button and then once everyone's copied it down, then you can delete it. Live, love, life here. Yeah, man. The water is alleged. What? Oh my gosh. Because you didn't hear me drinking it. Because you think I'm drinking wine. It's water. I promise. Look at the spinning Kermit meme with the hose. It's an accurate description of my lifetime. Oh, Kylie, sweetie. Oh, Kylie. Yes. Now the vent is changing her outfit. We don't know it's water, sis. Trust me, if it was wine, I'd be slurring by now. You would know. Too funny. Okay, we had another payment come in just now. I am like loving our like late night hang sessions. You guys are fun, really fun. Okay, so we have some from Mary Kay. Miss Mary Kay. Okay. Miss Mary Kay, what can I answer for you, beloved? What can I answer for you? Hope Glitterati's going out. Have fun tonight, Hope Glitterati. Have a really good time. Have some fun for us. Okay, so you decided against the turquoise event. Watch me still be in here during the party. Hey Abby, welcome. I have your payment. What's your question? Lovely. Yes, I have your payment, Abby. Let me know what I can answer for you and your birth details. Oh, oh, you're changing because it's a dress and you don't feel like a dress. So the turquoise teal situation, that was a dress, and now you're not in the mood for a dress. I see. I see. I see. Old name on the PayPal account. No worries. I figured it out. I need some career advice going forward. June 3rd, 1980. Let's check it out. Okay. But what city, state, country were you born in? 6/3, 1980. 7:49 p.m. in Alabama. Mobile. All right, let's see what's what for you, dear. Is there a women transit happening? Kylie, I don't even know what a women transit means, girl. What does that mean? I've never heard of a women transit. Okay. I think I fixed the issue, so I have more options. Okay, Abby. So, Abby wants some career advice. Abby, what are you doing for career now, and what do you want to do? Like, where are you stuck? So I know where to look for your advice. I certainly see the money hold up here. That's going on, but that's going to resolve itself in about 1 year's time. Do you not like what you're doing? I haven't worked since April of 2020. And I'm trying to decide how to move forward. Got it. Okay. Um, do you know what you want to do for work? Um, what's interesting about this is I don't know what you were doing before then, before April of 2020, but I am seeing that it honestly looks, I don't know if you've already thought about this, but it looks like you are about to go back to school and get some sort of education, or training to do whatever comes next for you career wise. This to me, your third house, ninth house axis continues to get lit up with two heavy hitters, Saturn and Jupiter. Um, I see, Kylie. We'll talk about that in a minute. Um, because of that, the third house, ninth house axis is all about education, community, online learning, offline learning, higher education, certification programs, all of that. Teachers, and guides. I see you moving into, if you're not ready to become a teacher and a guide yourself, at this time, I see you finding an education program, a teacher, and a guide to assist you with transitioning your career onto another path. Even before 2020, I'm looking back as far as 2019, and seeing Saturn oppose your natal Mercury. Mercury being the ruler of your midheaven of career, and that Venus being the secondary ruler of your career. I see as far back as 2019, 2018, it was time to make that transition. 2020 just solidified it. I'm surprised it took so long. But now that you're on the other side of the ending of the career path you had, it is time to start thinking about what you want to do in the next chapter of your life, which I'm sure you have. But what to think about: spiritually awake now, I want to follow my heart into a spiritual path. Got it. What to think about has a lot to do with what you're willing to invest in your learning around. Okay. Now, when I look at your chart for possibilities and intentions, given that you want to move along a spiritual path, When I see Virgo up here at the midheaven, and then the ruler of Virgo out here in your seventh house partnership, took so long because I fought it. Well, welcome to the party. We are the group of people who fight things here. You have found your home. Your people are now with you. um, but yeah, when I see Saturn here moving in this way, not Saturn, but when I see your chart with Virgo here at the midheaven, Saturn at your midheaven, I'm seeing from a spiritual perspective a couple of things. You do have the gift of medical intuition and healership. I don't know if you want to work on healing or medical intuitive kind of stuff. You could take a class on that and cultivate the gift. You would be better at it than most people. You have an ability to kind of see behind the scenes, both in the human body and the human emotions, and make the connection between emotions, mind, and body so that a person can come into wholeness when it comes to getting well. There is no getting well just by the body itself. You also have to work at the level of mind, especially when you're dealing with chronic illness, chronic disease. I'm a lupus survivor. They say that that's a disease you cannot heal, but I'm living, walking proof that you can reverse chronic illness, that you can reverse autoimmune disease. I'm no longer diagnosable for it. I have not been diagnosable for it for years. But it was through a process of mind body healing that I got there. And so I had to kind of become my own physician. I don't have medical intuitive abilities in the way that I see you have here in your chart. But if you were to cultivate this and grow into it, I could see you having like a really booming practice in the years to come. But you would need to probably get just a little bit of education to solidify and direct the intuitive insights as they are coming in, Abby. Yes, yes, and yes. Okay, great. So I would recommend, finding the training that works for you. I would recommend finding the teacher, the guide, the mentor that works for you, and just start there. You're going to pick it up super quick. And you may not necessarily want to do medical healing, medical mediumship. You may feel more aligned with some form of body work or Reiki or some sort of acupuncture. I could see you doing extremely well at. It's a combination of things, Abby, that indicates it. It's the Virgo midheaven. Virgos tend to be about health. The ruler here being in water sign Cancer in the 1-to-1 partnership house. And then Uranus and Scorpio out here inside your 12th house. That combination of things it's just indicating to me that you would do really well as a medical intuitive. It's not one thing, it's the combination of things. So just know that if that's a path that feels really aligned for you, if it's lighting you up as I'm saying it, then I would pursue it with like post haste without delay. Because like I said, you have Jupiter, the expander, moving through your third house of education on that education axis. So now is the time. There are opportunities to learn in the now time. And I totally recommend you stepping into it. I do see you have an innate gifting for it. I see you paid also for the tarot for your career advice. I'm low key inclined to look at the Lightworker Oracle deck because you're looking for where you fit as a light worker here on Earth. And I'd like to give you guidance pertaining to where you fit more so than tarot. And that's not, Kylie, what you talking about, girl? Bloodlines. I'd like to give you some guidance there. Okay, so the card that came out for you is card number 28, Master Hilarion and Archangel Raphael. So let me just give you what this talks about. Card number 28. Part of your divine purpose, and this is what we were talking about looking for here. Part of your divine purpose is to develop the power of your mind and use it for healing purposes. I can't make this stuff up. I shuffled, it flew out. If you change your mind, you can change your world. Guidance and healing inspiration can come to you daily, helping improve your own life and the lives of others. Healing and opening the mind to new realities and possibilities are the gifts of Ascended Master Hilarion and Archangel Raphael. Okay. The mind of a light worker needs spiritual light, it says, information, understanding, and wisdom in the same way that human bodies need food, water, and clean air. The hunger for wisdom can push you to seek knowledge, and this can be a healthy impulse. However, if you love knowledge so much that you keep seeking without digesting and integrating what you've learned, you may end up confused and mentally exhausted. The mind rarely rests except through meditation, and even then, rest is not guaranteed. Resting the mind can be a tricky thing for intellectually oriented and highly creative people. That's that Virgo midheaven we were talking about, and also your Sag rising. Learning to switch off mentally will help you remember and apply what you're learning. You've been absorbing a lot of new information. Again, we were talking about this education transit. It's a really good time to get education. You may feel you have so many tasks that you don't know where to start, or that if you stop to rest, you'll never get through it all. This is causing you mental stress, which is diminishing your productivity. It's time to slow down and cleanse your mind with the assistance of Master Hilarion and Archangel Raphael. Sit without distraction, take some moments of silence, focus, and relax and enjoy. You will recognize when you have had sufficient mental rest, because you shall feel a peaceful sense of vibrancy and inspiration. When you let go in this way, switching off and taking a step back, new approaches and ideas come to your mind. So work according to your own creative rhythms. You may find you work best in short, productive bursts, punctuated by mental rest. If this is how you need to live for a time, honor that. Be kind to your mind. This oracle also comes with a message for you, Abby. If you're interested in healing that involves the mind, whether it's psychology, psychotherapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, hypnosis, NLP, philosophy, or a course of study, you are encouraged now to explore it. If you feel inspired to work with your belief systems through affirmations or other techniques for mental reprogramming, such as guided relaxations and meditations, you're encouraged in this too. Your mind is developed and powerful, and you will work well with such techniques. Yeah, so medical intuitive work, I really feel like that would go a long way. And it seemed to light you up when I mentioned it, so I would work in that direction. I love oracle cards. I do too. I especially love that deck. It's a really beautiful deck. Okay, amazing. Kylie says she does. Don't do me like that, Kay. It's funny. Kylie, you're intuitive, so I believe you. I believe you. So there you go, Mary Kay. I would start looking out for programs that you can do, trainings you can do that would teach you, acupuncture or Chinese medicine, or like medical intuition kind of stuff. I think you would succeed at that extraordinarily well. This is the Lightworker Oracle deck. Yes, that was from the Lightworker Oracle deck, Abby. Did it resonate for you? You have to let me know. Awesome. Okay, so Kylie's here. I don't know what happened to the vent. I know Hope Glitterati went out. Maybe the vent is still changing clothes. Very nice. So fun to hang out with you guys. Thanks for kicking it with me. All right. Going once, going twice. I already know which one. I got an email the other day and I cried all the way through it. Wow, Abby. Well, consider me your mouthpiece from the universe. Time to sign up. Time to move forward. Time to do the new thing. The card definitely resonated. I'm so happy to hear that. Yeah, that particular card, there's not all of them speak so directly. There's only a couple of them here that speak directly to being a healer and stepping into healing as a work, um, work as light work. So, and the deck is 44 cards deep, so that the one of the few cards that's about healing as your work on the planet would come out says a lot. It's probably just time. I've committed. Very nice, the vent. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Yes, we can talk about the shift in women. But yeah, so just so you know, I'm going to talk about the shift for women that Kylie has asked me about. And then I'm probably going to close the list unless anyone else wants to jump on it. Once I close the list, the savings, the special savings to get, what's it called? 20% off a 1 hour reading with me will also go away. We'll go back to regular price. If you'd like to do 20% off of a 2 hour, sorry, 2 hour, who am I kidding? 1 hour twin flame reading, that takes the price from 200 down to 160. And you can use the code that I'm going to put in the chat now. If you would like to take 20% off of a personal reading, a 1 hour personal reading, you can take 20% off, and that brings the price from 160 down to 128. But it's only good while I'm live. After I'm done being live, the coupon codes get deactivated and it is regular price. And I'm about to wrap up now. I'm going to go ahead and answer this question Kylie had about shifts with women. And then I'm going to check the payment apps one last time. And as long as there's no new payments, then I'm done being live. We'll close out. Okay. So Abby says, it says we're both in alignment. Thank you, Kay. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. My pleasure. Good luck. I can't wait to hear about the program you enroll in. You'll have to come back and tell us about it and how you like it. Okay. So the shift in women, excuse me, the shift in women thing is the following. It's actually not, I am not seeing as much of a shift in women, astrologically speaking and energetically speaking, as I'm actually seeing a shift in men. And that shift in men is causing a shift in women, but it's responsive to as opposed to initiated by. What I'm seeing go on as Pluto wraps up his transit in Earth sign Capricorn. Capricorn is a feminine sign. Many people don't know that, but each of the astrological signs have a gender. They're classified as masculine or feminine. Capricorn is a feminine sign, and we're in the final degrees of Pluto, endings, death, destruction, transformation, resurrection cycle. We're in the final degrees of Pluto and Capricorn this year and next year. When I look to see kind of just like, what does that mean for us as energetically as a group? And we have Uranus and Taurus. Uranus and Taurus is another feminine sign. Uranus is the divine awakener, the divine counterpart of Gaia, brings transformation, growth, and change as well. When I see these two, you could say that there's a change for women, but what I'm seeing more than a change for women is a transformational change in the feminine energy within men. We've had 4 waves of feminism in the United States since the 1960s. That span not just the United States, but most of the Western world, where the conversation about women's roles, what women offer, what women can do, how much women can make, has dramatically shifted in such a way that has brought women closer to parity with men on planet Earth than they have been in the last several millennia, meaning women can now buy a home without needing to do it with a man. They can take out a loan without needing a man to co-sign. They can buy a car without needing a man to co-sign. They can have children without needing literally a man to deliver sperm. They can go to a sperm bank. Because there's so much independence for women, these 4 different waves of feminism have placed them in a very different relationship here on planet Earth to men. And it's causing men to start to question, who are we? What are we? And how do we live and respond to women in this new era that they have created for themselves? What's our value? This really started to begin, the changes for men really began in 2018 with the Me Too movement. We had at that time a transit of Jupiter, the expander, through Scorpio, secrets, sex, shadow, transformation. I told the Capricorn that I don't need you for sperm. Okay, it's funny. And so with Jupiter through Scorpio and the Me Too movement, that conversation really put good men, conscious men, most men, it kind of took them aback. Most of the men that you and I know, these are men who would never want to be classified with the likes of a Harvey Weinstein or the likes of a Jeffrey Epstein or the likes of any other sexual predator you could name who would use women's bodies and women's sex in trade for their career advancement. Most of the men you and I know find this appalling. But then they saw on social media how many of their sisters, their daughters, their cousins, their mothers could raise their hand and say, me too. And if there's that many women that they know who have gone through these kinds of experiences, it sent shockwaves through the masculine collective. I'm sure at least each of you had at least one man either apologize to you, check in with you, or even ask you, am I like that? Is that how I am? And this is the beginning. This is the beginning of a much larger conversation of men redefining masculinity by incorporating feminine energy and their feminine constructs into who they are. Because of what we saw happen, the shaming, the public blaming, the public trials, the witch hunts, if so to speak, around this, the exposure and then cancellation of their cousins, their uncles, their brothers, their fathers. What we have on our hands now is a group of men on planet Earth who are actively needing to work to redefine what it means to be a man. Because if being a man in the way that they were raised included intruding on a woman's personal space and personal time and presuming her interest simply because he walked up to her at a bar and paid for a drink, and that could become the kind of thing that could land him in jail or get him his job lost, then there was something missing in the world of how do I be a man in this era where women have put their foot down, that the intrusion upon their space, grace, time, and energy is unwelcomed, that I actually need to wait for invitation, not just presume my welcome. It's causing a lot of the men that we all know to start to ask themselves, what does it mean to be a man in this new era? And unlike what we saw with the first wave of feminism, there wasn't which was really, it was a different moment and a different time because women as a group were oppressed. And when you have a very oppressed group of people, oppressed class of people, you do get singular voices that can kind of rise up as rallying cries, as the redefinition of where we're headed. You may not agree with everything they say, but they certainly kind of spark cataclysmic conversation that shifts the direction of what happens next. With men, we have a few podcasters. We've got a couple of bloggers. We have one or two guys who may do a conversation about it in the larger context of things that they're doing on YouTube. But we haven't seen it yet. It's coming, I believe. We haven't seen it yet, a full on kind of several different men taking on philosophically the conversation of what it means to be a man in the 2020s, post Me Too, post four waves of feminism, post women not needing men in the same way. We have yet to see kind of cohesive conversation around masculinity start to occur in a way that's empowering and clear for men. And so all of that to say, some of the changes that women are experiencing at this time has a lot to do with backing up and making space to allow men to decide how they are going to be men from here forward. We've told them what we will not have certain things anymore. We're just not doing that anymore. And publicly, they are not going to be allowed to get away with those ways of being men that the old guard, Capricorn, allowed them to do. All of that to say, because that's the case, we're at a crossroads. We're at a crossroads. Men are at a crossroads and women are at a crossroads when it comes to men. They need to decide for themselves, just like white people can't tell Black people how to be Black or Asian people how to be Asian. Men can't tell women how to be women. We can't tell men how they need to be men. We can tell them how we would like to be treated, but it's up to them to decide and redefine masculinity at this point in human history. What does it look like? What does it sound like? What does a good man do when he wants to ask a woman out? When and where are appropriate spaces to make an invitation for a woman? What are the ways we treat women at work when we're attracted to them? How do we treat them? How do we interact with them? Is there a place for attraction in the social circle when the social circle overlaps with the work circle? How do we navigate that as men who love and appreciate women? The redefinition is about to be real. And the only thing we've really kind of seen from a voice perspective as that's kind of movement wise cohesive is unfortunately this kind of men going their own way movement, where it's all about, women are only there and good for sex. We don't associate or affiliate with women for any other purpose. That kind of conversation. And listen, if you go back to the 60s and the 70s, there were plenty of women who also said men were only good for the sperm. And we need to make obsolete our necessity and reliance on them in the social stratosphere. We're going to see extremes, but as we work the extremes, we'll all start to collectively find the middle ground, but they need to be able to lead the conversation on their masculinity and what that means. And in the meantime, what there is for us as women to do who love men, what there is to do is to allow them that space to not make them wrong when they no longer want to operate by the caveman standard of walking up to you in a bar, interrupting your evening, insisting you take a drink, and then go home with them. We need to not make them wrong for not throwing us over their shoulder and throwing us up against the wall to make love to us. We need to not make them wrong for, not showing up in those old guard, patriarchal, I'm Tarzan, you Jane kind of ways that presume us as the weaker sex. They got the freaking memo. And they ain't trying to lose jobs out here, not in this climate, over being that old kind of dude. And so, in the collective subconsciousness of men, what we're seeing and witnessing is a lot of hesitation. We're seeing a lot of uncertainty. We're seeing a lot of confusion about what commitment looks like in this new atmosphere, about what being a man and a provider or a husband might look like in this new atmosphere, and even a redefinition or complete obsolescence of the term provider, right? Because if somebody is providing for somebody else, that presumes that that other person cannot provide for themselves. But that's not true anymore. Not now. Maybe in our mom's generation, but not now. So, patience. What there is for women to do is have some patience, have some curiosity, have some compassion, have some inspiration, have some clarity for yourself about what you like in a man, and have some willingness to honor the communication around that and to share that with the men in your lives, and recognize that the older men who are still alive on earth, they're working with it, they're trying. It's new to them, it's going to take them time. And that the younger men, they're trying to find their way in this. Have some compassion around that. That, like if they're quote unquote moving slow, quote unquote not willing to commit, they're caught at a crossroads where what their fathers were allowed to have, economically speaking, in terms of this is how you be a man, you make X amount of dollars, you provide for a woman in this way, you can do these things for a woman financially, you can have these things for children and a family. Economically speaking, the landscape has changed. And so, but the conversation around masculinity hasn't yet caught up. So a lot of men are stuck, feeling less than a man because they can't do the things financially their father's generation did. And simultaneously, no one has stepped forward to say this is going to be an acceptable way to be a man in the new atmosphere. This is what women will want, and this is what will work for you. There's not been enough of that leadership coming forward yet. So they're at a crossroads, which means we're at a crossroads, and there's just nothing to do but have some patience and some compassion around it. Be curious and be open. Am I making sense? How is this landing for you guys? Did I say something that resonated, that struck you as clarity? Did anybody get a light bulb here? Kylie, that's what I have for the conversation around women. You asked me, is there something happened that's shifting for women? And the answer is, yeah, men are shifting. That's what's shifting for women. The definition of masculinity is shifting. That's what's shifting. Cool. Very cool. All right, I'm going to do one last sweep here of my little payment application. And we're going close out. Great question. Thank you so very much, everyone, for being here and for asking such rich questions. You guys ask the best questions. Um, I was wondering, wow, yes, makes sense. Went straight to my head. Crown is on. Thank you, Kay. Very good. AL, it's landing. My light bulbs are lit. Awesome, AL. Have you listened to Justin Baldoni Man Enough podcast? No, but I would love to check him out, Abby. Like I said, there's a few guys out here with some podcasts. Um, Man Enough, Justin Baldoni. Awesome. I appreciate you sharing him with me. Because like Justin may emerge as like um let me see. Yeah. Justin may emerge as like a Gloria Steinem, right? And what was her name? Like Simone de Beauvoir, I think. Yeah, Simone de Beauvoir, Marlene Dietrich, like Bell Hooks and Audre Lorde. He may emerge as one of those, but it's early days. And those were the days when like Simone's work would have been in a magazine, right? That's what a podcast is the equivalent of. It's like an article in a magazine. You get published often enough, people start to pay attention. Then maybe you get to write a book. Then maybe your book gets picked up by a couple of people, but it's not like making headlines, not yet. Like we're before the first crust of this new kind of like redefinition of masculinity. Um, so yeah, I will check out Justin. Beautiful insight. I really haven't thought of these tiny but vital points about masculinity. Abby, all of that resonates. Thank you. Okay, the wise one. You should clip that to your main channel, Kay. Okay, Kylie. People lost their minds about the sex one. A lot of people were like, they didn't know how to handle that. Hope, love, and sunshine. Can you do a video about it? Such a great topic. How is masculinity shifting? I mean, I would, if I were to do a video about it, hope, love, and sunshine, I would just clip what I just shared and put it out there rather than doing a whole new conversation. He's a celebrity. He's been asking hard questions about masculinity for several years now. It's really refreshing. Awesome. I love it, Justin. I mean, I love it, Abby. I will check out Justin. Yeah, it's good. It's good. This is a conversation that they've needed to have. It's a conversation that we need to let them have and not dictate to them how to be men. We can tell them what we appreciate in the men that we interact with as individuals, as opposed to speaking monolithically for all women, because we can't. Each of us has our own individual tastes and desires and needs when it comes to relationship with the men in our worlds, right? Whether you're dealing with a brother or a son or an uncle or your father or a boyfriend, right? Um, the event says, do that, clip it. I'm a producer and you should trust me. Okay. All right, the event. You got it. Kylie, thank you for asking such a rich question. I always appreciate your questions, you guys. But yeah, that's what's going on with women, is just allowing men the space to transition, to transform themselves and decide who they want to be. Cope Levin Sunday says, clip it, please. Truly valuable to refer to or share with friends. Kylie says, I think it works with the shadow week. Okay. Yeah. And the crowd has spoken. I will add it to the clip list. I will add it to the clip list so that eventually it will make its way to the main YouTube channel for conversation. But you guys ask such rich questions. I'm grateful. I mean, you guys bring the information out of me. Um, you've seen it in my chart for yourself. I have seen it in your chart. I should let you start. Do you video edit? Do you know someone who video edits? Because I'm sick of the way my videos come out when I do it myself. I need somebody who's better at it than me to make better quality videos. Like I can do the audio part just fine, but you see the way I do it. I just find a random 20-second video and then loop it. And that gets really boring to look at. I need to find a better video editing situation for myself. You're welcome, Hope, Love, and Sunshine. You're very welcome. But yeah, that's all there is to do. Just give them the space to redefine. Um, and like as long as they're not coming out like violent against women and completely like anti-women and like, no, we don't need each other. You guys suck and we're the best. Like as long as it's not that, like we need to be prepared for and anything kind of goes while they sort this, while they work through this. We're going to see men doing all kinds of shit as men going forward. Men with long hair, men with short hair. We're going to see all kinds of styles of dress, all kinds of occupations, all kinds of interests. We're going to see men who, right now the conversation is, quote, gender fluid, but we're going to start to see men who really break the quote unquote traditional rules of manhood in order to be a whole selfhood, to be a person, to be complete and full expression of their own masculinity and femininity. And I think it's just important that as women who are witnessing this, we just endorse it. We give them permission to be all of themselves and remind ourselves that it's not for us to dictate how someone else bees themselves. Whether it's a man or a woman, it is just not for us to dictate. You get to be your you in whatever way your soul song says you be. And men collectively as a group, there's going to be so many different types of men that come out of this, just like out of feminism. There were so many types of women that we saw coming to the forefront to express themselves and be heard and participate in life. We are going to see that too for men and need to just be willing to celebrate that with them as well. Cool. Awesome. Okay, the vent says, I don't, but I have the software, but I can help you plan out what it looks like. Yeah, I need some help. I'm so sick of could you see what I just said? You know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to find some 20-second video, loop it, throw my voice over it and call it a video. But it is, I think that's kind of boring. I'm ready for something maybe a little bit more sophisticated. Great advice, Kay. We have to give them the space to grow and learn and then genuinely accept them as they do. That's right. Just like we want them to do for us, right? That is exactly it, Abby. Hey, Queen of Water, welcome back, sweets. Yes. So Kylie asked Kylie be out here with the questions. Kylie asked the question, what did she say? What's changing for women? She said, I can feel something for women collectively is changing. What is it? And can you see it astrologically? And then I said, oh, okay, well, let's talk about it. And I explained that what I'm seeing isn't necessarily a change for women. It's a change in men at this time and for men, and what that looks like and why, and how we can be supportive to that, and why that feels like such a shift to us, and why things feel so kind of, we're in such an unusual time period between men and women. I was just seeing, I don't know what it's like there in Australia, Queen of Water, but I was just seeing some data released here in the States that in American history, we are currently experiencing the lowest birth rate and the lowest marriage rate that we've ever seen in the United States history. I think it's ever. It might be in the last over 100 or 200 years, but I'm pretty sure it's ever. That we've never seen marriage rates be so low and birth rates be so low. Um, we could put it on the pandemic, but I don't think that the pandemic acted in isolation on those numbers, given the context we walked into the pandemic with post Me Too. And where men are really at in terms of this conversation about, well, what does it mean to be a husband? What is required of me to commit? What am I actually committing to, given that this looks nothing like the landscape in which I was raised and what my father provided or did not provide based on the definitions of masculinity in days gone by. So I think that has a lot to do with it. Let's see what you guys are saying. Activations. The message is most important. I feel like we like the simplicity because of the message is so colorful. So, it's not working. It's not working, but could it work better? Yes. I would like to increase my production value. Yes, women, well, for me at least, I feel masculine too as well. Yeah, like the strength is screwing in my own light bulb or something. Cool, Beverly. I got your payment. Give me your question, Beverly, and I will put up your chart and read, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up. The vent says, when people have wild intros and shit, I skip past it. But what you want, photos that change like butterflies and colors and shit? Yeah. The Apple TV screensaver, I love that, where it's like this drone footage that like takes you across a landscape and evolves as opposed to just one looping video. I would like something like that. Population decreasing, yes, it is. And it says, well, because a lot of us watched our parents have a miserable marriage and traumatized. Yes, the vent. Also that. Also that. Beverly, whenever you're ready, just go ahead and paste your stuff. I'm sure you're working on it, but just in case you didn't hear me say that, maybe you had to step away. Whenever you're ready, paste your question and your birth date. Queen of Water says, I think here, because we had 2 years of lockdowns, there were a lot of babies and marriage divorces going up. Abby says, I thought maybe the pandemic would give us the next baby boomer generation so much time at home together. That was the surprising finding of the study that was released this past week, Abby, was that like people were taking bets at the beginning of the pandemic. Are we going to see a wave of lockdown babies, or are we going to see a wave of lockdown divorces? And it turned out there was a wave of lockdown divorces, not lockdown babies. You should see the amount of Plan B sales. Yeah, Flower and Forgiveness. I'm going to have to catch up and listen to everything on the replay. Sure thing. The vent. Oh, okay. I'll help you find out how to do that. That would be sweet. Thanks, the vent. Queen of Water. My parents had the worst divorce in history. Yeah, it's messy. Messy. It can be messy for a lot of people. Very messy. So yeah, hopefully that message was delivered in a way that provided some clarity and compassion and illumination for what you're seeing from men on the whole. The event, heck no, we decided we don't like each other. The dynamics are different. Awesome. Let me just make sure it was only Beverly. Nobody else came through. Cool. I still want my ring. And believe me, Kylie, there are men out here who want to deliver rings. There are men who want that. Be right back. I got to make sure the party starts at midnight. Cool. And there are a lot more affordable ways for rings to happen now than there's ever been. the mining, if people are really insistent upon diamonds, we've uncovered how treacherous and oh man, I don't know the right word for it, but how like grotesquely unfair the diamond mining industry has been to the countries in Africa where diamonds come from. So now we have lab made diamonds. Um, oh, it started at 10. Girl, you better go. If you going, you better go to this party. Shoot, it's just about to get lit. By the time you get there, it's going the turn up is going to be turned up. But yeah, there are lab made diamonds now. There are a lot of women who, because of the injustice kind of inside the diamond trade, who are opting for cubic zirconias or sapphires or other stones in their ring. There are people who are opting to go stone less if you want a ring, right? There's a lot more healthy, equitable, and just ways to have exactly what you want in a way that's both affordable for both people and allows you to have the experience that you would like to have. Um, but yeah, trying to like force it to be like what our parents had in their generation, where the man buys a diamond at on today's diamond prices at deplorable wages and cost of living. It's we need to have some flexibility in our expectations around what this can look like so that um men aren't necessarily scared off by it, number one, but we're also engaging in the fact that we are living in a different era, a different time with a different economic value to it. And that honors the shifts that we've made culturally around, well, how do we source the diamonds and where do they come from? And is it even a diamond that I want? Do I want something else? Right? What would light me up and really delight me, given who I am, and what would be really fun given who my partner is? Like there needs to be more flexibility and range rather than this monolithic, it can only go this way kind of thing. Exactly. Crystals, girl. Crystals. I love that. I don't know where now Beverly paid and then Beverly disappeared. I don't know what happened. She was like, there she is. YouTube Beverly Spencer just sent payment for read. Okay. I don't know where she went. Kylie says, no, I want a ring. Shiny diamonds makes my face blue. I really want crystal. I really want like a crystal. There's a set of rings I really like. I want to show you guys my favorite rings ever. And they're super affordable. I was thinking about just buying myself one of the goddamn rings. But this, if I were to get married, married, I've already told my twin this. I was like, this is what I want. This is what I want. If we're going to do it this way, this is what I'm looking for. Ring, yes. Diamond, no. Crystal, yes. So here's the site. It's a company called Pomellato. It's based on from Milan. Click OK. I want a nudo ring. I love these rings. They are so pretty. They have this ring. This one is, they have the Nudo Petite and the Nudo Classic. You can see the Petite is like a little bit of a smaller stone and the Classic is a little bit of a bigger stone. I've never tried one on, so I don't know which one I want, but they're like $2,300 and $2,400. Like, do not spend a whole half a year's wages on my ring. I will not appreciate that. Put that money in a bank so that you and I can do some fun shit. But I'll show you what this looks like. Pay off some debt, put that money in a bank, but no, do not spend half a year's wages on a ring. I'm not going to think that that's cool. I'm going to think that you don't know how to spend money. That's what I'm going to think. Unless, of course, that's his idea of romance, then by all means. But Let's make sure it's something that we both like, that I like, and that you feel good about paying for. It's mutual. So yeah, they have like these rings, and this is what I only have, the Nudo Maxi, which is super pretty. I love that. I think just so gorgeous the way it catches the light. I love the Nudo rings. Let's see what else is going on in the Nudo collection while we wait for Beverly. So you can get it with like diamonds like all around the edges there. I don't feel the need for that. I just want the gold band and the ring. I think it's so pretty. They have it in that the rose quartz, which I think is really pretty. This is white topaz. They have it in. This is blue topaz that they have, which is really nice. They have this one, which is obsidian, I guess. It says, I just think aren't these nice rings? Oh my God. They're just so pretty. Like, who doesn't want to wear something that gorgy? This one is, I don't know, some kind of lemon topaz, I think. This is Procyon, which I think is really pretty. They're all just so gorgeous. I want like all of them. I want to wear one every day of the week with matches my clothing, matches my outfit. So yeah, that's what I want. This one is amethyst, which is really pretty. Yeah. Swoon. Those are my rings, y'all. Okay. Where is Beverly? Her ass just disappeared. Where is Beverly? I don't know what happened to her. She's like not here. She like made the payment, showed up in the chat, and then bounced. Oh, too funny. I guess it's late for everyone. I hope there's no line either, the event. That would really suck. But if the earlier you get there, the less line you'll probably have. Um, I have a beautiful moonstone ring. Oh, I bet that's nice. Moissanite. I don't know how to spell it. YouTube Beverly Spencer. Beverly Spencer, we're just waiting on you. Paste your question and your stuff. Herkimer diamonds. Yes. I am a cheap date, Queen of Water. I am. I am totally a cheap date. A $2,000 ring. You will not catch me like turning my nose up at it if it's beautiful. Definitely not. Because I want us to be able to do other things with our money. I don't need $10,000 on my hand or $20,000 on my finger every day. To me, that's not emblematic of love. That's emblematic of something else. But you got to work with what it is for you. Put my coat on and forgot the perfume. Make sure you check for hardness because you don't want it to crack. Exactly. Don't want it to crack. The green is beautiful. Yeah, the green is beautiful, right? They're really gorgeous. Morganite ring. I haven't heard of that. We like the green for you. Okay, so you guys have picked out my wedding ring. I see. Super cute. I know I've seen her above too, but she hasn't pasted Queen of Water. I don't have no birth information for Beverly. I don't have a question for Beverly. I see she paid. I see she showed up in the chat. No birth information, no question. So I'm just waiting on her. Exactly. Hope, love, and sunshine. Like, let's have a vacation together. Let's have a house, right? Like, let's do some stuff. Let's invest in something with that money. Like, don't buy me a diamond ring, boy. Like, buy me an investment, something that's going to appreciate in time. Morganite, similar to rose quartz. So that's nice. You went in a room to get my taser and forgot it in a bed. Maybe her phone did die at the event. I don't know. I love that you roll with a taser, though. I've actually been thinking that I might need to get one. I have been thinking that a taser might not be a bad idea. It's the Wild West out here. I'm eating green mint ice cream cake. It's a sign. Ooh, mint chocolate chip shakes. I love a mint chocolate chip shake. And it's about to be that time at McDonald's where that shamrock shake is about to come back. But again, like I said, that's just me. I'm living fluorite crystal at the moment. Ooh, yeah, fluorite is such a gorgeous stone. Such a beautiful stone. A knuckle brace taser. Let me Google and find out. Man enough, Justin Baldoni. And for the men who refuse to come to be man enough, they want to do some sideways shit in the streets. There is a knuckle brace taser. Okay, I wrote it down. Thanks, guys. Y'all are full of resources today. Divine reverse puff pastry. Catherine, what? Catherine, what are you doing? Send a link. Send some pictures, girl. We want to know what that is. Let me Google this. While we waiting on Shamrock Macchiato. Ooh, Kylie, that sounds good. I just ate Chinese broccoli with cashews. Was delicious. Very nice. Let me Google this. Reverse puff pastry. What is that? Let's see. Y'all want to know what she made? The baker. Y'all want to know what she made? Beverly, where are you? I don't think you can send pics, but if you have an Instagram, Catherine, or if you have a website you want to direct us to, I'm about to share screen because I did Google it. I was like, what is that? Let's see what Catherine made, y'all. Images, reverse puff pastry. Ooh, it looks buttery, Catherine. It looks buttery. What? Oh my gosh, this looks so good. What are you doing with this? And what is your address? We're all coming through. I hope you made enough. There's about 10 of us here. 11 if you count me. We're coming over for puff pastry, girl. Oh my gosh. Yeah, ice cream sounds really good. Flower forgiveness. I want one of those redefined men. I know they sound amazing, right? Double yum is right. It looks really buttery, Catherine. Flight and flaky and buttery. Look at all those layers. Looks delicious. Yum. I want something, Bert. You ship? Catherine, I done told you what to do with this business. I would love to receive some puff pastry. That sounds amazing. Yum, 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 yum. Okay, I don't know what happened to Beverly. Almost a pound of that's my kind of pastry, Catherine. A pound of butter? Yes, that's how you do a pastry. Yes, woman. Get in my mouth, inverse puff pastry. Get in my mouth, please and thank you. All right. I don't know what happened to Beverly. She clearly has disappeared. She was like, I made payment and I saw it. I saw her payment come through. And then she typed in the chat, but then I got zero question from her. I think I'm going to refund her. Because I've been on here for so long. I am inclined to refund her. Walking to the A train. Be safe. Keep your eyes on the people, not on the chat. Get that knuckle taser together. If any of you order, mention chatting with K Moon for a 25% discount. Catherine, what's the website, girl? You out here offering discounts. What's the website? You can't even do the reading. I know, because Beverly disappeared. And now I'm like obsessed with inverse puff pastry with a pound of butter. You better link that website, Catherine. Orders will get placed. Oh my goodness. Yeah, keep your eyes on the people, Vivian. We got you. We'll still talk to you, but don't be in the chat. Be safe. Because people out here being crazy on the A train. Well, maybe not. Knock wood. All the crazy I've seen in New York is not on the A train. It's on all the other trains. It's like on the East Side trains, ironically. And then these trains out here in Queens and Deep BK, that's where the crazy be happening. But knock wood, it stays that way. I want you to stay safe, girl. Stay safe. Stay safe. I wish I could have a pound of pastry with ice cream. I know. Doesn't that sound really good? That puff pastry that Catherine made, and then like ice cream. Ooh, I know. I better go eat some nuts. I still have these cashews sitting here. Well, I ate all the cashews. I need to go get some more. Catherine, what's the website? I'm eating French silk ice cream. Gosh, that sounds nice. I don't even be on the east. Yeah. I rarely go east either, but I will go east to hang out. I have a friend on the east side who I hung out with last weekend, and it was like, oh, this is refreshing. But no, I'm a west side till I die. Like, why mess with them east side trains when the west side trains are so much faster? All right, Beverly clearly don't want no reading. Well, y'all, this has been real. Have you guys had fun today? I have. I've had a great time with you guys. Does anyone want a reading before I close out who's not Beverly? I don't know where she went. Her phone may have died, or maybe she got a phone call. Um, Last call before I close out. There is a savings going on right now until the moment I close out of the live stream, where if you decide you want to do a 1 hour reading with me, you can do it and save 20%. But it's only during the month of March, and it is only while I'm live. You have to book during this live stream to be able to get the savings. So that 20% is off a 1 hour personal reading, brings it from 160 to 128 USD. And the savings is off a 1 hour twin flame reading, it brings it from 200 down to 160. But at the minute I get off this live stream is the minute the sale goes away. Everything goes back to regular price. If you ask me about it tomorrow over email, I will ignore you. So if you want the savings, you need to book now. There's room in my March calendar for 1 hour sessions. And I'd be happy to read for you at this discounted price. With the personals, do you do a combined relationship readings? With the relationship reading, I do. So if you want to do your chart, somebody else's chart, and then you want to look at the chart of the day you met, which shows us kind of the cycles the two of you are in. It gives you that opportunity to kind of conduct the session in whatever way you want. It's a question led session. So you may have 3 questions about yourself, 3 questions about your connection, or 2 questions about yourself, and 4 questions about your connection. Or you may have all questions about your connection. I had one woman book a twin flame reading and she only had 1 question about her connection, and the rest of it was all about her and work stuff and her other stuff. So all of that to say that you can conduct the session any way you want, but it's with the twin flame reading that you can do both. In the personal reading, I only look at your chart. Great question, Queen of Water. Great question. Okay. Let me just see what's going on here. Nothing from Beverly, huh? That's so wild. Something must have happened to her phone. Something must have happened. All right, y'all, I absolutely love you guys. It has been so much fun to hang out with you guys today. I am going to close out. Kylie, thank you for asking such a rich question. I always appreciate those questions when you guys bring them about collective energy and where things are heading collectively. It's a lot of fun to be able to share that kind of information that just swims around in my head that my guides deliver to me with all of you. Okay. All right. It's a wrap. Let me remove that. And we can replace that pinned message. Let me refund Miss Beverly. I don't know what happened to her. That's so wild. She paid at like 11:12 and now it's 11:40, a whole 30 minutes later. It's so unusual. Okay. Refund. Hit. Um, I know, no dessert. I'm waiting for Catherine to drop links and Catherine hasn't done it. Catherine, um, we'll be here. I'll do this another day. When your website is ready and you have a link, let us know. Okay, you guys, I absolutely love and adore each of you. I'm surrounding you and wrapping you in love. I don't want to let you go. You've been my Friday night company and it's been so much fun. But all good things must transition to the next. And I will talk to you guys soon. Take care and bye for now. Oh, Catherine, I don't see a link. Catherine, where is this link at, woman? I don't see a link. It didn't put it there. Oh, I know why. I know why. Um, the link didn't show because I have links blocked on this channel, on both channels, actually. What you can do is put it in here like this. I'll show you how to do it. Catherine Bond dot com. If you can link it like that, we'll be able to find you. You have to like spell out dot. If you can link it like that, we'll be able to find you, Catherine. Pound of butter. I would love that. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Mama likes to eat. She likes her butter a little too much. I sure did the vent. Catherine says she dropped a link and I'm trying to get it. I'm channeling my inner spiritual baddie, Hope Glitterati, channeling my inner spiritual baddie. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Hopefully the train comes fast and doesn't leave you out there hanging. The vent. I hate waiting on the platform. It's so cold. It's too cold to be doing all of that, especially when you're trying to be cute. Okay, Catherine's going to drop this link and then I'm going to close the stream. Okay, bye, the vent. Have a fun night. No, Catherine. We don't see anything. You can try it like this too. Okay, I think I didn't put my email right for y'all before, did I? I'm not sure. You may have. Try. You can try again, Hope Glitterati. You can try and put your email one more time. Okay. Hope Glitterati says, okay, I think I didn't put my email right for y'all before, did I? Yes. Y'all out here linking stuff. I love it. Building community. This is great. Supporting one another's businesses, helping each other be safe. It's on Facebook. Okay. It's Facebook. It's facebook.com. Okay, that's fine. But what are we searching for on facebook.com to find you, Catherine? Oh, Glitterati, you went out and you came back already? Okay, little of this, little of that at facebook.com. Let me take this down. Little of this, little of that on Facebook. Okay. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you very much. I love it. I love, love, love it. Okay. Y'all, it's been so real. I told the vent I need to lose my Oompa Loompa weight. Oh gosh, girl. We love you and your Oompa Loompa weight. Okay. Little of this, little of that on Facebook. Okay. Got you. Thank you so much, Catherine. Appreciate it. Hope Glitterati, Kylie XX, The Vent. Who else is here? Who's been a moderator? Y'all just be hanging out. Flower and forgiveness. I love it. Hope, love, and sunshine. Thank you for joining. Catherine Bond, thanks for hanging out. Queen of Water. It was fun to see you again. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are a wonderful group. Thanks so much, everyone. You guys take care. Bye for now.